Round of applause for Leah and Tyler, who have driven this year's event and made it everything that you guys here live and in the theater have seen. Hall B, jeez, I hope you've seen Hall B during the interstitials between the panels if you're watching from home. Leah and Tyler have kicked the ball out of the park. I mixed my metaphors there. I wonder what I'm going to be like at the end of the day. Let's go into the day's programming, shall we? So in just a few minutes, at the top of the hour, we've got Ian Leyland, Sean Tracy, Forrest Steffen, and Sean Tracy again for character advancement. They're going to show you some of the latest advancements in our character tech. You saw, and Andre. Don't want to forget Andre. You're going to love Andre. Sorry, Andre. You saw a little bit of it in the Star Engine presentation yesterday. It's going to explode. And they're going to show you the full potential of that work for the Star Hair and the Star
They're going to show you some of the latest advancements in our character
clothes stuff. You're not going to want to miss that. Life in the first person is a look at the first-person existence in our Star Citizen's first-person universe. It's not just FPS combat, it's how you interact with the universe around you, and a lot of improvements I think many of you are going to appreciate. Then Taking Flight, Yogi and Diego and Inez and the team there are going to be here for another live demo where they play the game and show you the amazing master mode and flight changes that have come from their work on Squadron 42 that are being brought over to Star Citizen. We're going to break for lunch again, 2 o'clock. Get your lunch. It's a long day. Then finally, two-part environment and gameplay summit here with Living on the Edge and Destination Adventure, where we're going to go through a bunch of the new locations that are coming to both Stanton and the Pyro system. You're going to want to check those out. And for those who are here, be in your seats. If you have a chance to be anywhere, be in your seats as those presentations progress. I can't tell you why, but you'll thank me later. And then, of course, at around 5 o'clock thereof, timings, Chris Roberts will return to the stage for his closing remarks, his closing ceremonies, and you're not going to want to miss that. So that's our day's festivities. With that, I'm going to throw it over to Dan. He's back in Hall B. Dan, I hope you have more energy than me. Take it away, buddy.
Thanks, Jared. It's good to see you guys back at Citizencon Day 2, Citizencon 2953 at the Los Angeles Convention Center. So many awesome things yesterday. We saw the server meshing panel.
What do you think
people experience Pyro for the first time. We saw the community booth behind me.
Well, we're going to get a bit of a look at Pyro and stuff like that. So it should be pretty good.
Yeah, I think
it's going to be semi-boring.
Yeah, I think Jared also said something about flight mechanics and shit like that. So I think we're going to see a working master mode gameplay.
So I'm hoping it's going to be more interesting today.
Who was that strange leprechaun of a man? So many colorful characters here at CIG. Sometimes I regret being his producer, but there's no job security otherwise, so I guess here's where I am. At least he makes it easy for me. So here we have the community booth. Here we have the community booth. We're going to get right into it. Follow me this way. We're going to go right into the corporation. We have some people here now talking to the corporation. Excuse me, guys. We're going to have a quick chat with the corporation if you guys don't mind. Welcome, everyone. This is the corporation. Now, these are one of the biggest orgs in the game. They're friendly to newbies. They have this really immersive scavenger hunt, so we're going to get into it. Welcome, guys. So can you tell me, what's the main focus of the corporation?
The corporation is a friendly environment for people to have game sessions regularly, to have a good community, to encourage more people to play Star Citizen, and for us to explore all sorts of sessions, that everything from racing to combat to just creating a better environment for Star Citizen players. And we look forward to its release so that we can have a wonderful exploration of the universe.
Awesome, that's a great answer. So I hear you guys have a really immersive scavenger hunt you guys are doing for everyone on the show floor. Can you guys tell me a little bit about the scavenger hunt you guys are doing here at Citizencon?
So the scavenger hunt is right here. I'm sure a number of you have grabbed some of the beads that we have, and if you are managed to find someone and trade with them to have 3 of the same color, we are entering you in a raffle for a vulture tonight, as well as a raffle for our Pyro plushies, and a couple other little surprises if you come by and say hello.
Well, guys, be sure to come by and say hello. The Corporation are, again, one of the oldest orgs in Star Citizen. They are a staple of the game, and we're so happy to have them here. If you guys are wondering, these community booths are all different orgs that represent a variety of facets of the game. Each of them brings something new and unique to the table, and it's why they are the backbone of the show floor here. They help represent the community, which is you guys. Now, here we have Equinox. What's up, guys? Hi, I'm looking for you. How's it going, man? So, you guys are focused on these massive immersive LAN party events. I mean, if you guys haven't seen one of these Equinox events, they are amazing. If there's one in your hometown, you'd be fools to not check them out. We sent CIG folks to them this year. They had an amazing time. So what are you guys doing here on the show floor? What are you guys talking about?
So here we want to make the next LAN party at Equinox June 1st next year bigger than last time. So we're trying to promote that and get as many people sign up and get the word out. So that's what the Lego model is here for, to help bring attention to it. It'll maybe at the next event. We have Vanguard over there, the large org. They're helping us run events, racing, fighting. We give out prizes.
Yeah, let's talk about this Lego sculpture. So this is an awesome Lego sculpture that you guys made. First off, where was this during Battle of the Bricks? And second off, how long did this take you guys to make? This is amazing.
The first question is, I just built this 19 days ago. And for Battle of the Bricks, I built a Scorpius and took an updated version to last LAN party at the Equinox. What was the other question? How long did it take to build?
Yeah, how long did it take to build?
About 120 hours, 19 days.
So that's like, an average session of Star Citizen sometimes, yeah. So
Is it me or the
no
voice is
gaming
not
at all.
synced properly?
So I think you answered a little bit, but what can people expect from Equinox?
They seem out of...
Equinox, you bring your own
No.
PC, a lot of computers to pick from, big swag bags, and
Seems fine.
I can notice it on my end.
Yeah, any cool events that you're able to tell
There's
us
maybe
about
a
for
slight
2024? You mentioned
lag,
the June
but-
one. Is there anything else you guys are doing?
Activities during the event. I don't think we have anything pegged out specifically yet, but last time we had racing, PvP, fist fighting in Origin jump or 890 jump.
Just some rich people boxing. You love to see it. Well, thank you guys. If you guys are here on the show floor, again, come check out Equinox. Come check out this Lego sculpture. It's the coolest thing I've seen in probably 5 minutes. I have a very short attention span. We're going to be making our way now over to the Walkers of Sigma. Now, these guys are the forefront security org of Star Citizen. These guys provide security for major events like the Daymar Rally. They are the forefront runners, like I said, of security. So how's it going, guys?
Happy to be here.
Happy to be here. I love that. So how do players or other orgs go about requesting security from you guys? What's the process for getting the Walkers of Sigma to be security?
Sure, absolutely. The best way to get a hold of us is to join our Discord. You can go stop by our booth and pick up a business card where you have our Discord link on the back of our card.
Let me see that. That looks so cool. Look at that. That's actual wood. Is this laser engraved?
Yes, sir. Laser engraved.
That's awesome. This looks phenomenal. Look at that. Here you go. I'm going to have you hold that for a second.
Damn, this
So,
org put a lot
what's
of
it
effort
like
in,
running
I
security
really
for
like
things
that.
like Daymar? Obviously, that's a huge
Yeah, I believe
operation.
it.
Has to be so much that goes into it.
I
What's
might
it
check
like
them
running
out. What are they called again? Walkers
So
of
running
Sigma.
security can be both very stressful and
Yeah,
also at
I
the same
think-
time a little
Join their
boring.
Discord, man.
You're
They
going to
seem really
have
nice
some of
people
those
anyways.
servers, you're securing roughly 15 different servers for something like the Daymar Rally. So some servers might not see any action at all, and you're just kind of sitting there hoping and cheering on your favorite racer. But there are other servers that can be super chaotic and are non-stop bombarded by outside forces. And those are the ones you really have to keep your eye on. Make sure they have enough people to secure as many people as possible and get any reinforcements if needed.
Yeah, that sounds like a logistical nightmare, but luckily they have the Walkers of Sigma to help make it all possible. So, kind of last question. Jared and other people have been harassing me throughout the convention. How do I get you guys to follow me around?
I actually have one of my best guys here. This is our combat branch officers. He's going to keep you nice and safe.
All right, well, I now feel safe and secure. Come follow me, guys. I got a big bodyguard now. I feel on top of the world. We're finally going to end our community booth segment. For now, we're going to go to other community booths later today. We're going to end on Asus Republic of Gamers. Now, we talked about them yesterday when we were over at Pyro. These guys are the forefront, using that word a lot. These guys are the precedent makers of gaming technology, whether they're monitors, accessories, etc. Star Citizen people alike know that Asus means quality. So I'm going to talk to some people over here. Hi, guys. How's it going?
Hi, how are you?
Doing great. So I don't know if you guys know this. Every single monitor in the LA studio is an Asus monitor. like we love you guys, and I think the same is probably true for the other studios. What kind of stuff do you think people can expect from Asus in 2024?
So actually, we do have some new products coming out in 2024, and actually towards the end of this year, we do have this beautiful OLED that's coming out.
Let's take a look at that really quick. Dang, that is a nice monitor. Look at that. Yeah, that's going to be some quality. So you guys have that coming out in 2024. Anything else players can expect?
So we actually launched
$1,600
our
bucks.
C790 refresh
No
motherboard
way?
as well. That's
Serious?
compatible with the 14th gen.
Probably. I wouldn't rule it out.
Yeah, that's pretty much it we have this year.
I mean, that's going to be amazing. And my final question, what was it like to bring Pyro to people for the first time?
I think it's great. I actually hope everyone enjoyed the peripheral and the monitors that we provide to you guys. So yeah, it's a great experience working with you guys too.
Yeah, everyone I talked to had a great time. Well, I think that's all the time we have. I'm going to cut it back to Jared. You guys are going to see some awesome presentations today. We'll see you back here on the show floor later. Until then, stay safe and see you in the verse.
Thanks, Dan. I'm here in the hallway audience. How you doing, everybody? I've not spoken one word to this individual next to me. Hi, individual next to me. Who are you?
Hello, Jared. My name is Jack.
Hey, Jack. What do you do in the verse?
Salvage.
Do you like it?
I love it.
Are you good at it?
I'm good at it.
Humble sort, huh?
Very.
Would you say you're the humblest person you know?
Possibly.
Could there be someone more humble than you?
Probably.
Never mind. All right. So a couple more housekeeping things. As Dan said, Asus is one of our amazing partners here to make this event possible. We also want to shout out our teams at IX Systems. They helped build the amazing server technology that we're using in the Pyro Playground. We are not connected to the internet. We have our entire environment replicated here. It's back there. You should go check it out. Talk to those guys there. What Ahmed and that team at IX has done is fantastic, and they've allowed us to run the Pyro Playground at 60 frames a second with the best server stuff possible. It's like we're all like, oh, this is what's possible with this game. It's really exciting. I also want to shout out VKB, who have been amazing at helping us with the control surfaces for the Fight or Flight exhibition going on at the Atmo booth. Be sure you go by there and check that out. And then, of course, CLX. The custom computer maker who made all 150 computers for the Pyro Playground, the 2 computers that are operating on stage, the box that's running this live stream right now. I can be out here, it's there, I don't have to worry about it. So thank you to all of our partners, and I feel like I'm missing one, and I expect to hear about it from Tyler later on. I didn't bring my cards. So, yeah. You know, when do we start? We start at 11? We got 5 minutes. How should we fill the time? All right. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. Back in 2013, we attempted to sing Star Citizen Happy Birthday. And at that time, there was a weird legal kerfluffle. It was believed that the stream got muted because we sang Happy Birthday on stage, and Twitch automated content said, no, don't. It's our birthday. It's a little late. It's also Jake Acapella's birthday, so if all of you would join me in a rousing edition of Happy Birthday, we're gonna test the stream gods and see if we don't get muted. So ready? All right, everybody. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy
Birthday, dear Star Citizen.
Happy birthday to you. All right. With that, we're going to take a break. Hang out, get your last drinks, get your last snacks, everybody. The show's starting in about 10 minutes with our character advancement panel right there on stage. So stay tuned. If you like day one, we've got more to come, everybody. Take care. We'll see you in a bit.
Has it started yet, Bath?
Not yet. Not far out. A couple of minutes.
I was gone for 10 minutes. Did I miss anything important?
Not yet.
Okay, cool. Oh my days, who's the sausage person, bro?
Yeah, I know. A pico ball.
I'll be too embarrassed to do that, you know? Oh, you never catch me dead in a dizzy suit. There's a woman as well, what the fuck?
Someone dressed up as a Care Bear.
Yeah, he's staring us down now. Fuck's sakes, stop staring. Oh, it started. Where's Chris Roberts?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the person who forgot to create himself an intro, Disco Lando! Woo-hoo! He also had caffeine in the last 10 minutes. Welcome to Citizencon Day 2, everybody! Are you pumped? Are you psyched? Have you eaten 2 dogs? Get in your seats. It's about to start, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Day 2. I'm not going to take up any more of your time. Up first, character advancement with Ian, Sean, Forrest, Andre. Give it up. Bone, start the show.
Hello there. Hey everyone, it's so good to see you all again in person. Thanks for coming out. So I'm Ian, I'm the art director for Star Citizen. We're going to kick off the first ever Day 2 of Citizencon by talking about some of the awesome work done by the character team. All right. So first let's talk about life in a frontier system like Pyro and how this influences the character designs. So we wanted to create something unique compared to what we've seen in Stanton already. We wanted to give a wider visual palette and a feeling of historical age between the different solar systems. So this chart describes the fashion pillars for humanity. We can see where all suits, armors, and fashion items should belong. In terms of material use, manufacturing technology, and novelty. So you can see Earth fashion on the left, Terra fashion on the right, and frontier fashion right in the middle with a little bit of overlap of Earth. So essentially, frontier fashion is function over form. They are repurposed and repaired, and generally are misfits rather than sets. Outfits are purposeful by having storage solutions. This implies survivability along the frontier. Okay, let's take a look at some of these assets in the game.
I just know these are the type of outfits I want.
Exactly, yeah.
If that isn't a mission giver,
I like the thought process that went into these designs, you know.
yeah. Yeah. And even just the quality, like, they've always been able to make things look good.
I agree with that. I want to see the criminal clothing and stuff like that. I want to see what the terrible people be wearing.
Well, see, I'm looking forward more to, like, the gas mask and things like that you're likely to come across. Like, it's that type of fashion. But see, the fact they're able to generate that, like, nylon look and...
Yeah, it has that nice look to it as well.
Some of this stuff's a little creepy, like robotics looking. Just kind of weird. But it is what it is.
That actually looks like leather, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the left one looks like a bit creepy.
Yeah, very much. I know one of these sets we actually get as part of the digital goodies. I think that helmet and the... Yeah, I picked it up.
Okay, awesome. So hopefully you guys that played Pirate Playground, you will have seen a few of those assets being showcased. So as we saw from the video, pouches and storage are a key part of the Frontier aesthetic. This drives the feeling of survivability. But from here, we thought it'd be really cool to give the functionality, but also some customization options. So let's take a look at a video we just developed internally, and this is for modular storage items on the player.
This should be good, actually. The fact that we're able to carry things on us in pouches and bags. Yes. I am down for this. Yeah, I'm down for this. Hardcore.
Med pens and shit like that, right?
Yeah, things like med pens and smaller items, yep. Oh, I like this.
That's good, yeah.
I like this. You've got slots for things, yeah, so med pens is what they're using this one for.
Wait, where did that go?
It was a large pouch. They're equipping like to ankles and things like that. Small pouches, hip pockets.
Wait,
yeah, so you can...
has a pistol in it, bro. Did you just realize that?
Yeah, but things like, putting things in your actual pockets. Yeah, see? The question is, can you save those particular outfits?
Pretty cool, right? So I think this will provide loads of customization options in the future. We're super happy about that. So we also created some extreme weather costumes for Frontier locations, and these also follow the same mismatched and
like the radiation
design
stuff.
Aesthetics.
I like the heat one though. It looked like an Assassin's
The
Creed
heat's
character.
nice too,
Now
yeah.
we've also been focusing on achieving a higher visual benchmark.
Oh.
So this is all driven by our new Layer Blend V2 shader and its texture library. And we focused on more consistent wearing between 0 and 100% values. So to showcase this, let's look at a quick example asset.
Are these meant to be like worn out the more you wear it?
Yeah, we'll see. You can see the pitting on a lot of the metal and stuff.
Like scratches and stuff like that.
Yeah. But even the detail on something like that's mental.
All right. So as we saw in the video, the insides of the helmets are looking fantastic. Now this is us getting them ready to animate with put on and take off.
Ooh.
So in summary, Frontier Fashion is expanding the visual design palette for humans, giving a more credible feeling of age and history when you travel across multiple solar systems. All right, now let's talk about something different. Now we're going to talk about some of the gangs in Star Citizen. So Ninetales have been one of the main gangs in the game. So far,
no way.
Over 105 million have been taken out by you guys.
This should actually be good because they're looking to expand it.
So you guys have been busy. Great job. All right. So it was like, all right, now we're going to need to introduce a few more factions to the game, okay? So the first faction we're going to talk about is Rough and Ready. So the aesthetic of the gang was to be subtle. They're understated in terms of clothing, and they almost blend into their environment. On closer inspection, you'll notice their tattoos. These signify rank and progression within the gang. Let's take a look at a quick video.
You know I'm going to be tatted.
Yeah, believe it. See, this is the type of things I want to be saying. You've got the underlying stuff and what they're going for, and then it visually in game.
It's like if you come across this guy, you don't want to fuck around with him, basically.
Yeah, exactly. But at a glance, you won't pick it. Because they very much blend into the environment. Yeah. Oh, no, I think that's... We got that already in game. Burn before betrayal.
The ink is very nice on these characters here.
Yeah, they've actually done a really good job of it. Oh, the station actually looks pretty cool. I very much get like cyberpunk vibes.
Yeah, it does. And all they need is like robotic arms and shit like that.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think these guys would have it because they're too poor to do anything like that.
I think they look absolutely fantastic. Okay. So the Rough and Ready can be found in some of the space stations around Pyro. Now the tattoos, like I said, the tattoos form a progressive design. This illustrates the hierarchy within the gang. As a player, you'll be able to earn these tattoos and apply them to your character.
Yes! Yes!
You're gonna be tatted to the balls.
That's what I want.
Okay, cool. The next gang we're going to talk about is Headhunters. So this gang is also located in Pyro, but offers a completely different Frontier aesthetic.
I like that skull for that helmet.
More of a wasteland vibe with lots of personality, and this will translate into the behavior types. Now, this gang is currently in production, but let's take a quick sneak peek.
The one on the left looks like Dobby.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Yeah. This is very much given Levski vibes, actually.
It gives me Mad Max vibes, you know?
Yeah, Mad Max and Levski, yeah. Yeah, I'm a big fan of that skull.
This gives me
Gotta
like a
go with
Spartans
that.
vibe, you know? This Spartans helmet.
Yeah. Even the hair on that helmet actually is better than the hair we've got for characters at the moment, I reckon.
I like the glowing eyes though.
Yeah.
I wonder if you can like configure like different colors and shit like that.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed.
I like the shadows, the reflection on the chest.
Okay, so cosplay competition next year. I can't wait to see what you guys come up with. All right. All right. So they're looking awesome. Now, the last gang we want to talk about is Dusters. So Dusters are a criminal gang specializing in mining-related crimes. Now, internally, I love the original Desert Nomad armor. You can see him here, right? Now, I wanted to use it as a starting point to establish the Dusters design language. So here we can see
The legendary though.
He decked to the balls.
So here we can see the Dusters gang lineup, showing armor leveling and rarity. So as a player,
I like that gas mask
you'll have
for uncommon and rare.
horizontal armor progression.
Yeah.
This will define your role
look at the
and
legendary
playstyle. Then
The
you'll have
legendary one's
vertical
nice too,
progression.
yeah.
This is your progression within that role and playstyle.
Does the
For
legendary
example,
have,
a
summon
common
assault?
bounty hunter armor set will be weaker than a legendary, and as armor progresses in
legendaries, they have,
strength,
like, two samurai
it's harder
swords
to
or something
acquire.
behind them.
So harder missions, rarer
maybe.
drops, higher reputation. Now, as we're talking a little bit about armor sets, let's recap a little. So the goal is that players should consider which armor to equip based on the role they wish to fill and the scenario they're heading into. There will be also greater differences
Hi, Dizzy.
between the current armor types. So light, medium, and heavy,
Hey,
and this will be in
I
protection
gotta.
and mobility.
Oh fuck! What channel can I post
New armor
pictures in?
categories will be
Pictures
combat,
of stuff in real life.
specialist,
I need
utility,
you two
and support.
to go look at this channel and tell me what you think happened to this person.
And
Yeah,
these
I'll
will
get to it when I
define
can.
the
We're just
type of
watching this.
items that are quickly available on the
Oh
slots.
shit!
of the
You guys
suit.
are watching Citizencon.
There will also be
Jesus.
additional functionality to assist in your chosen role. A matrix of armor type versus category will provide a variety of roles, with each providing best-in-class
I'll let you guys get back to watching that.
There will also
Okay.
be hindrances
Adios.
to out-of-role
Yeah.
gameplay. For example, if you're wearing a heavy armor set and you're trying to fly a little snip fighter, you'll have restricted visibility and less vehicle control.
Mm.
So in this scenario, like a flight suit armor type with resistance to milder G-forces would be preferred. Okay,
So basically like a light
so as we saw in Ali's presentation yesterday,
Oh, hygiene.
hygiene
This is good.
simulates and tracks the accumulated effects of a character going unwashed for any length of time.
This is something I'm keen for.
Poor
For the
hygiene
gameplay.
can lead to disease.
Oh.
lowered health, and snarky comments.
Yeah.
Hygiene decays faster if a character becomes dirty or wears dirty clothing or armor, and visual effects are going to be displayed on the character's
then
skin.
That opens
blood,
up the idea
sweat,
to
and
wash
dirt.
that stuff then too.
Certain usables, such as a shower, will reset the character's hygiene and clean away all of those dirt effects. So let's keep clean. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm keen for this. Certainly, hygiene gameplay's been high on my things I want to check out. I want to see how they're going to do it.
Okay, so that covers a quick recap on armor sets and hygiene. Let's get back to a video showcasing the dusters.
Oh my days! It does just have a like a intro video.
Yeah.
Their own mini video or movie. He does look scary though.
I actually really like that helmet. But it's a good way to pick who's who for the gang, depending on what they're wearing.
Yeah, and it also like separates which enemy to prioritize and shit like that, right?
Yeah.
So you see the common one. I wouldn't target him till the last, basically.
Yeah, well, even if there's, go in and kill this particular leader, you know who you're looking at when you're staring down the scope, scanning the field, you go, oh, well, that one's not it, that one's not it, and that one's not it. Like, you can pick them out.
That's right, yeah. The animation of this is just incredible, bro.
Yeah, I'm really impressed. I've still got work to do on that particular cloth simulation, because you can see it's not quite where it should be. I've done a good job.
Awesome. So you'll be able to find the dusters scattered around various derelict settlements and wrecks in Stanton, and the dusters will be available Q4 this year.
Oh.
Yes.
Which you know what that hints towards?
And with that, I'll
Pyro.
Tracy, you guys have been awesome. Enjoy the rest of your show.
Because dusters, if I'm not mistaken, are part of Pyro. So if they're saying Q4 this year for the dusters...
Jared did say something big, like, yesterday. Like, you'd be surprised.
Hello, everyone.
This is what I'm guessing they're pointing towards it at the end of this year, at least in some playtest
so I'm
forms,
Sean
maybe even
Tracy.
PTE.
I'm the Senior Director of Tools and Tech Content here at Cloud Imperium Games in Los Angeles. So today I want to talk about Starcloth. And Starcloth was initially unveiled at a previous Citizencon, kind of in an
Let me know
early
if you hear echo from my mic.
So it's
bro,
now
okay?
rolled into full production, and it's used in both Squadron 42 and Star Citizen. So it's going to be seen on more and more assets, like some of the great art that you just saw. So what's really cool about it is that it's unified with the physical world, whereas before it wasn't unified and was based completely on character movement. Now, it's faster than the previous cloth setups, and in the end, it just looks a whole lot better. So today, I'm going to cover some of the tech, the pipeline, and we'll see some results. So let's get and see it in action.
The Idris, right?
Trench coat.
Yeah, that would be the flight deck of the Idris.
Cloth is hard. Guys have to run upstairs, they have to crouch, they have to prone, it's got to collide with the environment.
That's, what's his face?
The captain, right?
And
Yeah.
even more difficult,
But he's
it
actually
needs
like
to
a-
hold up in high-end cinematics.
He's a famous actor too, I just can't think of who it is.
Wait, yeah, you're right, but they're leading towards leading to a Q4 release, I think.
At least in some form. I would expect maybe an over Christmas PTU type deal.
Yeah, and I think they're saying Squadron 42 as well, you know. I think they said they finished it, they're just polishing it up now, getting it to go standard.
Yeah. The guess is
Cut that one
Squadron
just
42 next
before
year.
some good spoilers. So
That's a Q2, right?
yeah.
Hopefully.
All right, so how's it all work?
Yeah.
Well, Cloth uses two meshes, a simulation mesh or cage, and the render mesh itself. So vertex colors indicate how it's constrained to that cage, and thus the simulation. So for example, black vertex colors indicate a full constraint. Basically, it follows the skinning. White vertex colors indicate unconstrained vertices. So the movement is determined entirely by the simulation. And then we can do a blend of gray values that is used for fine transitions and blending and fall off in between the fully skinned and fully simulated assets. So in the end, these meshes are sent to the engine where we bind the cage to the render mesh, and then tech artists can leverage some of the runtime tools. You can see up on the image that the sim cage mesh has about 5,000 triangles, whereas the actual render mesh is about 45,000 triangles. So it's obviously much more efficient to simulate the sim cage mesh versus just the render mesh itself. So part of the technology is the runtime iteration support, which you can see in the image above me here. That's with all the red spheres. Here we're actually painting the collision radius of every single one of the vertices, and it allows us to fine-tune the simulation without having to add arbitrary collision meshes, though we can. We paint a variety of properties, so some of these other properties are mass or displacement. In the top right, you can see an example of the old legacy implementation using pendulums. And this uses joint chains and collisions, but assets with multiple layers like the one that you can see there, or ones like skirts or gowns, they were really, really difficult to do with pendulum simulation, but they are solved with Starcloth. So I mentioned it's completely unified with the physical world. And what that really means is that wind, impacts, object collisions, thruster backwash, all these kind of things actually react to the cloth reacts to these things, and so much more. So it's not just character movement. Now, it's a hyper-efficient simulation, and it's several orders of magnitude faster than the legacy implementation that we used before, and has a lot of easy-to-control parameters for tech art, which are compression, stretching, and bending. So as mentioned yesterday by Chris Rain, our senior lead physics programmer, we support soft body tapered capsules, which are twice as fast as our ragdoll capsules. It's also key to solving one of the most important aspects of plausible cloth simulation, and that's mitigating the tunneling or the clipping that happens through a character. So it's very, very difficult to solve with pendulums. So with all this tech in mind, we can do really complicated assets like the Duster and the one I want to show you now. So here you're seeing about 5 different layers of cloth going on and self-colliding between each other. It's reacting to the planet wind, which is always changing. On the front, there's a big leather apron. So this one's actually a lot heavier, and it moves a lot differently than the cloth on the back. So he's walking into the wind here. And in the end, as I mentioned, it just looks a whole lot better. So with that, I want to hand you off to my friend, Andre Piers, who's going to talk about hair.
Thank you, man. Hi, everyone. So, nice to be here in LA with all you guys. So, I want to start with a question, okay? How many of you are actually excited that we're getting new hair into the verse? All right. So, I'm Andre. I'm the lead artist in our recently formed hair department. We branched out from the character art team and created this department. And it's a pleasure to be here today with all of you and tell you that we're damn proud of what we achieved. It's been a long road, but definitely worth it, okay? Now, we're going to start by just looking at the most impactful changes that we have in our workflow, okay? A bit of a technicality part. Then you're going to get to look at the benchmark assets we have created, okay? And from there, we're going to take a glimpse into the future of what hair could be with a more diverse hairstyle, where we're trying to run away a little bit from the military look that was driven mostly by what Squadron 42 was, so because we did a lot of work for that as well. And yeah, from there, as a last note, I'll have a special announcement for you guys, okay? Don't want to spoil it, but you stick around, you're going to love what we have, okay? So, first thing I want to touch now, very simply, okay? Hair for games is hard. It's really hard. Oh, by the way, did I tell you these are actually game-ready assets in the persistent universe? Fully rendered in our engine, okay? Game-ready, performant, ready to be shipped, okay? So, hair is really hard, like I was saying. It is a AAA challenge, basically. You see games that get it, games that don't. Some of them get it more or less. Either way, for us the challenge is the same. We're not different, and the challenge is real. With the scope of Star Citizen, like day-night cycles, all these light shafts, all this MMO, people running around with the hairs, a lot of motion, a lot of fast-paced movement. Yeah, it is hard. But the best thing is, we have arrived, okay? It is, yeah, clap. It is, it doesn't end here, okay? Yeah. It does not end here, okay? It's the nature of CIG. We just keep pushing the boundaries, but like I said, we're really proud of what we're showing you here today. So let's dive in what we made all this possible, okay? On a high note, on a high level, basically, a successful hair requires 3 fundamental elements, okay? There's the texture, there's the placement, and there's also the shader. If one of these elements fails, all of them do, okay? So it's basically, you can have a great texture, great placement. If your shader is wrong, no go, really. And the same if the texture fails or if the placement fails. So really vital, really important that everything works together. But the good thing is, by breaking down the hair into these 3 parts, it also allows us to actually go deep into each of them and push the quality up. Or like Chris Roberts would say, bring the high fidelity, right? So, on the texture end, there was a lot of changes. What you see on the top there, the common approach of a AAA game would be to have true black, true white on a transparency map, a bit of taper on the tips and roots, and call it a day. That's what happens in 99% of the games. Now at CIG, we went a bit further than that. We tested all the thicknesses that were actually reasonable to test, of course, and we came to a realization. The hair doesn't need to be thin enough. It just needs to look thin. We do need it to be thicker enough, thicker than the real-life hair, because if you take one of your hairs, you'll see it's really thin, right? So it does need to be renderable. That means if it's really thin, it will be sub-pixel rendered at some point. With the motion and all that, we will get a lot of artifacts. And so that would be a no-go. We do need it to be thicker than in real life. But can we make it look thin? That was the question. So we came to the realization that from hair, or from scalp to hair, and from hair to the background, so these 2 points, the transition points, are the most important ones for the hair. So we aggressively tapered the tips, which is what you see over there, and added a gradient to it. So no longer true black and true white. Now, this is a lot of technicality. You'll see practical examples of this, but that allowed us to have smooth transitions and basically achieve the result we expected. On the placement side, we came up with hair libraries, basically. Now, I could be here all day talking about hair libraries, okay, because I'm a very technical person, and if you see me around the venue, feel free, I'm Andre, you can just come and talk to me about this. I'm not going to bother you all that for 1 hour about this, but I'm going to give you a very quick example that you all can relate. So imagine in real life, you have a construction business and you could make 1 wall, 1 roof, one floor and 1 window. You make it all work together, and from there, you're not only building your house, you're actually building the whole town, and then the whole state, and then eventually the whole universe, right? That's what hair libraries are. Obviously, the result, if you could do that, it would be much cheaper, much faster, and above all, you wouldn't have a fruit salad of assets, which was what we had in the hair not too long ago. And by fruit salad, I mean several artists working through the years, each one of them applying their own workflow. Everybody's at different levels of quality, of course, different minds, different ways of seeing the same problem. So at the end of the day, fruit salad, right? And we wanted uniform quality. So for that, hair libraries are a great solution. We also decreased the time of production of hairs. So it was taking us 20 to 40 days to create one hairstyle per artist, okay? Right now, it's going from like 3 to 5, 7 days per hairstyle, which is that great news, okay? So yeah, that was a major achievement. Cool. So hair libraries are just a thing. We love it. It's not just picking up a texture and putting it there. If you do that, like, you need to actually see the scope. Gladly, we have some of the best artists in the world on hair working with us, so we managed to achieve this at the scope that we wanted. Now, on the shader side, there was plenty of changes as well. Some of them are very techy, very, very cool as well. I'm going to run through fast through some of them so you guys can understand the scope of what we're dealing with. But let's just understand, like, at bake time, so bake time is prior to runtime. Runtime is where the game runs. Bake time, we're preparing the asset to actually put it in the engine. At bake time, we calculate the custom normal and we store it per vertex. So each vertex gets a custom normal. That makes, in a practical sense, for those who are not too technical, it basically makes the card, the air card, not look like a card. So the normals is help with the way the light reflects. We kind of do more smoke and mirrors on it and make it look not like a card by just baking it that way. Now, on the ambient occlusion, we store two baked ambient occlusions onto the color channels of the vertices as well. Now, each vertex on a mesh in any game has a color to it, okay? You might use it or not. Imagine in a car, you have a trunk. You can use it or not. It's up to you. It's not silly to use the car without using the trunk, of course, but if you have a luggage, you can put it there or in the back seat, wherever you want. Now, we decided to use this because it was free. The trunk was already there, so the vertex color was already there, and we just decided to store two ambient occlusions on it. These two ambient occlusions work this way. Light hairs, like a blonde hair, obviously needs more shadowing, or less shadowing than a dark hair, right? And so we store two. The length of the card is now baked onto the last one, and that gives us a metric of where the card starts and ends, and allows a lot of cool things you're going to see on the videos I'm about to show. So, one last thing before we can start looking at videos is that, and this is really creative, total credit for the people, for the tools programmers. I personally had nothing to do with this. This was already at CIG when I joined. It's absolutely amazing. So, we have an hairstyle that was ready, that you can see over there. And we have a hair cap. An hair cap is basically a mesh on top of the character's head, which is invisible, transparent. It is just there. Sometimes we use it for shadowing. That thing has an UV. And so we project the hair, or where the hair starts, onto that UV, and gives us that image that you see on the middle, right? And so we now have a 2D space that relates to a 3D location. Meaning that if I want to have hair like mine, which is white on the sides and dark on the top, I could just paint this part and get it white on one side and then dark on the top, which is an insane advancement because cards normally are stacked on top of each other. So when an artist is placing cards, if you paint one card to make it white here, well, it's going to be stacked on top of the other and you're going to get spots all over the place and no control over it. So this allows us to give control. And what you see on the last image is the possible results. For example, now I can paint one side of my 2D representation of my 3D space and get this possible result, which is pretty amazing. So, next video, we're going to take a look at our tools, okay? This is not the way it's going to be exposed to you guys in the character customizer. You'll know more about that later, okay? This is the tools we use we are able to actually create the hairstyles. So let's take a look at this video. You have the full range, so you can go for full white. These are melanin ranges, so realistic ranges. Fully white up to black.
This is something else, bro.
Yeah, this is pretty
Obviously,
neat.
you can go redhead as well. Get out of the way. You also have the dye feature where you can see all the things we talked about implemented. You can go a bit more wild on this.
I really like the idea.
And this
of
is why
separation of
important,
colours.
the length of the card is stored in those vertex.
Yeah, and able to, yeah.
And obviously you can fade it as well as much as
I mean, you
do.
could
So
chuck
all
some
the
blue
possible
tips and a purple
combinations
hair or
between the
whatever, yeah.
realistic melanin ranges and
And this probably
the
steps
dilator,
over.
okay?
Well, see,
how the
this would
occlusion is
step
working,
over
so you
to
can see
aliens
these
and stuff as well.
shadowings
You know,
creating
you
more
can start
negative
having
spaces, more
aliens with
structure to the hair.
diverse colored
If you look
hairs.
at the temporal line here, you can see how this pixel depth of set helps us with the transitions as well. Cool. By the way, did I tell you these are actually game-ready assets, ready to go to PU? So now that we understand a bit better how the hair is working, that's why the boring part that I told you just before, you can examine these images with a bit more of an informed opinion. That is basically the example. Now, that's all very exciting, but we want to show you hairstyles that are actually in Star Engine and working. So that's the video we're going to take a look next, okay?
Oh, that's heaps better than its predecessor. Just the look of it.
Oh.
Yeah, that seems better.
But does the hair move like with the wind and stuff? Like, I don't know if that's
Yeah,
the case.
it should. I would say they've linked it in with cloth simulation. Because I'm pretty sure there was a talk on that yesterday.
Looks like Messi from the back, you know?
Yeah. They've done a good job. I'm really impressed. I'm waiting for beards. Give me beards.
Oh yeah, beard is would be a good one. Wait, have they
Yeah.
worked on the eyebrows though? Or do they need to even?
Maybe? I don't know. I haven't heard any work going on in like the monthly reports and that.
I mean, it should come on the hair anyways.
It should, yeah. No, it's a heaps better job.
I think it's just Pedro's music that makes us like all of these.
Yeah.
It's his sound that's causing it. It's nothing else. It's just a sound. I'm only falling in love with it because Pedro's music's playing, bro. I can't.
He is so good, at what he does.
They could show me a horse in a shoebox and I'll be like, yeah, I really like that. Now the main question is, can we go bold?
I would assume so.
He just walks off.
Great, guys. So I can see by your feedback that you really enjoyed the dive, so I'm going to try and direct things that way next time. Pretty cool. Okay, yeah, these are game-ready assets as well. Now, like I promised you, we're trying to make this diverse and get away a little bit from this type of hairstyles you just seen now, which is a bit more military. And for that, we'll have the next video. Now, it's important for you to understand if there's any 3D artists, character artists, air artists out there, you will know. Some of the hairstyles you're going to see next are some of the hardest things you can do in hair for games. In a practical sense, if you can do what is going to be shown next and render it at 60 frames per second on an MMO, you can do pretty much anything, okay? It's our glimpse into the future of what type of diversity we want to achieve. We're not only going for this style, but just showing you that if this style is one of the directions, then the full range will come. I hope you enjoy.
This is basically giving a bit of an insight into what Tisha LaPeisha's hair should have been like. Because she should have had something similar to dreads for her character, but they've never done it.
Oh, I like the messy hair, like coming off the
Yeah.
dreads.
Yeah.
That detail, bro.
Yeah, I'm impressed.
Why are all these hairstyles for black people, bro?
Yeah, I know, right?
He literally just said, yeah, it's one of the hardest hairstyles to do.
Basically just saying black people are difficult.
Now we're going into the tribes.
Yeah.
I really like this one, the man one and everything.
Yeah.
And
I'm pretty impressed,
and the
actually.
color changing as well.
Yeah. It's still very much a video game here because they can't get it so minuscule, which is understandable. There's limits.
Now this is what they're going to tell us here. It's going to be a performance tank. It's going to like make us have 20 FPS now.
Yeah.
So yeah, like I've been saying, these pictures you see here, they are all rendered as you see in real time, depending on the light conditions and stuff. But there is no tricks here. This is actually how it looks. And that's why we're really proud. Like I said, it doesn't end up here, okay? We're pushing this forward. This is just to replace the stuff that was there. I'm pretty sure you guys were tired. Nobody at CIG was happy with what we had. I can assure you that. Yeah. Especially as an air artist, right? So, but we finally arrived. Now, we've seen all this. What does this mean in a practical sense for you guys? It's the question you may have. Well, let me tell you really fast. We made over 75 hairstyles since like 6 months ago. On the last 6 months, we made 75 hairstyles. That is a lot. That was possible with all the changes we made. Yeah.
That's a decent chunk.
That is a great achievement. Now, we cannot hand them all to you right now. it's very simple. It's very simple. It doesn't end up here
must be a
at the
catch.
artist end.
Pay £50
Okay? After
LTI
this,
for
there's
hairs.
a tech art part
Yeah.
where they need to skin it. They need to make it work with hats, with goggles, with everything that needs to work, right? So it's a process that takes time, but we wanted to have a certain amount, a quantity that would be enough to replace all the stuff that it's there, give you enough variety for you to start, and that's what we're going to see next. Now, it also tells you when are you getting it. So, as a last note, I'll leave you with this video, and next, Forrest will come here to talk about this stuff. So, let's take a look at this, guys. This is actually what you're getting. Into the PU.
Yes, my bald hair.
Fucking hell. These female ones are really nice too, actually.
Yeah, it is. I like the second bottom one.
I like the second top one there.
Yep, that's also nice as well. Just that.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed.
20 basically.
End of year. Yep, so that's going to be part of 322.
You're all going to get to enjoy these hairstyles. It was a pleasure to be here with you today, guys, and see you in the bus.
I'm pretty well impressed.
So we're getting the Duster for Q4.
Another round of applause for Andre
Yeah.
and getting new hairs into the
That's
game.
what I mean. I'm
I can't
heavily
wait
predicting
to put new hair on my character, I'll tell you that.
like Pyro
And
end
for
of year
Ian and his
playtest.
awesome character team and the amazing characters they showed us earlier. Absolutely fantastic. I'm going to run through this. We don't have a lot of time. I'm going to talk to you about character heads. We've talked about hair. We have talked about outfits. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the heads and our pipeline and getting us from the actors that we hire to do the photogrammetry all the way to the game characters.
This is good too.
So we have a DNA pool, expansion, and customization I'm going to be taking you through. We made a data-driven pipeline for adding new heads. So what is a DNA pool? DNA pool is just a bunch of heads that we put in the game. That way you can modify the ears, the nose, the chin, the mouth, and you could interpolate between all the different heads. A DNA pool. We want to expand the pool and allow for more selection and range. So we scanned 60 new heads for our DNA pool, 60 new heads. And we processed them internally. We also added customizable facial features, skin tones, complexion, makeup layer on top, revisited the eyes. These characters look new and they look great. All right, so our current pool, there's the 18 heads right there, but that wasn't enough. We need more. That is our new pool.
Yeah. That's good.
Very exciting. Right now in the PU, when you're playing, see that center row? You get 9 females and 9 males. And now we're going to be getting all these characters. It's for Squadron and the Persistent Universe.
Look at the bottom left.
How do we do it? Well, we partnered with Clear Angle over in Pinewood, London. And they have this thing called the Clear Angle Dorothy Scanner. The scanner improvements allows us to get shoots done in 4 weeks of sessions. Custom coded flash that just kind of does it automatically, all calibrated. In seconds. To give you an idea, our old process for doing this took hours to calibrate. This thing does it in seconds. Talk about state of the art. Average of 4 scan actors per day now. We used to be doing 1. What this means to you is we can get you characters faster. We can get you new heads faster. Polarized image data resulted in improved spec, blah, blah, blah. Those are awesome texture maps that we could put on the head. That way we could render them, make them look really good. Photogrammetry captured in raw images at 8K texture map resolutions. Hyper accurate scan results. Now, close your eyes if you're a little sensitive to light. This is the process we use to get the pictures, to build the photogrammetry, to calibrate the cameras.
What the fuck?
I don't know what the fuck this is. That does not look like her.
All right.
Shit.
So there we got.
Oh,
so we
wow.
got some characters here on the screen.
That's well done.
Those are all built using all these things that I've
Like
briefly
that
mentioned.
partner with the hair
I want
is
to talk to you a
fucking
little bit
mental.
about skin tone, though. Skin tone's tricky.
Why are they showing us this people, man?
Because we want to apply it. We want to be able to customize it. We want you to have the ability to do whatever you
Oh,
want.
that's weird as fuck.
So what you
Bro, he's
see
in the
is some
middle of the
really
Shians or
weird-looking
something,
characters.
bro.
We see a head with some yellow. Yellow's good in this case. What we're trying to do is we're trying to find the average skin
Oh,
color.
shit.
Once we find the average skin color, we can figure out what that skin tone is, and then we can apply it.
Please
The
put the
blue
hairs
means
on
it's
them now.
further away from the average skin tone. So when you apply your skin tone, it has less influence, keeping those high details, keeping the color, the blemishes, the imperfections. That middle one, that whitehead, that's where we get once we've extracted the data. It's now ready to apply the skin tone, which you see at the end.
It looks so fucking weird. At least this looks normal. But that other one was fucking weird.
Oh, I see what they're doing though.
Yeah.
All right, so here's a little more detail what I'm talking about. We knew that we were going to get a pull for these heads, this pool of all these different awesome shapes, noses, ears, lips. But now, with
Matthew,
what
you
we're
need to get-
doing
you need to
currently,
get this done for
you
yourself
can see
now.
that we have calibrated
Yeah,
all
I know,
of our,
right?
source photos of our actors. And with that, we could figure out exactly what they're supposed to look like. And then once I extract and do the average thing, I'm able to get a value. And that value translates into a skin tone. And that skin tone translates into a chart that you can customize your character
Okay,
with.
I'll be back in like 3
And
minutes.
What's great about this is as we grow our pool and we get more heads, we get more skin tones. So our skin tones aren't based on, you know, whatever it should be. What should it be? What does it look like? These are real data. These are real data that we get from these incredible clear angle scans and the incredible tech that is brought by our staff. And the skin tone will grow along with our head data and along with our heads. And there's an example of me just applying it and showing that in practice. And now here's another look. Here's a couple more characters that I put together with this stuff. And here's what's great about that. I did that with our brand new character creator, character customizer for Squadron 42. Every head you see in here, which will also be applied to the persistent universe, so all heads are in the verse. And as you can see right here, here's a little scene I put together using the outfits, using the hair, using the skin, using the heads. And I did that all with the new character creator. And here to show you that, if the live demo of the character creator, I'm going to bring back my good friend Sean Tracy.
This is going to be a good one.
Thanks, buddy. Give me. Oh, it's awesome. All right, so what's this all mean to you guys? Let's show ya. Time for live demo. All right, so I want to welcome you to the Biotic Corp Calliope machine. All right, so here you can see we've got the, whoa, I'm getting feedback. You can see we've got two body types that I can select from at any point in time. So we're going to start in right away. Now, you might recall how the character creator currently works. You would have a whole bunch of source heads from our DNA pool. we would select one of the facial shapes, and then we'd blend it up or down, depending on how much you wanted that certain facial shape. Now, this was pretty good, but it's not the most intuitive of systems. So instead, what we wanted to come up with was a much more intuitive way to control this. And what we've now introduced is sculpting mode. So it's quite interesting to know what's going on behind the scenes, and this wasn't an easy problem to solve, but our animation programmers and tech artists and everybody came together, and they figured out a way to basically make it so that from the DNA pool, we are making a selection based on what you want out of it. So it's going on between all the different options. Now, I'm going to start making some changes here right away. So I want to wind up the nose. You can see that it's all very intuitive. It's fast to use. I'm going to make the lips a little bit bigger here. There we go, something like that.
Oh, that's a heaps better
pretty
system.
Good. I'm going to adjust the brow here, maybe make a little bit of a heavier brow. Now, we can adjust the eye shape. We can go more almond eyes. We can go more oval. We can have a heavy lid. You know, I can find a whole bunch of different options within here.
Bro, this is too advanced.
So here, we're starting to look pretty good. I want to give him a little bit more of a hero chin.
Hero chin.
There we go. I'm liking that. Yes. That's cool. All right. So not to spend too much time on that, I want to show you some of the other features. And speaking of features, we go to our skin tone. So finally, you're not just selecting a preset skin tone. You can move through the whole gamut of the lookup table. And this is melanin and hemoglobin at the same time. So at the very top of it, I've got a texture slider. So instead of the whole head sort of selection, we can go between all the different textures. Now, like Forrest mentioned, we're going to have 30 of these for one body type and 30 for the other body type. So here, I'm kind of liking, what am I like? Oh, I like this one. So here, and I'm just going to set a skin tone that I kind of like. Something like that. That's cool. All right. So the next step in our skin tone is the complexion. And complexion, we've added freckles. So here I'm just blending in and I'm blending out the amount of freckles. Now I've cranked it all the way to the top,
I'm
just so
pretty
you guys can
impressed.
see
It's
it. But
a
for
small
my
part of
character here, I'm
the
gonna keep it
bigger
kinda
system.
subtle,
Because I mean, I'm
like
not
this.
that excited
Quite a few
about
of them, something like that.
character
We've also
customization,
got
but
sunspots. Now this is,
it is
you know, a
nice.
little more weathered skin. We'll give this sort of look. And we've got a whole bunch of different blemish masks planned for you guys, whether that's sunspots or liver spots or anything to that effect. Now, I'm going to give this guy kind of a weathered look because I think the skin tone looks pretty cool like that. Yeah, I'm digging that. All right, so next up, eyes. So no longer do we have the green and the brown, just the full selection. You've got a full RGB chart of what you want to select. So if you want to have bright green eyes, if you want to have hazel eyes, if you want to have blue eyes, if you want to have any of these eyes, this is all very, very nice. So again, we can go with deep browns. We can go with sort of a steely blue, which I'm kind of digging for this skin tone. I quite like that look. That's cool. Oh, well, we'll get into some funky colors. Don't you? All right. So one of the other things we've added, and it was mentioned before, we've added a makeup layer. And with the makeup layer, we're totally inclusive. Any of the body types can have makeup. Now, I don't want to spend too long on it here because we're going to get into it in a couple minutes. But I just want to show you sort of blending that in, blending that out for this particular body type. So next, as Andre talked about, we have all the hairstyles that you could want. So I'm just gonna pick a couple different ones. There's a reality for
There's
some
beards.
of us.
There's
and
fucking
another
beards.
reality for
There's
another
beards.
one of us. There it is.
Oh, there is.
That's what I want.
There's
my
fucking
reality
beards.
to be here.
Oh,
Something
yes.
like this.
Gib.
I'm digging the mohawk though for this one. He's got a bit of a Mr. T look to him. I kind of like this. Yeah, I pity the fool. All right.
There's beards. We finally got fucking beards. Yes.
So it might go without saying that we've got beards now. So if you want to select a full
fuck yes.
beard, you can select
Oh,
a full
I'm
beard. If
impressed.
you want just mutton chops, you got your mutton chops. You want your handlebar, you got your handlebar. All right. So we've got all the different beard
Where's,
types
like,
that
the
you could
proper
want, and we're
thickness
going to add
beard,
as
bro?
many as you guys really
Yeah.
want. So I'm kind of digging the full beard for this guy. Yeah, I'm digging the full beard for this guy. Even further to that, we've got eyebrow selection, which is, I mean, you could go with no eyebrows. That's a
No
very real.
eyebrows.
Yeah, you could have bushy ones. You can have a little bit more, normal, kind of straightforward ones. But it was mentioned before during the hair and with Forrest's discussion that we've got the hair dye as well. So with the hair dye, you can affect all the hair at once, and right now I've got all selected, so I can go through the gamut of all the different hair melanin that you can set. So here I'm just going to darken it up a little bit, and if I wanted to dye the facial hair, I could just dye the facial hair all by itself, setting a dye color here.
That's
like
pretty
that.
neat.
But in the end,
I'm
really
really
digging the
impressed
jet
with
black
this.
on this particular one.
Now, where's the thing that
So
said
I'm
the
gonna
color separation?
frost these tips a little bit.
Yeah.
I think that's gonna look kind of cool. Let's set a bit of a blonde here, turn up the dye amount. And then what's really cool about
the
this, and I'll
gradient.
show this in a minute, is that we can actually control the fall off of it. So again, if I just want this on the tips, I can just blend it right about here.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, this is very much the ability to make an individual character.
He looks a lot different than how that started, and I think that's actually pretty fun. Now, there's a lot of stuff in here, and I can't wait for you guys to explore it and spend as much time as you want customizing and expressing yourself as a character. So once you're done, you've got to sign off a personal declaration that the physical appearances that the calliope process has allegedly caused are okay with you.
I'm gonna make Donald Trump.
So let's go to our next body type.
Oh, we haven't seen this.
All right. So I'm gonna go to town here real fast. right away. And you might think it looks a little off or so, but I don't know. We're gonna get there. Let's make some changes here.
Bro, someone in the
Gonna
world does
adjust
look
the bridge
like
of the
that,
nose,
probably.
maybe a little bit of the cheekbones here. That's maybe a little extreme.
looks
Let's
like
go
as if she
back
sells
here.
sushi.
Something like that. And I'll make the lips a little bit smaller.
Yeah, it's kind of like the
here,
person
and
who
I'm
looks
gonna
like he's trying to
make
sell you
my
extra
chin for a little
rice.
more of a triangle kind of face here. So you can see, you can tweak to your heart's content. You can spend a
want
lot of
frogs
time
in your
doing
eyes?
this. And I don't really like the brows. I like a little bit softer of a brow for this particular
I'm
character.
really,
That's looking
really
pretty good to me,
impressed.
actually. So next, just like we did before, we go into features. We can do the skin tone. I'm going to select a certain texture here, just because we got to get going on time here. Let's go. Something around
Was this a live
here
demo?
is looking pretty good to me. Cool.
Is this
All
a live
we
demo?
go into the complexion the
Or
same
was
way
it a
that we did
pre-recorded
before.
video and he's talking alright. I wasn't
So we
listening.
start
No,
with the
no, no, no.
freckles.
This is live.
Bro.
And I kind of like a real freckled appearance on this
And
particular.
from what I gather, we're getting
And
this
I'm gonna
end of
turn down
year.
the sunspots.
Sounds
So
good,
we
man.
move forward to the eye color again.
Where they're gonna improve the menu screen
Ooh,
and that
I'm
as
really
well.
digging the green.
I would assume so. Yeah, we're gonna.
Green kind of look.
Because if
We're
they-
And
certainly
we get
in
to
the.
the makeup. Now this is where I want
We're
to
in the
spend more
process
time.
of getting
Now,
leaps and
I'm
bounds
arguably
now.
not very good at this, but I will do my absolute best to show you guys how you can use it. So first is the eyeliner. So the eyeliner, we can do any color. You can go as crazy or as chill as you want to go with this. But for this particular, I'm going to go quite dark here, just in the dark sort of fuchsias and purples.
You want chicken?
Here, we'll do in the inner lid eyeshadow. And that, I'm kind of keeping the same theme, I think. Yeah, and then we're going to do the same thing with the broad eyeshadow. So again, we can go as crazy or as calm as you want.
Yo, I know for a fact some fucker's gonna run around the verse like this.
So what I've had good success in doing is kind of having it cranked, and then I just pull it back to a little more of a natural blend, something to this effect.
Somebody's gonna go balls to the
Next
wall and
is
make an
the
absolute
lips.
Trini
We can
trash.
do the
Like,
exact same stuff on the lips.
are,
Now, what
bro.
we have is a whole bunch of different makeup
know?
masks, and you've got 3 different channels within those masks. So basically, 3 different colors that are affecting different areas of it. Now, for the lips, we can go with the same sort of theme if we wanted, and I think I'm actually kind of digging that. And let's go on the lip liner.
Imagine if he was
darker.
making his wife the whole
And then
entire
lips are a
time.
lot more glossy.
What
So
the
we can
fucking hell?
increase the gloss there, so that looks a little more like a lip gloss. Yeah, that looks pretty cool there. And then, like I was doing before, I kind of just pull it back a little bit. And there we are. So next. I think we're good. Yeah. I think we're
did
good.
you see when he moved to the?
I have no business.
You see when he
doing that,
moved the
that's for
menu?
sure.
The fucking hair
and
move.
Same thing on the hair.
Yeah.
Again, we've got a whole bunch
Yeah,
of different
they
hairstyles. These will all
sway.
be shared between the 2 body types, but for this particular demo,
That's fucking mental.
we've got the
Yeah, see?
ponytail, we've
He
got the
actually
slick
made
back
his
kind
wife.
of look.
He made a Chinese woman.
Yeah, I'm not finding one I'm really digging yet. Ah, yes.
Oh,
Yes,
God.
now we're talking. All right. So cool. Now, again, we're fully inclusive
Oh,
here, guys.
no.
So,
No.
if you want facial
No.
hair
No.
on any body
No.
type, you got facial
No.
hair on any body type. That is up to you guys.
Someone's gonna make this, and you just fucking know it.
I know, man. Oh.
So on the eyebrows, I'm just gonna leave them because we can't really see them anyways.
Oh, that's
but for the hair,
bad.
I really like dyeing this hair a certain color, sort of, something in the darker range.
Someone who's gonna take your
Trim that
Chinese order.
down. I like the nice jet black. Look at the makeup bounce out. That looks cool. I'm gonna turn up the dye though, and I'm gonna
Jesus.
try to carry my same theme.
This is
forward here.
concerning.
There we go.
Now he made a cyberpunk
And then
character.
I'm gonna give it a bit of a fall off, as we can do. So it's just on the
Oh
tips there.
boy.
So let's see that in action.
Wonderful, man. I like the separation of the pink and the black.
All right.
Oh, sorry, purple and the
So
black.
now, at first, we weren't sure about that character, right? But in the end, I think she turned out, definitely. So you go to a review, sign off your declaration again, and head to game. So, I'm really lucky to be able to sit in front of this. And again, it was a huge amount of work from tech art, engineering, designers, and specifically the squadron feature team that has done all this work. And one of the cool things to note is that we use this now internally as a tool. That's why it's me up here demoing this. This is our tool internally for creating all these heads, for creating all the NPCs in the verse. Because as Chris put it one time, he doesn't want his NPCs to look lame. He wants them to look cool. And this gives you cool looking characters. Thanks a lot, guys.
Fucking hell.
The gown guy, bro. Bro, this is what happened yesterday in this stream. wasn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah. They put the soccer ball through the thing.
It works. All right, we're behind on schedule, so let's welcome the Life in the First Person crew. Take it away. I'll be here. I'm busy.
The crowd fucking erupted with this too. They're like, where the fuck's that ball going?
Life in the first person.
This is all the
Hello,
like
everyone.
interactions and probably props in that too.
It's a.
This should be really good.
No. It's a real pleasure to be here at Citizencon in person. I've had so much fun. Thank you all.
Yo, his
But
lisp is pushing
my name
me
is
away.
Jens. I'm here from Manchester. I'm going to talk to you about some improvements to play traversal. So we're going to start in 0G, where we've been rebuilding the EVA experience from ground up. So the first thing you should see is that we've made the exit from gravity less disorientating.
That's pretty cool.
Oh, we're going to face plant.
Oh.
We made it.
Smooth.
All right, so we made the re-entry much more forgiving.
Oh.
So this EVA has a new prone lateral pose, and this is really important to us because it allows us to get close to surface.
Yeah, for the
And it
crawl
allows us to
stuff.
walk
They
across.
showed this last year, by the way.
So we can see that in this video
Yeah,
here.
because we're supposed to be able to crawl on surfaces, like hold and pull ourselves along.
But this looks much more.
That
Okay,
was-
and as it goes to the end, we're going to
Refined now,
jump
looks
up.
much
Okay, here we
smoother.
go.
Oh,
Into that.
shit,
And
yeah.
this smaller profile
Let's get into spaces we couldn't get into before, or not easily with the old EVA.
Yes.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Thread the needle.
Yes, first
And
person
also,
races.
the collision is much more forgiving. We're going to slide off at slower speeds, so we're not going to be spinning away.
This is
Okay,
cool.
big reveal. Love this station.
Wait, this is the Ruin
amazing.
Station, bro?
Yeah, this
And
is
we're also
ruined.
adding
Yeah.
grips, so in interiors, you might be able to hold on to grips to do interactions.
Oh, yes.
And walk
Can I
between the
do
grips to
cartwheels in
get
space,
better
though?
control.
Well,
now-
they've just mentioned grips, so
Thank you
when
very
you switch
much.
off gravity, you're going to be able to hold things now.
So now
Oh,
prone
this is so much better.
has long been a problem motion set for us, right? But taking these EVA posing solutions we saw, we can now rotate around the camera without any lateral translation. So we're not rotating around the hips anymore. And it allows you to aim much better. We're also not moving the body, so we don't need to worry about the external collisions anymore. Right? We're not going to get pushed around. Of course, prone isn't all about looking around. We want to traverse as well. So we're going to head down this vent. And here we put in a new collision style. So this is all about letting you have control in narrow, small spaces, smaller than this. We're going to be able to push around the corners. We're going to go around tight bends. And we're going to be able to reliably go up and down slopes. And this is where prone led the way. So we then took this and we put it into the EVA. So if I turn off gravity here, which I'm not going to do, but if I did, the EVA would have been able to traverse the exact same place. And by having these motion sets so similar, we can exchange success between them. And that could then be done to other horizontal sets, like prone light sets, for example, like the water world showed it yesterday. We might be able to take you swimming there one day. So. Okay, we're going to move up from the horizontal to the vertical. So with ladders, we put in some new subtle and significant improvements.
Yeah, because we're
so
able
we've got
to
midpoint markups.
Yeah,
As you
do
enter the
that,
ladder
and we're
is
able to
anywhere.
turn around and jump between, like there in a ledge as well. They
We're
were
going to
going
let
to
you
work
look
on that.
around so you can
Yeah.
do 360s.
Yeah,
We're
it's
going to let you
smooth.
lean on the ladders so that you can avoid obstacles or peek around corners. And this is all
Shit,
a full
yes.
new animation set. It looks amazing, especially with
Yeah.
all this beautiful star cloth. You know, you got both the hood and the cape there. It
I'm
looks amazing.
impressed.
Okay, so with combat, we wanted to add more speed to the encounters. So what we've done is we've removed the weapon penalty, so you can move at the same speed with and without the weapon out. We've reduced the inertia, so you're going to be able to push up to your desired speed faster. And this is already in 320 and 321, and we got more things like this to come.
Wait, what?
Right, so I didn't just want to talk about improvements. I've hinted at swimming, but I'm going to show you a different feature, right? So, sliding. So, with the power slide, you inject
Yes.
the burst of speed.
Yes! I could do my slide cancelling now.
This doesn't just take you from A to B faster. You're going to have a reduced profile. You become a smaller target. It doesn't come for free. You know, you're sprinting, so that's going to cost you stamina. You're sliding, that's going to add some stamina cost. And when
Someone's
I do
gotta
it back
find a
to
glitch
back
for
like
slide
this,
clamps.
my heart
That's
rate is
slide
just
cancelling.
pumping, right? So you got to be a bit careful. You can't just
It's all
slide
gonna
it
become
the
COD as
whole way
people jump
from
around.
the hubs to the spaceport. Okay, so another thing that is really important to us is that with the slide, it's a short duration, but we want interactivity as soon as possible. And that's true for all our motion sets. We're going to go through all of them and give you interactivity. So with the slide, we want you to be able to aim around as soon as possible. The moment you hit the ground, you're going to be able to aim around, all right? And the direction is locked. So if I was to slide from one end of the stage to the other, I would be sliding this way, but I'd be looking this way, right? Look at you guys, hey. But while I'm sliding, I can hip fire. And as I come out in the exit, I can ADS, I can lean. I could go back to sprint right away. So I could do back-to-back slides, like we saw in the last video. Okay, so moving beyond traversal, just to finish this section, I want to talk about new hazard. Now, you saw this yesterday in the UI demo.
Yes. Yeah, I want to actually go back and look at that UI demo because apparently there was new missions and shit.
Yeah.
That's it.
Wait, did you not watch yesterday's?
Okay,
last
radiation,
bit?
right. So radiation,
No.
For that, it's a new addition to
I gotta
the
go back and
access
check it all
data
out.
system, and we need to look at the bottom
I'm
left
gonna do
here.
that when
so in
the
the
lunch
middle,
break
you
rolls
got the
around.
amount of
I'll sit and
radiation
watch that.
being pushed on your body. If you have a
Oh, what did
directional
they do to
source, it's based on
Pico?
your body surface and your distance to that source. So by going behind the cover here, I can completely cut off all the radiation. So I can use that. And
The
then
radiation's
on
kinda
the
cool.
left, we have an icon that has
Yeah.
a shield around it. Now, that shield works in two ways. Right? First of all, it
Okay,
comes
so
from your
there's a rad
outfit, so
shield now.
depending on what you're wearing, you're going to have a better or less accurate shield, right? It has a threshold. As long as your radiation doesn't exceed the threshold, the shield will hold true. It'll scrub all the radiation off, and you can stay there as long as you like.
Yeah,
But
that's
as
fucking
the
cool.
shield starts peeling off, when the radiation gets higher, the shield will peel off. And the radiation sickness kicks in right at the end of the video here, and my health just deteriorates super, super quick. So yeah, that's not great. Okay, so we're gonna see some more radiation in the next section. So I would like to welcome Inesh up on the stage. Thank you very much, everyone.
In for this.
Why are we showing that? Okay. Hello everyone, my name is Inês and I'm a gameplay programmer here at CIG. And I'm here today to tell you all about, thank you. I'm here today to tell you all about the features we've been working on to improve the player interaction experience with the physical objects in the world. So let me start by telling you what we've made to make it easy for you to identify and interact with
This
the
I never
objects in the
liked.
world.
I never
We
fucking
have
liked
introduced
this.
the new interaction prompts, which are AR cards
Yeah, I
that
never
appear
liked
over
it,
the
and it's
objects as the
currently in
player
now
can
in
steer
some
them.
degree.
This
Fucking hate
combined
it.
scanning will help the
I think it's
player
much
to
cleaner
easily
and easier
identify the interactable
It's
objects. in the
cleaner. I'll give you that, and maybe it'll grow on me. I don't know, but I really enjoyed holding F to interact. That was just me.
You'll have a smarter detection and selection as you move around and look
Oh,
at the scene.
it's a nightmare.
So
I
the
know.
prompts will show you the active interaction and the key bind that you can use to quickly trigger it, like you see on the pictures. So we are trying to minimize the friction of the player to interacting with these objects. You no longer have to go into interaction mode to bring up the cursor and drag it over and to select
I'm not even
using the
surprised.
interface. So we're removing that. So what happens if an object has more than one interaction? Well, for that, you can just simply hold F, and this will bring you the new interaction wheel. So this is our new interaction wheel. It will be focusing on the item. And you can see that up to 2 of the interactions have a star icon. So this is related to another system that you are bringing to you that we call in the default item actions. So this allows us to have a primary interaction, that's the one that shows on the prompt, and a secondary interaction. So these are default actions that you can easily trigger using shortcuts. So these actions will change based on the combination of the item, the player, and the environment state. And although designers do choose the default actions that we bring to you, you are fully able to customize them to fit your preferences and playing style. So let's take a look at this in action. Here you can see the prompts that change depending on your focus. So let's bring up the wheel. And I really like my plushes, so I want to inspect them when I find them around. So I'm changing that to my primary. And you'll see that does not affect only the item they're interacting with, but any item that falls into the same category.
Wait, what does it mean by primary and secondary?
So there's 2 stars on the interaction wheel.
Yep.
There's store and carry, so you can switch those to one being primary, one being secondary. So, for example, you could then have the primary as inspect for everything, or store for everything.
Focus was to bridge the disconnection between
So you don't have to hold F to select it.
In a fully physicalized world that we want to provide you,
This is neat.
a tactile experience is very important to sell the experience. So we introduced a new system that allows us to play animations.
People have
on the
been
player
wanting this for
actually
ages.
reaching out and physically touch the objects in the world.
So how did elevator stuff work then?
Oh, you'd still be touching
goal
it.
was to give you a better immersion, but at the same time minimizing the friction and the control we take away from you. So this really was an exercise between code, design, and animation to give you the best experience possible. Let's see some of this in action.
Yes, this is what I want to see.
And you know, pressing buttons has never been so satisfying and fun. And you know, I just kind of like go.
She's using breath or something, bro.
And okay, so let's continue with this theme of tactile experiences. The next thing I want to talk to you about are usable interactables. So usables are objects that have existed in our game for a very long time. And you know, designers have had a variety of tools to build these really interesting and complex sequences for the AI. But up until now, what we could do for the player was very limited. So this past year, we've been building up our tools that provided for designers that designers could build these really interactive experiences but for the player. And the advantage of using the usable system is that anything that the player will be able to do, the AI will also be able to do. So let's have a look at a simple demo that one of our designers put together to see what we can now achieve. So in this scenario, the player has to go forward but can't go forward because of the toxic water. So he has to go over to the valve to turn off the water. So before we could maybe play a simple animation when you interacted, but now designers can give full manual control to you. So you, by pressing specific inputs, you will be driving the system. So, but this is not enough. We needed to be able to give designers a way to translate what the player is currently doing and affect other objects in the world in specific ways. So this is what is happening here. As the player is turning the valve, is controlling the flow of the water that's coming from the pipes. And what should happen when the player is no longer in control? Do we want to keep the state, revert back to the initial one, or maybe trigger something else altogether? Well, it's up to designers to define the type of experience they want to bring to you.
This mission is going to be so annoying.
So let's...
Yeah, believe it.
Finally, turn off the water. Turn off that valve. Rush over before that broken valve.
Leg it,
and then
leg it.
See another small example. Oh.
Is that her breathing or the character
see another
breathing?
small example.
No,
where
that's
you
her.
won't be able to open the door by a press of a button, but you have to manually interact with that pump and manually open
See that
it.
first person
So
scan?
you have to time your inputs to slowly open the door.
Okay.
That was yesterday's
A
second
small
part when you
taste
left,
of the
basically,
level
after
of
the
interactivity
Yeah.
that we can now have with these objects. We
I
have
like
really nice
this.
results
This is
for
neat.
Squadron, for the mess hall line, and you know, I can't wait to see what the PU designers will create and bring up to your hands.
I'm gonna have so much to catch up on.
Yeah, I think that talk was
I'm
about
impressed.
an hour and a half.
Thanks.
Yeah, it should have been about
Okay,
that.
let's quickly talk about kiosks and terminals. And let's be honest, it's really hard to interact and get a good view of this one.
This is all set in Pyro
we have
too.
created
So we're all
small
seeing
little
bits of
changes
Pyro.
to make it easier for you.
It's kind of cool.
We've created a new focus mode that will walk the player to perfectly align with the kiosks. So we can better perfectly frame the screen on the viewport. At this point, the interactive screen will steal the input focus until you actively chooses to leave. So let's take a look at this in action.
See, I'm probably not going to like this either. I like the fact that
When you
we...
trigger it, and like,
Yeah, see, I preferred the ability to kind of stand and interact without interacting.
It will make it much easier for you to interact with its skill.
It's nice, but at the same time, I'm not a big fan of it.
And you know, finally, let's talk about looting. This is our new looting screen. It's not replacing the inventory, but it will be used when you're looting a body or any other lootable
Neat.
that you find in the world. It was specifically designed to
much
improve
easier
this
than what it is right
experience.
now.
So since looting is a common action during FPS combat, especially if you haven't fully prepared ahead, we wanted to make it as easier and quick as possible. So you could
Makes
spend
sense.
the minimum amount of time to grab any items you need from your target.
Yeah.
So it displays the current loadout and a simplified version of the inventory.
I understand it,
Looting
trying to make it quicker.
favors speediness, while the inventory is there so you can fully manage your loadout. So we're still actively working on it, and this is especially on the
So
UI
the bottom
and
one's
art,
our
but I
one,
want
right?
to give
And the
you a
top one
little
is the
sneak
enemy.
peek how this all
Yeah.
works. Okay, let's go over to so you see the player loadout is on items are on the bottom, the target is on the top.
Okay.
You can hover if you hover the
I'm not a
different
major
widgets,
fan
you
of it, but
see
it's
a tooltip
okay.
that with the different quick actions you can do.
Oh,
You
this
can
is
just
easy.
simple press. Yeah, it'll be so much easier. So yeah, you can quickly press to just equip or swap. You can even use your mouse wheel if you want to change the target. You can drop anything, store anything, just really quick actions. And you'll see in a minute that we also can trigger
you don't
ammo
like this because I know
repooling.
you like
So
to
this
put
will
the
grab
med pen
all
into your
available
armor
ammo, either from your
manually.
target
Yeah.
or from
I
your
know you like that
inventory, and
feature.
we'll fill up the magazines
Yeah.
in your loadout and
Wait, can you
drop
put the
and get
pistol
rid of
in the
any empty
inventory?
magazines. So yeah,
I understand
looking
it's for
really good.
looting and it's not replacing the inventory system. It's
Yeah, so it's
just
looking
for,
really good, and I can't wait
you know, in the middle of a gunfight,
So
need
that's
to be
all
able to
from
do
me,
something
so thank you
quick.
so much for listening, and I hope you have a great time.
Yeah. Oh, this should be alright. Weaponware.
Stealth gameplay and weapon.
Right, hello everyone. For those who cannot remember, my name is Jens, and I'm now going to talk to you about some changes we made to our stealth gameplay, and I'm going to give you an update on weaponware.
You gotta love this one.
Right, so
Yeah,
takedowns
that's
is an
gonna be good.
important part of our stealth encounters. So this is where we're going to add some
Assassination.
player skill progression. So it's going to move you through different
Oh,
action sets.
oh,
You're going to
yes.
start off as strong.
Yes.
I wanted.
You might fail.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, this sort of added
Oh,
time and the
yes.
extra noise you're making is really going to increase the risk of detection. You're going to get faster the more you do it.
Yeah.
And
So
then
it's a
you're gonna
skills
reach
progression.
maximum efficiency.
When are we getting this?
Check this one out. So he's so fast you can barely see him do it, and then he guides the body to the floor, so it makes almost no noise.
Yeah, so
right?
novice level, fail.
Oh, so it's like a level
We're
that
going to
you need to
explore some more
improve on,
variation
basically, like a
beyond
skill.
You need to improve on
unarmed
it.
and our knife takedowns,
Yeah.
Yes,
like
finally.
sedative injection
When are we
pens
getting this?
and contextual takedowns. So this guy on the railing here, let's see
Takedown.
what
I
we
love
can do about
takedowns,
it.
bro.
Or I'm over. Oh. That
So
was
by
still
using the
impressive.
environment,
Bro,
we can
Raf,
make a
all
more,
I'm
we
saying
can
is
do a
you
more
need to get a
efficient
knife
takedown
and
that
then
maybe our
just
skill level
sneak around
wouldn't
and you
allow.
get a gun easily, bro.
And it certainly
That's
looks
how
a
it
lot
is.
cooler. And we're going to be able to use this to get to enemies that might be otherwise difficult to get to with our normal takedowns, like a pilot strapped into his pilot seat, you know, sneak up on him and take him out. Okay, so in that last video, we incapacitated that enemy a lot. I'm going to introduce you to a new weapon.
Oh.
New item, sorry. And
There's
that's
better
the
be like
restraints.
tasers and shit.
So with the restraints,
Oh,
okay, let's
yes.
break 'em down
Oh,
for
the non-lethal shit, yeah?
One more.
Yeah, this is handcuffs or restraints.
Okay, so with the restraints, we're going to turn him over. We're going to cuff his
Look.
hands. We're going to cuff his legs.
Oh, yes. This is like bounty.
Yeah.
Oh,
The hawk,
fuck yeah.
The cutlass blue?
Yeah,
Now, if he
and
wakes up, he can't chase us down.
one of the
right?
Avengers.
But he could call out for help. So what we're going to do
Stalker,
as
yeah.
well is we're going to add places in the environment where you can stash a body. You can hide them, either unconscious or dead.
This is going like
Oh.
you know
Easier
the
to
Hitman
remain
game?
undetected and keep you in that
Yeah.
bubble.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
what they're trying to copy, basically.
Now,
Or
this
not
is
copy,
another
but
thing we talked about in
implement.
the UI demo.
Yeah.
Which is the ping, and we saw it in Inesh's presentation.
Can you imagine how much
did a
fun we would
short
have
ping
just
to
hunting
highlight
Brad down,
a
handcuffing him and throwing him in the back of somewhere and just leaving him there?
allow you now to charge up that ping, and by doing so, we can see further.
You take him
and we
down,
can see
right?
through
I mean, this-
obstacles,
you just,
and we can populate
destruct his vehicle,
more information
basically.
into our data bank
Self-destruct.
that then shows up in our
With his cargo and
box
shit.
arts here. So you get the name,
Shit, that's
and you
cool.
maybe get the
Yeah, they
race and
showed
maybe
us
the
this
faction.
yesterday.
And you can use this information to figure out where is the weak link, which enemies can I take down without being discovered. There's a risk here, okay? So there's a charge up time, means you can't do it all the time. It's going to recharge slowly. You
And you
see
get
the bar at
noticed
the
faster
top
as well,
slowly
apparently.
going down. Until
You
that
use a
goes
big-
all the way
Yeah,
down, I
makes
can't
sense.
ping. I can't even do a short ping. And it's going to spike my emissions or my signature. So an enemy with the right equipment or tech level might discover me. Okay,
But they haven't showed us
so
that yet, getting noticed by
let's
the ping.
move on to some
Yeah.
talk about weaponware. So
Ooh,
here we're going to
yes.
see a simulation of a weapon getting more and more worn over time. We're going to expand this beyond weapons to other FPS items like your armor, your clothing, your helmets. In actual game, this would be triggered by weapon usage, right? So the more you fire your gun, the more worn it's going to get. And this is going to affect its efficiency.
It's kind of cool. You see it a
It's
lot
gonna
on
affect
there.
its reliability,
Yeah.
and it's going to reduce its resale value.
Oh!
Each item is going to wear at its own rate and persist at its own rate. So you could have a worn rifle with a pristine scope or a pristine rifle with a worn scope.
That's kind of cool.
No, but is there a way to, like, restore them or
There you
anything
go.
like that?
Yeah, there will be.
So the geometry isn't the only thing they're going to change as your weapon wears. So here we're going to see a pristine Gemini pistol in the little window and a worn one in the big window. And you can see the visual effects. It's belching out smoke here because it's
Yeah.
very worn, right? It's telling you, you know, it's time to get this one changed. And you should be able to hear the audio
Changed?
as well.
I wanna
It's
repair
get
it, bro.
growlier.
I wanna
Yeah.
rank some kills on my weapon. give me a stat.
Okay,
check.
on to some consequences. So, it's not all visual, so we're going to start with misfire. So the first thing that's going to happen is you press the trigger, your gun doesn't fire. The second thing that happens in this video,
Oh! Oh!
you got...
I love this.
I hope you guys know what's happening. So he goes, and then he goes click. That's the bullet getting lodged in the chamber, right? So we got to fix it. So
That's
it's telling
cool.
us to fix it. We're hitting the button, our
these are
enemy's
all
firing
ballistic
on us.
weapons.
So
We'll
you've got
have
some
to lasers
options.
then.
You don't have to fix it. You could holster your gun. You could pull out a new gun. You could use that new looting interface that Ines showed to grab a better gun.
That's cool.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to finish this section with the features that's tangentially related to wear, and that's the dirt accumulation. So here again, we're going to see a simulation of dirt accumulating over time on the same rifles we saw before. But in the actual game, this would be based on your activities and the environment you're in. So if you're running around in a sandstorm, you're rolling in mud, you leave your gun outside proper storage, it's going to accumulate dirt. And that's going to increase the rate at which it wears. So the dirtier your gun is, the faster it will wear out. And this is true for other biome accumulations, like frost. So let's take a look at this one as well. Oh, or not. Okay, so yeah, so in the future it's going to be really important that you keep your guns clean and repaired. I'm now going to welcome Zach on stage, and he's going to talk
Okay,
to
so he
you
did say
more
clean,
about the
so-
FPS weapons. Thank you very much.
But, you know,
Yeah,
one
I'm
thing
pretty impressed.
Yeah, you know one thing I didn't understand yesterday's stream was, you know, the water one where the
Hello,
ship flies over the water.
I'm Zach Priest. I'm
Yeah.
a
How come
senior FPS
the
game
water doesn't
designer.
go
I'm
in the
here to share some
window
of the
of the-
new
like, of
interesting
the ship,
FPS things
basically?
we have to bring you. So, if you
Like
play modern
splashes
shooters, you'll have noticed the quality
find
bar
the
has gone
water.
through the roof in recent years. Things from visual
dunno.
recoil to VFX, just overall general weapon feel. As you know, we recently did a pass on our weapons to get them a bit more up to speed, but we couldn't hit that quality bar that we really wanted to. Because guns are violent in nature, we couldn't portray that as much as we wanted to. So, we made a new tool. And it allows us to show the violent nature of weapons while, creating greater weapon-to-weapon variety, So, this new tool also integrates better with other systems. For example, you just saw like wear and dirt and things like that. And I'm extremely proud to show you the new weapon recoil. So this is the old P4. It kind of falls a bit flat. You're not really getting that like oomph that you want, but you've probably shot this a million times. Now the new P4, it has these nice little bop downs, and you feel it getting close to the camera, and the overall aggression of the weapon is a lot more there. It feels a lot more visceral when you fire it. This new tool gives us granular control over the movements of the weapon. So essentially what we have in one of our tools now is almost an animation tool where we can control the rotation and the location of things. So this is the old PA SMG. This is a new one.
That's with the new scopes.
And in general, it's bringing the house down now. So recoils are just, in general,
custodian.
easier to tweak now. And they're a lot more impactful, and we can create weapon variety
That's impressive.
in just far new, more and interesting ways.
Yeah.
Cool.
Can't no. I'll never use this piece of shit.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Cheers.
IDS.
We also have
Clones.
new procedural animation over our ADS. So previously, as if you play right now, you basically have a linear pose-to-pose transition. And sure, it's there, but now we layered some of this procedural stuff on top. So for example, if you have an SMG, it can come up a lot quicker, it can flick up, you feel really cool. LMGs can be a lot more heavy. So before it basically just do, move from pose to pose, but now we can keep it longer down here, bring it up slowly, and overall it just feels like you've got an LMG or it feels like you've got an SMG. We're just using things like, ease in and ease outs and just give more life to the overall weapon.
Mm.
Oh. There we go. And we also have new iron sights. So sci-fi weapons are chonky. They're full of detail. They look really cool, but a lot of that detail can potentially get in the way sometimes. So you've seen this is a change to the Kana, where we have raised the weapon sight and given what we call the target acquisition window more room to breathe. So if you're aiming at somebody, you can just generally see a lot more. So optics aren't a crutch anymore. So you can see this on the Ravager, and you can see this on the Custodian.
I actually like the circle bit.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Weapon functionality changes. So as you imagine with the new recoil tool, we're going to do a pass on all the existing weapons. They're going to look and feel great. But what,
LH86 is full auto. Arclight's now
some
burst.
things don't necessarily,
Ugh.
align with their
Fucking hated
manufacturer,
burst
right?
shotgun.
You look at something
Or
like
burst pistol.
Gemini pistol. Now, Gemini overall, it's rule of cool. That's what Gemini is supposed to be. So the LH86 pistol should be fully automatic, realistically. So we have a video to show you of the pistol. And as you can see, it goes ballistic when you fire it. The magazine count is also increased to allow for that just crazy feeling. That
Yeah, she's a bit quick.
Cool. Cool. Thank you very much. Right, and moving on to our new Vault weapons.
Oh, these are new.
Oh, it's the other video.
Just
That's the
scopes.
optic one. There you go. Thank you. These are the Vault weapons. So Vault is primarily based around controlling a heat of a weapon.
That's
These
cool.
weapons have the potential to overheat. And if they overheat, you'll be unable to fire.
That's pretty neat.
And they will enact differently. So some weapons will just basically be beams from the get-go. Some will go into beams. Like you see, this one goes into a beam once it reaches a certain level of heat. And it's really fun because these are quite powerful weapons, and you basically want to manage the heat and keep it in that ideal spot. Okay, cool. And scope improvements. Cool. Now this was shown yesterday, but I want to dig in a little bit more with this one.
Why Jared's coming on the stage?
Yeah.
Ooh. So to get if anyone plays a modern FPS, they know the optics are just gorgeous now. In all modern shooters, they look fantastic. And as you can see, we have zoomed in optics in the center. So and then we have other things like parallax, like you see in real life. And they look gorgeous. And so in general, all our sights and scopes have been overhauled to be more realistic with things like parallax, pincushion distortion, and things you'd expect from having a scope in general. And it differs manufacturer to manufacturer, right? So some things are purely digital, some things are purely physical. So if you get hit by an EMP grenade, for example, or using something like a television sight, like something like Cluey might have, then your optic would turn off. Right.
What about
Thank
thermal scopes?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting.
Cool. And weapons are ultimately as only good as they sound. I'll be quiet for this next bit, But as you know, we've done a lot of work on our audio propagation systems and just in general how guns sound. We've also switched out some noises and made them feel a lot more beefy.
Oh, my favourite, the old FS9. That's sexy.
Fantastic.
I
think all of California heard us there. So, backpack reloading. In real-life combat scenarios, you often grab magazines from other surplus areas. I want to simulate that in our game. So, to show you this, we have something called backpack reloading. If you run out of ammo in Star Citizen, you have to open a menu, put things on. It's a little bit clunky, it's a little bit awkward. So if you have magazines in your backpack, you will now be able to grab them at the price of a longer reload animation.
That's fair.
You will also be able to tell when you have a backpack reload coming up because it will be displayed on the inventory with the backpack symbol. So there's no surprises, no catching of. You have all the information you need. And this has been shown, and it has been teased a little bit, the dynamic crosshair. Now, no more third-party dynamic crosshair, well, crosshairs now. So, if you have a look at this, this is our new crosshair. It's a crosshair that fits the aesthetic of Star Citizen. It's a crosshair that follows the barrel of the weapon, so you'll see exactly where a bullet is going to land. And it's projected from the visor using AR. Some visors won't have access to this crosshair, but some will use modified combat lenses. So if you don't want to use the crosshair, you can just use a different visor. As you can see, it works with recoil, and overall it just looks gorgeous.
Yeah, it's nice. I'm not a big fan of it, but yeah, it works.
Cheers.
It fits in line with other FPSs.
And on to more data things, we're going to provide an improved PvE experience. The accuracy calculator for NPCs is coming over from Squadron 42. Some people have been playing it in the venue in here, and I've been harassing them, whoever's doing the hangar mission, to get their feedback, and it has been overwhelmingly positive. We also have new NPC archetypes, what we're temporarily calling the Juggernaut, which is basically a very high damage resistant enemy that has an LMG or a shotgun. As soon as they see you, they fire, they walk up to you. And overall, it's been playing amazingly, and I'm really happy for you guys, well, I'm really excited for you guys to get your hands on it at one point. PvP, we want to increase the time to kill. This allows for more varied weapon balancing. You know, we can lay into like sort of different aspects of the element more. It leads to higher skill ceiling and less unfair deaths. It will no longer be a game of whoever shoots whoever first. Speaking of which, force reactions. We're reworking them. We're aware it's frustrating, and we are going to rework the system to work beautifully. And we're also working on some other highly requested PvP changes. I'm very happy to say a lot of this work has been dialed in. Squadron 42 is in a very good state, and we're bringing this to you soon. Now, over to the AI director, Fran, to share some exciting updates on combat AI.
Hi, everybody. So, I'm Francesco Roccucci, as you said, and I'm the AI director in CIG. It's a great pleasure to be here with all of you guys. It's fantastic. So what we're going to do today is to explore how all the work we've done for Squadron 42 is going to flow into the Star Citizen experience. So we wanted to make the AI presentation about how you guys are going to experience the tech and the features we have been working on. So from the player perspective, you've seen how many new opportunities you have. And now it's interesting to see how the NPC are going to react to that. So the goal of Star Citizen is to build a breathing and living environment where your actions matters, and the NPC you will find in the universe needs to have the same opportunities and same limitations that you have. So when we play a game, we want you to spend the time that feels memorable, that feels special, right? Something you can remember and talk about. So we want you to give you a challenge to overcome, but also a challenge that is fun and doesn't feel repetitive and boring. So when we look at FPS encounter, we want to build variety. We want to give the designers, like Zach, the ability to craft combat scenarios, not just to put NPC in the level. And we need to make sure that he can tweak something such that he can experience the unique play style and the play space that you have. So Star Citizen can benefit from tons of unique environments. So for those environments, we want you to have different type of fun. So what we look at today is some of the tools that they have to achieve this goal and bring the AI to the next level. So the first tool we're going to look at today is the NPC trait system. So we spoke about this in the past, and we have now available for designers the initial set of traits they can use to influence the behaviors. So those are some of the ones that are available to the designers. Today we're going to focus on the combat traits, because we have traits that also apply to the peaceful situation and the social environment, but those are the ones that influence NPCs during a combat scenario. And traits, you can imagine them as characteristics NPCs have or don't have. So through the usage, we can make sure the combat feels different from one encounter to another. Traits in tech-wise, are just traits and tags that we can apply to character instance, character classes, but code can also apply them automatically based on specific rules. For example, if you see somebody with a rocket launcher, those will apply, an example, the sentry trait automatically, because those weapons are weapons that work well at range, so you want them to not push forwards to you. So they allow to block, or actually, they allow or they block specific section of the behaviors to run, but they also influence the likelihood of some logic to happen, or they modify the outcome of specific actions. So let's imagine we want to model a pirate faction, something that you can actually experience in the Pyro playground. So we want them to feel aggressive, but also not very trained. They are not very military. So how do we do it with the traits? We can start adding to this faction either the aggressive or reckless trait. Those are traits that increase the risky behaviors. So for example, fighting more in open space or expose themselves longer when they are in cover. We can then assign to some of those pirates the ignore fire obstruction trait. As you've seen, for example, in Chris Rain's presentation during the CTG demo, we have now destructible environment. So what the NPC will try to do is to keep shooting at the position the enemy has been hiding into. So you will see destroying environment, but you will also see them being less careful and managing their ammos. For others, we could use the undisciplined trigger finger trait. So this trait is, for example, meant to convey the inability to control their weapon when they are emotionally engaged in the fight. And what it will cause is them to trigger the weapon much longer also just a bit longer compared to what the behavior is asking. So being bad at preserving their ammo means they will also run out of bullets much quicker. So this offers interesting opportunities for players because they can now shoot at them while they reload or while they scavenge the environment. So traits are building blocks we can use to define how character, faction, or encounter should feel. And designer can now create a wide variety of encounters for you guys to enjoy the game. So I want to paint a picture for you guys. So this is the bunker mission in Pyro, right? And we have a set of enemies that are defending the environment. So this is imagine an infiltrate and destroy mission. Those guys are there defending the bunker. You need to take it over. You need to basically kill them all. You are now fighting against enemies that they defend the environment. So before we go to the next slide, imagine the same environment, very similar enemies, but different traits, same behavior. So now you are defending an environment and they are aggressive towards the environment. They want to take it. So what you will see here is that created a mix of enemies, some equipped with, for example, shotgun and aggressive traits. Now they will push towards you. They will force you to take actions and to react to them. They reload. Some will cover up. Obviously, this is with God mode on, so Zach was not dying. So this is possible to set up with a tick of a box. But this is not just enemies, because in Star Citizen, we want you to hire your own crew members. And those crew members, those characters, will have different personalities, different traits, different training level that they can build up. But when you look at their traits, we want you to see their strengths and their weaknesses so that you can pick the one that either match your playstyle or compensate your playstyle.
Wait, did he just say crew members?
So one good thing that we want to show you today is the medic. So there are some NPCs that can carry obviously med pants, but not everybody is able to use it well or wants to use it in a specific encounter. So we want to tweak this, and we have the medic trait. Here we combine a lot of the tech that we have spoken in the past, usable tech, behavior tech. And as Jens showed you, players now can just not only kill enemies, because before our NPCs would just die, but now you can take them down, you can restrain them. So the hyperception is to carry all this information about the different actor states. So he needs to know if he's down, but if he's still alive, or if it's just, somebody that you need to wake up. So a medic in the regular combat flow can, when it's safe to do so, and at the right time, attempt to heal his mate that can be helped. So now you can imagine guard patrolling the environment, you take down a character, the guard finds this body on the ground. He doesn't know if he's alive or not. So he can go there, he can check it, check the pulse, see the state, and if he can be helped, he can basically execute the right healing process. If he needs a med pen, he will use the med pen. If he needs to shake him to wake him up, he will shake him up. And if he needs to unrestrain him, he will unrestrain him. And your crew members can also do the same with you. So if you are down in critical condition, they can come and help you out. We'll see now an example of this, where two factions are fighting, and you will see that at the right time when the guy retreats, this guy can go there and heal his mate. And obviously, he needs to pick up a new weapon because he just dropped it. So as we mentioned before, and as you've seen here, NPC can run out of bullets, but can also lose their weapons. So what we have to do right now is that, first of all, we want NPCs to have a concrete ammo pool to use. We don't want infinite ammos anymore. So the ammo pool is actually constructed by the ammos the NPC carry in their weapons, the one that they carry, the one that might have, and all the magazines they carry. They don't have any more bullets out of that. So NPC must properly use those items to fight. And the longer the engagement, the more likely it is they will run out of bullets and they will have to scavenge the environment. How do they do that? It's through the NPC, the usable system, as you've seen with Ines as well, Ines' presentation. You see that anything the player can interact with, the NPCs actually can, in the same exact way. So the dead bodies can be looted, same as dropped weapons. Ammo crates will have physically inside some weapons, magazines. They can provide you with items. An NPC can understand where you can find ammos that are actually functioning with their own weapons. And they actually can decide. For example, if it's better to reach an ammo crate and gather some new ammos, or if that is too far or towards the enemy, they can decide to pick up another weapon. So you will see that. Also already in Pyro, you might see it. And once they decide to do so, obviously they don't have bullets, so they cannot fight you. What they can do, they can also switch to their sidearms. And the sidearms is less effective, obviously, compared to the primary weapon, but it is still better than nothing for them to protect themselves while they go around and they loot the environment. So we'll see here an example where some NPC run out of bullets. Obviously, in this video, we give them a chance to go and loot as well. And this is a proper ammo crate that allows them to get back magazines. And another NPC arrives, and he will loot the dead body. This is the same dead body you might be able to loot, and you will not find ammos after that. But you will probably find it in the other one once you kill it. So, last but not least, Another tool in the FPS arsenal is grenades. Grenades are a great tool. NPC can now fully react and use grenades in the environment. So grenades are a great tool, especially when an NPC needs to counter a player that is camping or a player that is hiding or saying a location that the NPC cannot reach. So grenade force the movement and keep the action going. But they're also very dangerous. You've seen in Ali's presentation and my presentation that a grenade can make electronics explode, ignite a fire, and then the fire can propagate in the environment. So NPCs needs to properly understand the environment and not jump into the fire and get damaged. So how do we do that? Is we have a new full system to handle hazards. Basically, hazard on the technical side can create a navigation volume modifier. And the navigation volume modifier gets registered in navigation system, and our basically mesh can be modified, and it will carry semantic about if that is a danger, something better, and how much costly it is to go through. Because maybe you have a suit that allows you to go through the fire, so that is fine. You will not, the NPC can understand that. But if they can't, they will try to find positions that are safe for them to position themselves, but also paths that will avoid those dangerous areas. And now we'll see an example of that. This is a safe environment, still fighting, but safe, safer. And what will happen now? Fire ignites and propagates. This is fully dynamic, so it's fully controlled by the fire system. The fire system modifies volumes in the navigation system, and we really know where we can and not pass at any given moment. So this is a subset of the things that we worked on and we wanted to show you today. Thanks very much for listening, and now back to Jens.
Crew members.
Right, I want to thank Ines, I want to thank Zach, and I want to thank Francesco for joining me on stage today. We want to extend a massive thank you to everyone who contributed to, supported us, and made it possible to show what we showed today. Now, with relentless optimism, we're looking forward to bringing you this all to the Star Citizen and more. Okay, we're going to leave you with a quick peek of a demo in Hangar 14 of Checkmate with some of these new features. Enjoy.
This is pretty cool. I'm genuinely impressed.
I like the way when the AI goes to get some ammo.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I also want to see if they don't have the ammo. I want them to either surrender or we can recruit them to our crew members.
Yeah. They certainly seem tougher and more educated.
Yeah. At least they're not standing still doing nothing.
Yeah.
But maybe that's just the stuff in the servers that's has the issue.
It could have been anything, yeah, but they certainly seem smarter.
It's like 10 times harder to kill these bastards.
Yeah. All that, you can see them pushing up. You can tell some of the different archetypes between them. Yeah.
See, now he's getting pushed now, so he has to get away.
Yeah.
This is better than any AI I've seen in my lifetime.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed.
How do you have so much health?
but they genuinely look challenging.
See, the fact that he has to check behind him to see if there's any enemies flanking him.
Yeah.
See, that's what you do for a normal player, but not for an AI. So obviously in his testings he got shot in the back.
Yeah. Oh. That clap from it too, that thud. Stocking up med pens like lollies.
There's no way you could do this mission without no med pens, bro. Like, you need to have, you need to at least have like 10 med pens on you. Oh yeah,
Yep.
there you see, there you go.
Flank them.
He just wiped the blood out of the screen.
That's pretty neat.
Well done, sir.
I'm impressed.
Thank you very much. I urge you all to come and join us in the Pyro Playground pit and have a go at Hangar 13 in Checkmate. It's a really great encounter.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, I wish that we had that, bro.
Yeah.
No.
All right, so that was live from the first person. We're keeping this train running because we got a lunch to get to. Up next is Taking Flight with Yogi, Inez, and more. Let's get it started.
Is that a touchscreen? People are leaving. Why are they leaving? This is the best part.
This is all, yeah, flight controls and stuff from what I get.
Maybe you get flight UI as well.
Master modes and all that.
Hello,
yeah.
everyone. Is my mic on? Okay. Can you hear me? Fine. These are the wrong slides. Hang on. Well, hello, everyone. My name is Yogi Klatt. I'm a principal vehicle programmer at Cloud Imperium Games, and I focus on space flight and space combat. I really love my job, so this is why I'm really excited to show you the progress that we did on Squadron 42 in the last 2 years. So there's two things I need to say here. First thing is, we're doing a live demo, and the build is about 12 hours old, so there is a good chance. There is a good chance for bugs, which, well, if you see them, just look away. It will be fine. The second thing is, I'm not flying myself today. It will be Brent Gunzinger. He's using a setup of 2 VKB sticks, so left and right HOSA setup from VKB, and he's also using the fantastic Toby device. So we'll swap during the presentation between using hat tracking and not using hat tracking. Yes. So, but the good thing is, the relationship between you and your starship, it doesn't start when you take off. It starts way before that. There's a lot of stuff we do now in pre-flight. So please welcome back Ines Caldas, who will walk us through that process.
Is this working? Yeah, okay. Hello everyone, it's a privilege to be here back on stage to tell you all about what you can expect about the player interaction experience inside your cockpit. If you like, I've told you before how we've been working towards improving the player interaction experience all across our game. And we wanted to bring these improvements to what happens inside the cockpit.
It should be good.
So we wanted to give you a greater immersion and Okay, yeah, the slides are not, sorry about that. Yeah, so you want to give you a greater immersion and give you a closer experience to what pilots go through in real life, not only when you're flying around your ship, but the moment you take your seat at the cockpit. So to achieve this, we've created when you enter your ship, you'll be put in what we call a new relax pose. So in this pose, you'll have free look enabled, so you can easily look around the cockpit and your dashboard. The prompts will be showing over the buttons, so you can easily find the ones you have to interact, and you, the pilot, have to press all the different buttons to get your ship ready for flying, and the character hands will be lowered away from the control stick. So all of this blends neatly into our new player animated interaction system, whereby any button is now physically pressed.
That's nice.
So this new system uses what we call a CDIK approach. This stands for code-driven IK, or inverse kinematics, and gives full control of the IK setup to the code. So this, among other things, allows us to record the path of the hand relative to its target. So we can have more detailed animations than just simply blending the hand into position. So for example, we can open a flap and then press the button. But enough of me talking, let's go jump into the demo and see all of this in action. So now. So Brand very kindly will get us into the ship, while you'll see the new enter sequence. And you'll see the new animations we have been working on.
Oh, I can't wait for this.
This is Rune Station. See, everything they're showing this year is set in Pyro. Like, this is how confident they seem about Pyro.
Yeah, they even did some game testing as well.
Yeah, it's just kind of mental. Oh, that's kind of cool.
So you can see now that you won't directly grab the control stick. You'll be put onto this relaxed pose with free look enabled.
And then you can
see
start
the
looking
different
around.
prompts appear over the buttons. So let's get this show started and get your ship ready for flying. So Brand, if you could close the canopy so we can go flying around with that open.
The simulation!
Power our systems.
Yeah, and then start powering.
Look at that.
Aegis combat assessment.
And finally turn our engines. Yeah, so
And then grabs
you are
the
now
stick.
ready
I like
for
that.
flying. So we will be bringing all of this to all of our ships in our fleet. And that's all from me. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Tony to tell you all about the new UI.
I'm impressed.
Hi everyone, my name is Tony. I'm Senior UI Programmer here at CIG. And I'm here to explain some of the spoilers that you saw yesterday about our new ship UI. So, are you ready to see the ship UI in action? Right. Bone, play the demo. Brand, continue with the demo. So, as you can see already, this ship has less intrusive UI, with more space to enjoy the stunning vistas that planets can offer, and less cluttered views so you can focus during combat. This also means that the UI elements are now more relevant to the situation, linked to the operator mode. For example, when we change to scan mode, the crosshair has scanning information about your target, and even the MFDs have changed. Some of these elements can be customized, but we'll see more about that later. For this demo, we're showing the UI developed for this Gladius. Basic information related to navigation will always be available on your view, and this Gladius displays all of that with holograms around the dashboard. But other ships may have different layouts and styles, on brand with the manufacturer. For example, the Drake, that makes more affordable ships, rather than fancy and probably expensive holograms, may use physical screens, dials, and light indicators. This dashboard shows your current speed, the remaining afterburn, and some decoys available. On both far sides, we have status indicators that will show things like if your landing gear is on or any other flight systems. Worth mentioning that we have prototyped these for the demo, so right now they're holograms, but on the final design, these are going to be physical screens. On the far left, on the top of the dashboard, we have the indicator of which master mode and operator mode are you on. So let's change that to combat and talk about these new MFDs. So we have reworked all of these MFDs from scratch with brand new views using our UI technology building blocks. We can still navigate through these MFDs using the classic mouse interaction, holding F and then moving the mouse. On the left here, we can see the scanning view, which is going to show information that you obtain when you scan a target. It may show information about the ship name, the pilot name, or even the current operator mode of your target, so you know if they're just chilling around or they are ready to fight you. Cycling to the left one, we have the target status, which will focus on emissions, damage, and orientation of your target. We'll see that in action later. The next one, continuing to the left, will be the self status, which is contextual. So during navigation, that will show your current fuel, but during combat, like right now, will show information about your guns. You can click on the gun, and you can see basic information about that. You will see the name, and you can also see in which group they are assigned, which Yogi will explain later. On the MFD on the right side, we have the power management, where we can distribute the power of different systems of the ship. You can click on the triangle and move it around to change the distribution, and you can turn down the total power of the ship that will generate. The classic key bindings that you all know already works, so when you change the power management, you will see now a triangle on top of the radar to show you the changes. Now, instead of using mouse, you can also use key bindings to select MFDs and cycle through the views, which might be faster when you are in certain situations like during combat. And for those pro players out there, we have added about 100 key bindings, and I mean 100, to navigate through all of these systems. So you can fully customize how you want to navigate.
Look at the way that
them.
ship out there is just kind of
And I
roaming
really
around.
hope that's more than enough to use on your keyboard, on your HOTAS, or even on your game class setup. But if you need more, just let us know. Anyway, I think you're not going to need even those many shortcuts. For each operator mode, we now persistently save which views are shown on each MFD. So you can customize what's important to you for every situation. So as an example, during combat, you might want to have target information on your MFDs, but maybe when you change to quantum travel, have your current fuel, spend some time on the configuration screen, for example.
Ooh.
Let's talk about this configuration screen. We're going to have now here a variety of options, from customizing UI elements to enable systems of the ship. We may see some of these later in action with Yogi. These settings are now available on this screen, not in the global settings of the game, for quick access. So just as a warning, expect changes on the settings that you already know, but we'll tell you all about it when we have it ready. And the important bit about this is that they will persist to your ship. So you can keep different setup of which UI elements and even ship systems enable for how you personally use each of your ships.
So what happens if it blows up? Does it save?
Now, some of you might be thinking that this Gladius doesn't have enough MFDs. Can we enable the top setting? For those of you that you want to see even more information, you can now cast versions of these MFDs to your helmet.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Now you can see your ship damage and everything as well.
Yeah. For this, you're going to need to equip the appropriate helmet, which is connected to your ship, and I can get all this information. You can use the key bindings, as I mentioned before, so you can select which cast do you want to control and how to cycle through them. So you can pin views that are important to you that will move with your camera.
That'd be really handy as an engineer to be able to get some of this information delivered to a visor.
Those views are going to be always with you.
Oh, look, it's changing in the...
With all these tools, you can customize your experience and have it ready for every situation that you encounter with your ship, always displaying the relevant information to you. So for example, during combat, you may want to have all the UI elements enabled, all the pips, all the crosshairs, so the information of your ship on the physical MFDs, and maybe focus on the target information on your cast, so they're always on your view. But maybe when you go to quantum travel, you can turn those casts off so you can enjoy the vistas. That's all from me. Now we have MFDs ready, and let's bring Yogi back to tell you all about flying your ship. Thank you very much.
Okay, at this point, our ship is fully powered up, ready to fly. Pre-flight is complete. So Brent, please take off, put the landing gear in, and bring us out. Have you seen the interaction? This is great, isn't it? Okay, so one of the problems we always have in space games is to produce a sense of speed. Space is big, And the sense of speed is always produced by, small things going around.
I think they nailed it.
So although it's not very visible here, the VFX team has actually added space dust. So in the future, you can tell where your ship is going, even without looking at instruments. Another thing we're focusing on as well is G-force reactions. So Brent, if you could come to a stop for a second. When your ship is sitting like that, and you strafe left and right, you have these small head motions that basically make your head and your body react to the G-forces they're currently enduring.
Ooh.
We're actually increasing them now.
Ooh.
We also added rotational G-forces into the mix, so if Brent is now rotating the ship to the left, you also can see that your head is swaying a little bit. Things get a little bit more interesting when Brent is actually taking boost into the mix. So if he now boost forwards, we now added camera shake, we added FOV changes, and this all then plays together with the other things like, the other exhaustion effects that we have. So
that's
overall,
pretty
the
cool.
ship should now feel a little bit more reactive than before.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're showing this with
The same
Dolby
thing-
Eye track. If
sorry.
they disable, I want to see what everyone else plays like.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
At the same time, we reduced the extensions that your that look-ahead code is doing. So we basically narrowed it down a little bit so it mixes better with G-force reaction, so that even when you don't have a head tracker or something like that, it will still feel pretty good. But this is just a minor change. We also improved the flight controls themselves. So take a look at the speed gauge, for example. It's a little bit twitchy today. What that speed gauge is telling you, the number that's currently moving, is what kind of speed goal Brent is actually putting in. If he puts his stick all the way forward, the left one, you will now be able to see and read the number that you're asking IFCS to speed and forward momentum. This also allows us to bring back the sticky throttle we had pre 3.5, where you now, if you play with mouse and keyboard, you can press W and S to increase and decrease your speed and let go of the key, and the ship will not automatically come to a stop. Of course, this is all completely configurable, so you can enable that or not if you want.
I kind of like it how it is. It's not a bad idea, though.
Where's the boost? The amount
Okay,
of
Brent, give me
boost
some
left?
hard flying now, like blackout and all that.
Yeah, I don't know. This
Okay,
is a
so,
whole...
Another thing we changed in the flight model is
Maybe
that we
the
actually looked at
85%?
tri-coding exploits. These are really important for PvP and racing players among you, because tri-coding gives us a mathematical problem that we're trying to resolve. On
We're
some
down to
ships, when you tri-code, you
61.
get actually up to
Maybe that's where boost is.
50% more acceleration. That huge difference actually makes a lot of the ship difference meaningless, so we're cutting back on those. So a first implementation of that is already available in the master mode testing areas in 3.21, I think, but we're improving the algorithm right now so that it actually is less punishing in future master mode builds. This is actually a current version, so as long as you go roughly forward, you get the full Gs from your
Yeah, I
from
heavily
the back
think
engines.
Chris is going to announce
Okay, so now
they're
we begin
looking
the
for
room.
pyro end of year.
We're talking master modes.
With how much they're showing it off at the
Master modes
moment,
is by far the biggest change we're doing on the ship
says to
gameplay.
me they're really
In general, all of your
proud of
ships
it. They're really committed to
will
it.
be put into, or we'll get a master mode
They need
setup.
to show us the
And the
outputs
master
and
mode is
mechanics first on
affecting
everything, just to
basically
make sure.
everything
Well,
surrounding
that
everything
they've
on the
showed us
ship.
a
The ship
little bit of
itself,
that,
the
and then
the flight
they're
model a
letting
little
people
bit,
play it.
but specifically the items
So that
and what they
screams
do.
to me.
And there are two master
that-
modes we're going to talk today about.
Yeah.
One is
She's
SCM, which stands
pretty
for
much
Space
ready to
Combat
go.
Maneuvering, and the other one is navigation. So let's look into
And then they're going to
SCM.
put that playtest
SCM
out.
is
So
the
I would
mode that
expect
Brent
PC by end of year.
currently has active. So you see the Brent, can you go into the
Or
indication,
extremely
please?
early next
The
year.
master mode?
I reckon by
point with
like
the mouse there.
no later than probably Q1, Q2 next year, we will be
Yeah, so
full
this is
blown
your current
Empire.
master mode. It says SCM. When you use SCM for basically all the gameplay that is not traversal. So combat, mining, salvaging, you're using it for that. You have full access to your combat system. Your shields are working, your thruster boost is fully active, your weapons are working. It's the high performance, high alertness mode that you're in. However, we will heavily restrict how fast we can go. We can go with your ship. Okay, Brent, go to full max speed. So this Gladius on max speed and SCM can reach about 225 meters per second. That might seem slow compared to what you have in the Pew right now, but it's still pretty fast. However, you can extend that speed. Brent, if you just go forward and boost. So the Gladius can extend up to 550 meters per second. On this slide here, you can see the the speed spaces we're talking about. So if you're just flying around in SEM, which is like the max speed of your ship, you can reach the 225 meters per second. If you boost, you can reach up to 500 or 550. However, that boost space is not spheric. That means if you boost forward, you reach higher speeds than if you boost backwards. That is really important for space combat maneuvering or for dogfighting in general, because it discourages backstrafing. It actually punishes backstrafing, and it creates more interesting combat maneuvers. The PvP players among you, they basically call this encouragement to closing the gap, which is basically more forward-centric combat, which is much more exciting than backstrafing and just trying to get some shots on. It also forces you as combat players to commit to the decisions you did earlier in the fight. So it's going to be, we think it's much more exciting. Okay. So in short, you pick SEM when you need to fight, when you want to fight, or when you need to fight, right?
Like stars in the galaxy
thing with
field.
The master mode switches is that they do not happen instantly. They take a while to move over. So we're now going to put our ship into the second mode, which is navigation.
I like the thump, like you hear the thump.
So navigation mode is basically the opposite of SCM. What this does, it gives you a high-speed, low-performance mode. Your shields, they will collapse. Your weapons will not be able to fire. Your defensive systems will not be functional. But you have higher speeds. So in nav mode, you can still reach the speeds of what you have currently in the PU, something, I mean, depending on the ship, sometimes 1,000 meters or 1,400 meters per second.
That's pretty cool.
But all your regenerative systems, so regenerating the weapon capacitor, your thruster boost, will be inhibited.
Yeah.
So this means
strictly
when you want to go
speed.
fast, you need to be very, very careful when you want to swap over. So imagine you're in a fight and you want to escape. You should not do it right away, because if you just swap to navigation mode in the hope to flee, you're being left with no shields. And the first thing that will go offline when you are hitting with distortion guns is the quantum drive. And that is important, because the quantum drive will spool automatically up when you enter nav mode, and it will then unlock the higher speeds. So this means when you're in nav mode and you're fighting, you're very vulnerable, so you should get out as fast as possible. Luckily, navigation mode not only allows you higher speed, but also gives you access to the new quantum travel experience, which we're going to show in a minute.
Ooh.
So that is nav point that you see there on screen. This is the point where I want to go to and quantum travel to. Before we do that, I need to quickly explain what this is about. So currently in the PU, when you quantum travel from A to B, you're actually not really moving. You're going on a spline, and you're teleported in every frame along that spline. So there's basically no meaningful gameplay we can add there.
No.
The new quantum travel experience is fully physicalized. Physics is always on, which means when you quantum travel from A to B, you're actually accelerating using our awesome physics engine. And because it's physicalized, it gives us a lot more meaningful gameplay we can play with. So Brent will start the quantum travel in a second. What will happen then is your quantum drive will initiate the jump. You will see an effect that distorts the space around you, and you will accelerate forward. During the acceleration process, so this is the time until you actually reach your cruise speed, the ship will experience forces, and you as a player, you're responsible to counter these forces. So there is an element of failure. Okay, Brent, let's show that.
So you've got to control the ship
And take your
as
hands
it
off.
gathers speed. Yeah, you've got to counter the forces.
So you have to stay in the middle, basically.
Yeah.
Show us this again, please.
Yeah. That was cool.
So what you just saw is basically the failed attempt to quantum travel. Brad wasn't countering the forces, therefore he was thrown out, the quantum bubble collapsed and threw you out. Your ship doesn't like that. IFCS needs 5-6 seconds to recover from that, during which time you're just tumbling, right? So,
Yeah.
and this is not just like dependent on your
it's
skills.
good. If you're getting
If you
chased by
think
people, you can
selecting a
just
proper
jump
quantum
out
drive
anytime
doesn't matter in the
and
future.
change locations again.
Think again.
Well, you gotta
wanna take care of
switch your
quantum
modes
drive, You
over.
want to repair it and keep it in good shape. So if you buy a cheap one, your travel will not necessarily be faster, but it might be harder. Okay, so Brent, show us how it's done properly.
Wait, so we can no longer go AFK in our quantum jumps?
Well, until you hit cruise, he said. 'Cause he said once you're at cruise, then it's different. But until then, you're countering these forces.
Ah, so bubble lock, that's when you cruise.
The bubble is locked. You can now go hands off.
Yeah. So you kind of fight it for 6-7 seconds. This new thing here is cool, and you can physically see yourself because it's physicalized. That's fucking cool.
Okay, so there's a second variant of quantum travel, and this is for short-range jumps. Sometimes you jump somewhere or you go somewhere, and you see the next point of interest is like 1,200 kilometers away. We're not going to force you anymore to travel that by hand. You will use a technique called quantum boosting. It's a quantum-based short-range jump for like something between a couple of hundred kilometers to like 30,000 kilometers or so. When you use quantum boosting, the process is practically the same, but the quantum bubble will not stabilize itself, so you need to be hands-on for the whole time, and the speeds are naturally, slower, but it's not slow, it's still quantum traveling, right? Okay, so Brent, can you boost to, reinforcement needed. Yeah, let's go there, let's boost. Oh, actually, sorry. Thank you. Okay, so what Brent is currently showing here is, I think I forgot to mention, quantum boosting works in every direction. You don't need nav points.
Oh, cool.
I kind of knew that.
Brent is awesome, thank you. Okay, so now, please boost to reinforcements needed. So if there's enough points and you boost, your quantum travel system will pick that knife point to go to.
Oh, that was so
That's
clean.
fucking cool.
That was
Welcome
so
to
clean.
Pyro 3.
This is when they're gonna say, "You're gonna get
As you can
this
see, there's a
next
lot of UI happening right now. There's a lot of context there. And this is not an online demo, it's a single player. So that means all these units there, they're friendly and hostiles, they're probably fighting with each other. Which is a good segue to talk about AI improvements. And there's one man who can tell you all about AI. This is the man with the nicest legs at CIG. Well, please welcome Diego Marty Mason.
He said nicest legs.
Nicest legs, yeah.
So who's excited to see the new AI changes? Hi everyone, as Yogi said, my name is Diego Marty Mason and I am the AI programmer focusing on the fly combat. Over the past year, we've been working on delivering a thrilling experience to the AI encounters. Let me first walk you through our journey. We first started looking at the current AI behavior in the PU. We quickly realized how uniform fighting was and how we were not using all of the tech available to us to make a more interesting experience. We had the foundations, and we wanted to learn more about how you, the players, do your combat encounters in the verse. So we did this by getting combat recordings, analyzing videos, and internal playtesting, where we were hammering each other for hours. It was fun, unless you went up against experienced fighters like they are. Anyway, with all of these data, we started crafting the first prototype, with the focus of bringing that human behavior into the AI brain. When the first version was ready to be tested, I handed it out to one of the best internal pilots in the team, Yogi. So Yogi, what do you think about my first prototype?
It was an exercise of humility. It was an exercise of humiliation. I hated it, and I blame Diego.
So this was due to the AI being able to keep a good range control and a perfect orbit around their target while maintaining a constant firing solution. Come on, it's a computer. We learned a lot from our initial prototype, and it really helped us to define what we wanted to deliver. A combat experience where the AI, yet challenging, makes mistakes, just like us, humans. We want players to leave every combat encounter with a feel of satisfaction by encouraging you to keep on the move and make use of the vehicle systems available to you, so you can at least try to win the fight. Let's see how we brought this new iteration of combat to life. We broke down in multiple stages. The first one, interception. Then the main engage phase, which we broke in different tactics: strafer, jouster, chaser, and finally, disengage. Let's switch to the demo. As you can see, Brent has encountered a skirmish. Let's talk more about the combat flow there. Okay, we will start with interception. After acquiring the target, the primary aim is to close the gap with the target. If the AI is already near the target, the interception phase is skipped completely. If it's too far, it will tell the AI to use the new master mode to swap into navigation mode and make use of the full speed to chase. Swapping back to SCM mode when we are in a striking distance. That leads us to our second phase, engage. Here the AI selects an adequate tactic based on combat environment. These are choosing via the traits and tactic selector system. You've heard more about them in the previous talk by Francesco. So let's talk about the strafer. As this is a 6 degrees of freedom game, it's the natural combat shape adopted by pilots. We have related the same behavior to our AI, ensuring also that orbits are closed and adding variations to include rolling. Strafers will break combat if they cannot keep an orbit. So now we see how the Hammerhead is being attacked by Hornets. These Hornets are jousters. Jousters consist of performing straying attacks whilst outputting a lot of firepower, blowing through, smooth turning, and repeating. We added variations for the more skilled pilots, like skid roll attacks, that provide a spiral-like flight path. Jousters are also good at monitoring for back strafers, so if they cannot get into strike distance, they will just break. And finally, the chaser. Now, Brain is going to get there in a second, but the chaser is going to be the Cutlass, which is following one of the Hornets and is allied with the Hammerhead. Now, we are really far away, 10 kilometers. So the chaser, it will try to always stay on the target 6. The idea is to force the target into a defensive stance by making them turn into the chaser. This maneuver will be seen mainly in squads and atmosphere combat. The final phase, which can happen at any time, depending on the combat situation, is disengage. This phase is triggered based on constantly listening to multiple events in parallel. To name a few: critical health, damage to shields, or weapons depleted. There is also a shorter version of disengage that we call pace breaks, which occurs during long periods of combat due to fatigue, nature of the combat encounters. These pace breaks are short, and the main objective is to perform a simple maneuver to gain a new advantage position and strike again. This new flow is what encompasses the core of our new AI fly combat experience, in combinations with AI traits that will give designers the tools to tailor each combat encounter in the verse. Like, for example, they can choose the ace traits that will allow AI pilots to make use of all of the ship's angular velocity so they can keep a more precise orbit. So for some of you out there, it's going to be a good challenge. While we've been mainly focusing on fighter behavior, we've also started to follow the same process to other ship types, like gunships and capitals. In the near future, we want to deliver an experience where going against a capital ship like an Hydrus is a tough fight, that unless you bring the right combinations of tools, meaning ships that are equipped to take down capital ships, you will get demolished by their powerful turrets. Now, after all of the feedback, in our first internal playtest, we've received a lot of constructive and positive feedback. And Yogi's not longer being destroyed by the AI, so I think he likes it a bit more. Thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoy the new AI. And back to you, Yogi.
Thank you, Diego. Okay, so now we're going to talk about, we heard about how AI makes my life hard. Now let's talk about how to return the favor. We're talking weapons. So, the weapon and aiming systems in squadrons, they went through a lot of changes. I can only mention a couple of them, so I will go through them relatively quickly. First thing on our to-do list is basically weapon tuning. At the moment, almost all weapons in the PU are practically the same. In Squadron, that's not the case. Almost all weapons have different properties. They have like different projectile velocities, different DPS numbers. But they're not just different in terms of these numbers. They also feel different. Remember the cinch cannons from like a couple of years ago? They were they were very powerful weapons, but they were extremely easy to use, which made them meta weapons. So we're going to bring the cinch cannon back, but we'll make sure that the amount of work you put into these cannons in order to employ them is on par with the other guns. So there's a lot of stuff that we're going to do to make sure that weapons have a lot of pros and cons and avoid meta. Specifically for this build, Brent is equipped with a I think a close and runner laser repeater. Can you fire it once? Yeah. And the other weapon he has is he has 2 weapons on the wings, which are Gets cannons, size 3. With 1 push, they're actually firing 2. So we're also gonna have burst weapons and so on. Okay, cool. So a problem we have in space games is controlling the engagement ranges, because we want to bring the fights close. But the problem is that, well, how do I put this? Weapons usually, in order to bring them close, what the game devs usually do is they just restrict the ranges. Like in the PU, a lot of the weapons have exactly a range of 1,400 kilometers, which means often the fights occur at 1,399 meters. This is not a good way for us to control the weapons. And we tried out things like damage fall off, so that bullets get more damaging the closer you are. But the problem there is, how do you communicate that to the player? So we're going to do a couple of different things with that in the future. Let's see when the graph comes on. Okay, so show of hands or show, which of you has an Ares? Okay, as an Ares pilot, you might know the following problem. You have a target. You're going to aim at it. And then you... this is... what the... Okay, I need to go back. Okay, there's actually some stuff not there anymore, I don't know. What happens when you aim with your crosshair over the pip is that you actually not aiming at the pip. The legacy system gives you a pip which does not show you where the weapon needs the pip. The new aiming system actually produces the pips based on where the weapon sees them and reprojects them on the target. That means the aiming information you're getting is actually much, much more precise. And this is a very interesting, sorry, I said the completely wrong thing. I'm sorry, I'm nervous. Okay, controlling weapon ranges, sorry. I'll do it now, sorry. Okay, sorry. Okay, controlling ranges. In the future, all the weapons will get much, much longer ranges. Size 1 weapons will fly to up to 5 or 6 kilometers before the despawn. The way how we do this, how we do this is we're adding spread. Because spread is for us is a very good indication on how to control the ranges. This is not a one-to-one relationship there, so don't worry, you won't get like spread with like 20 degrees offset or something like that. Don't worry, right? But if we compare the spread of the weapon with the target size, we know when the weapon is in range. We know when you actually are close enough so that the majority of your hits can hit, and we're telling you that via the aiming system now. So, Brent, let's go back to the demo. If you get a green pip and a green crosshair, it means you have a high chance of your weapons hitting the target. If Brent takes a little bit of a step back and waits until the pips and the crosshair turn red, this does not mean that the ship is out of range. You can still hit it, but you might waste bullets. This also has the benefit that, I'm not sure if you saw that before, but if you look at how many bullets are in the air, you're actually getting a lot of bullets, a a lot more bullets, and it just looks a lot better. Okay, Brent, just kill these guys now. Bam! Oh well. Okay, so that was this one. Okay, a thing you might have seen is that Brent is loaded with size 3 guns on size 3 gimbals. That means we're removing the M-1 system. That the reason for that is the original intention of controlling the performance between joystick and mouse players just didn't work out, and the new aiming system is flexible enough to deal with these differences. So we're just removing it and keep going. So next point, pip grouping. If you have different weapons with different projectile velocities, you will get different pips. Because merging the pips makes no sense for us anymore, because the weapons are going to have vastly different projectile speeds. So if Brent, for example, enables all the weapons now, you get separate pips. So let's talk a bit about pip optimizations here. And this is the thing I messed up before. Again, who is an Ares? If you aim at your target, you get a pip, right? Your Ares owners know that. You aim at the pip, you shoot, you miss. And this is because the pip is not being shown where you need it. In the future, we're actually offsetting the pip where the weapon sees it and then reproject this onto the crosshair. Like that. And when you then hit, you hit. No, when you then shoot, you hit. And this is, of course, also communicated by the aiming system. So when the pips turn green and when the crosshair turns green, just shoot. Okay, so now to the actual best part. We cannot take down this hammerhead. It's too big for us. But we can cripple it. The weak points on the hammerhead are the turrets. The way we're going to do this in the future is with precision targeting mode. Brent? Enable precision targeting mode. There we go.
Fancy.
What this does, it does 3 things. You get this full zoom on the target. You get a lower RPM of your weapons, which increases or decreases the spreads for more precision, and you get the painting mechanic. Anywhere where you put your crosshair on that ship, it will tell the gimbal system where to aim at. So if Brent now attacks the turrets, your aiming system will automatically lead the shots.
That's kind of cool.
Wait, so your ship just becomes a fucking turret?
One turret down.
Yeah, basically. You can start to pick if you want to cripple certain parts of a ship.
Okay, so this hammerhead now understood that it's not good, that doesn't stand a chance right now, but this will be the way how you in the future will fight against sub-targets and so on. The good thing about this, it also works even without painting the target directly, so you can do very, very precise warning shots. And there's no aim assist that kind of destroys your aiming processes. Okay, so the fight is now over. Sorry, I need to rush this a little bit because I messed up stuff before. And we're going to look at Pyro 3. Okay, cool. Brent, switch to nav mode and bring us down to that landing spot.
Oh, landing, let's go.
So Pyro 3 is also called Bloom. It's a very big planet with a nice atmosphere.
Yeah, it looks pretty.
It looks pretty, yeah, I was about to say.
And, oh, something wrong with the throttle? Oh well, something's wrong with the throttle. We'll try to go down as fast as possible, though. I said gameplay demo might have bugs. Okay, gonna go there now? Okay, yeah, steeper angle, that works. Okay, so the thrusters on your ship, they do not like they do like the vacuum of space. We're talking spaceships here, right? And we have thruster efficiency curves on these thrusters. So at some point, especially the MEF thrusters, they will cease working because they don't like atmosphere. They will overheat very, very quickly. So there's the question, what happens when you go down to a planet and you want to rotate your ship with your thrusters off? Well, we'll see. Can you go to external view? Can you waggle your tail?
Oh my days, they're adding flaps and rudders and shit like that.
Yeah.
Wait, hang on, but I
Okay,
need
back
to-
first person.
I need to see the
Okay, so what you
This
see
is
here is the
control
aerodynamics
services.
model. Because obviously our left stick is somewhat damaged or so, we can't be as fast as we want. Actually, Brent, can you try W and S on the keyboard instead? Oh, it doesn't work. Oh.
I got a,
No,
I
doesn't-
got a VKB,
yep,
I can
okay.
give it to them right now.
No, the stick is affecting us. Okay, anyways, we're gonna go down as far as possible. So the new aerodynamic system is a complete replacement of the aerodynamic system that you currently have, and you need your control surfaces to actually turn the ship around. It simulates the airflow over your lift surfaces, and therefore, the slower you become, the less effective those control surfaces will be in order to turn your ship. So we can demonstrate this. So if Brent just sits here and yaws left and right, you will see he cannot go further than that. That is in line with what real airplanes also experience when they're trying to use the rudder to yaw left and right. So what Brent can do here is he can roll and he can pull to actually change his direction.
Now this has become DCS now.
Yeah, believe
Okay,
it.
so just for this demo, we added a button. The button is called thruster disconnect, because at the moment in the PU, when you go through a planet, you're using the thrusters to rotate. We're not doing that anymore. So Brent, disconnect the thrusters, please, and put the ship into a purposeful stall. A stall happens when the airflow over a wing ceases.
Oh, this is. There's going to be that fucking scene from like Battlefield or whatever where the guy jumps out with a fucking rocket launcher.
That is naturally a state that every plane wants to avoid naturally, right? And this is happening right here. Brent is not able to use the control surfaces right now because the ship is in a process of stalling. However, the airflow will pull the nose back into the wind, and once you have enough speed, he can actually, well, he gets authority back over these control surfaces.
That's nice.
Look at the fucking planet though. Look at those mountains and the clouds.
That means for you as players, what you can actually do, you can do aerobraking, you can do pure gliding if you want to.
Yeah.
You can even do like competitions like, I don't know, like drop ships out of orbit and then see how far they glide. This is all possible with a new system. So let's talk about the problem. How do you come to a stop now? To come to a stop with the new system, you need to purposefully put the ship into a stall. But don't worry, when we don't have the thrusters disconnected, IFCS will help you. So you're gonna bring down the speed more.
So
and
we're
more
able to land like a
until you reach
plane
the stall
now.
speed, which is about now,
But how you gonna do
and
that
then
with
the
carrots and
thrusters
hammerheads that
will
don't have these kind
kick
of
in
flaps or anything like that?
and
Are they gonna add
catch you.
I would say
That
so,
means,
yeah.
however, you are now in a state that the thrusters don't like, right? So at the moment we have turned this up, but in the future you will not be able to hold this for long. So if Brent, for example, now from a hover, strafe is left, more left, more left, more left. The wind flow again pulls the ship over, and you go forward again.
Oh, that's it. That's nice. Now, at offline, it's going to be.
Okay, so now Brent, now show us.
Oh, it's gonna
how
be
to come
sexy.
To a hover, and do we have some water here? Oh yeah, there's our point. Okay. Highway to
Danger zone.
Oh, that's sexy. I'm
Okay, so there's our landing point.
So
I'm genuinely impressed.
Low flying is going to be very different though, but this is going to be nice.
Oh yeah.
Can become a little bit slower. I don't know, 100 meters per second. So we're trying to land somewhere here.
Oh, it's the random spot basically. Wait, the water gameplay.
Whoa! Look at this.
Oh, okay. I need tissues. I need tissues. Just pass me the tissues.
Yeah, that water's great. Like awesome.
That's sexy. I'm
Okay, so now we're coming to a.
Yeah,
so now
I'm
Brent will try to
impressed.
land with a broken throttle.
They sure just don't keep it on mouse and no head tracker, bro. You know. But but the thing is, it
And
doesn't
yeah,
add
he's
bit
aided a
more
little bit
immersion to
here
the
by.
game, bro.
Look at the
landing
way
gear,
the
so there's
mountain
landing
reflects
gear
off that
out of
water.
because that automatically enables precision mode at the moment, so that you're a little bit slower, but you can of
especially
course,
the mist and shit.
And then you come smoothly down to a landing. The best way to land your ship is in decoupled, because you can just like very smoothly land it on the surface. And clunk.
And this is how my granddad lands.
Yeah.
And now you're gonna power down the
True
ship.
pilots just drop that bird in.
Interactions.
They just let that
This is
lead
cool.
the way.
Engines off first. Then we're in the relaxed pose again, as Ines showed before.
Turn the engines off.
Power off.
Or else the ship will just fly away.
Yeah.
And the canopy off. No, open, not off. Don't put the canopy off.
Imagine he accidentally ejects.
You could rip that canopy
get out
off
of the
now,
ship.
theoretically, with control surfaces and that.
And probably go for a swim or something.
That's... Oh, I'm gonna come.
Okay, that was a bit of a buggy, bumpy ride, but thank you for taking the time with
That's
us.
impressive, eh? Look at the ship just sliding away there. I'm impressed.
And we'll see you in the verse. Thank you.
I was skeptical on master modes. I was skeptical on some of this shit
Thanks
if
so
it was
much,
worth
Yogi.
it. But
Everybody, it's
I'm
time for
impressed.
lunch. We'll be back
They're
around
so lucky those guys who
2:45.
was there.
So
They're-
get yourself
they're
some
watching
food,
in
get yourself
8K.
some drinks, give yourself some snacks,
Yeah.
stretch your legs, and then be back in Hall A when we come back, because from this point forward, you're not going to want to be anywhere else. We'll see you at 2:45, everybody. Take care.
That's gonna be good. Okay.
2:45. How long is that? That's like in an hour.
An hour, yeah.
Alright,
I'm gonna go sit and watch the stuff I missed from yesterday. But I'm genuinely really impressed.
Yeah, I really like. Oh my days! You know the way he just quantumed into that pyro planet, bro.
That was sexy.
What?
Yeah.
And
I was always worried that master modes was going to ruin what we've got now. I was really like, fuck, I don't know. But I'm actually all for it now, seeing the way it works, seeing the way they want to run it.
The only reason why they brought the master mode is a lot of PvPers that I know, big streamers as well. They complain to CRG saying, "Hey, look, man, other players are just jousting, so they're just flying at max speed, and they're just running away from each other, and they're not like coming to a standstill."
Nothing's
Fighting.
Nothing's being achieved.
Yeah. So now what they're saying is we're bringing the master mode in. We're going to turn the shields off and stuff like that. If you're running away, your shield's going to be off, and you need to be very careful. If one distortion hits you, you're out of the game basically. So So you need to be very careful. So then more encounters are more dramatic now as well. So new encounters are going to be dangerous.
Yeah, I'm really impressed. But anywho, I'm going to go watch this.
Yeah, enjoy. Which show are you going to be watching? The navigation or the ship talk?
Ship talk, and then into the one after it.
Okay, I think that's going to take you at least an hour and a half to do. But yeah, catch up on where you can.
That's the plan. Because they're going for an hour for lunch. I know the ship talk's an hour, but I'm going to probably skip through a bit of it because most of it isn't new. It's not exciting. But I'm going to watch what I can.
Bro, I'm so excited for the Polaris. They say they're going to bring it back in 12 months. Out in 12 months.
Yeah.
Watch it and you can come back and tell me how you felt about it.
I shall. Okay.
Alright, catch you later, bro.
Shall do.
Welcome back from lunch, everyone. Hopefully you had a good meal. I missed you guys so much, except for you. You know who you are, and you know what you did, and I will never forgive you. But for everyone else, I hope you had a good lunch, and welcome back. We're back on the Citizencon show floor here to do our last little bit of the community booths. It has been a phenomenal 2 days, and we cannot thank enough everyone who has been here to give us the love and support as you guys have been watching the show. Whether you guys have been here on the community booth floor, whether you guys have been in the theater, it's been nothing but amazing smiles on faces, and that's what we love to see here at CIG. And so we're gonna go over to a place that makes everybody smile, Soul Citizen. Now this is a group that is all about diversity and inclusion in Star Citizen. You know, gamers, maybe not the most polite people sometimes. So we want to have an org where diversity and inclusion is forefront in their mission statement, and no one does it better than Soul Citizen. These guys are phenomenal. We got my man Griff here. Griff, how is it going?
How are you, man? Doing good.
Awesome, man. It's so good to see you guys. You know, what's been your experience having Soul Citizen be this huge org that is a safe space for gamers of all colors, genders, sexualities, orientations? What's been your guys' experience being that safe space for them?
Well, first off, we're not an org because people want us to be an org. What we are is a group of gamers who back and support the game, but particularly of diversity. When Fast Cart and I first got this going, we talked about being able to bring African American, because we would go to the conventions and see 5 of us out of 600, but we knew we were out there. But ultimately, we decided to expand diversity into not only just being African American, but LGBTQ, straight, age. I'm 60. We have 20-year-olds in our group, male, female, and everybody pretty much has a different feeling about the game and very supportive of the project.
Fantastic. So even Jared Huckabee could play this game, is what I'm hearing. It's, you guys are going for like the elder statesman, so that's fantastic to hear. What giveaways are you guys doing? I hear you guys are doing a really cool giveaway at the top of every hour. Is that correct?
At the top of every hour, if anyone comes to our table, if they're the first one to come here and they say what our table number is, one of our partners or our friends are the folks with Star Jump Station with Grim, Ender, and Starlet. They couldn't be here, but they donated these posters of their work of the Fleet Viewer. And so we have signed this for everyone, for all the members here have signed it. And if you come here at the top of the hour, if you're the first one, we will give you one of these signed posters specifically from Star Jump Station because we love them. They're a great group and they've contributed so much to the community.
That is awesome. Thank you guys so much. Soul Citizen, come check them out. Again, a safe space for gamers of any race, creed, nationality. You guys will find a home here. Thank you guys so much. We're going to move on now to Quantum. These guys are all about the medical gameplay loop. These guys are, oh my goodness, I almost needed them for a second. That was disastrous. How's it going, guys? You guys are the forefront org designed to help with medical gameplay wherever gamers may be in need. You guys actually have a really interesting Discord tool for anyone, even if they're not in your server, if they're not in your group, to get your services. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so the Abe spot that we designed is to be in other people's Discords. One quick, easy command will actually send the ping to our Discord as well as all of our partners through the Alliance Initiative Beacon System Bot, or ABES for short.
And say that one more time, just so everyone's clear. What is the name of that bot?
The Alliance Initiative Beacon System.
The APES bot. I love that, where you can go ape for the APES bot. So what can we expect to see from Quantum in the future? What do you guys have next on the horizon as your guys' org is expanding ever greatly?
So every time we get any type of information, we always try to think about how it's going to affect us. Yesterday, we saw the fires on the ships and everything, and we already started talking about a fire rescue unit.
Firefighters in space is the coolest thing I think I can think of. Thank you guys, Quantum. You guys rock. Everyone here has been phenomenal so far, and we are going to end our last community booth segment for the day with Imperium. Now, when I say these guys have an amazing set piece that has wowed everyone at CIG, I mean it. Let's take a look at this amazing Bengal carrier. Like, guys, this is phenomenal. Let's see if we can get a good shot of that. Make sure we get a great shot of how detailed that Bengal carrier is. It is sleek, it is sexy. God, I just want it for myself. So, man, that is just so cool. So with me are some Imperium guys. What's up, guys? So, you know, let's say a young, charismatic host named Schman, for example, wanted to steal that Bengal carrier. Where exactly is it going?
Well, if you live in LA, it's actually going to be staying right in here. It's going to be down to the Santa Monica office, so it's going to be present inside their studio. If you go check it out after Citizencon, it's going to be there in perpetuity.
Yes, suck it, Austin. LA wins, finally. So what has your guys' Citizencon experience been so far? How have you guys been repping Imperium here on the show floor?
Well, I mean, obviously, very well is the answer. So it's been fantastic, man, having everyone here. This is about half of the people we've had present. So it's been a fantastic showing from organization. It's been a labor of love putting this together, being present, answering questions. It's been great to see everybody coming around, showing support. It's been fantastic. So thank you.
Yeah, we've been seeing you guys build this throughout the past 2 days, and to see it finished finally, for those of you at home, there are no easy words to say how cool this thing's look. The level of detail here is immaculate. So thank you guys at Imperium. I know that everyone at the LA office is going to appreciate this so much. All right, we're going to toss it back to Jared momentarily. Thank you guys again so much for checking out the community booths. We'll see you guys back here again. In the meantime, stay safe and see you in the verse.
Oh.
Alt what?
Function F4.
Function F4? There we go. Hi, everybody. I'm at the Pyro Playground. I said, hey, at some point during the 2-day event, I want to get out from behind backstage and, come see what the thing's all about. So I'm here in Pyro. Why don't you come around here and see? I am, of course, an expert Star Citizen player. Why don't you come on over here? You see what I'm doing? I am attempting to open a door right now. How do I open the door, Daniel? It's not this door? That's not the door? Also, you're not Daniel, are you? You're Adam. All right, so we are here. What station is this, Adam? No, remember. No, put the mic in.
Oh, this is Checkmate.
This is Checkmate Station. So this is where the demo starts. And what do we do when we're here at the demo?
This is where your habs are. So, yeah, you can't go back in. Okay. You want to go straight. You want to follow the exit signs. So left. And those are your elevators.
Are these ones going to kill me?
No, these should not be the death elevators.
Not even in Pyro?
No guarantees on that.
I want you to go on record. Look at that camera and say the elevators in Pyro won't kill you.
I'm going to say no guarantees that the elevators on Pyro won't kill you.
All right, so we take the elevator, and where do we go next?
You're going to go to the entrance.
All right. Push the button. Look at this guy.
So one of the other players will do it for you.
There you go. So, no, show the screen. Show them Pyro. Let them see Pyro. People are tired of seeing my dumb face. There we are. So where am I going now, Adam?
You want to make a left?
This way?
No, you went too far. You got to follow the exit signs.
I don't see anything.
There you go.
All this environmental storytelling.
Yeah, this is the experience that you just walked through.
All right, up here?
Yep.
And another elevator. All right. So what does this say here? Do you know?
I can't read. I know that's Rough and Ready for the top part.
All right, yeah. So Rough and Ready are the gang that runs the Checkmate Station. All right. Well, everybody, I am not going to subject you to my first time here in Pyro for any longer. We're going to throw it to the first of our two-part environmental presentations, starting with Living on the Edge. So take it away, everybody, and I don't know, watch it. It's good.
Hi, everyone. My name is Khan Chukut. I'm the lead level designer for the PU. I will give you an introduction to our locations when it comes to the design, a high-level overview of the design of our locations. I'm going to describe you the processes of our workflow and the goals that we aim to achieve. So, to break down our process a bit, this is very high level, but it starts out with a pre-production phase, an ideation phase. Here everything starts out in the mind. We bring it down to paper, sketch, write, formulate a plan based on our overall design goals.
You here, bro?
And then it moves on to the blocking stage. You might have heard of this,
Watch
like
this.
the white box and gray box phase. This essentially contains all of the gameplay that you would see in the final product. Basically, the way it's meant to be played, And we test this out with a lot of iteration and yeah, a lot of testing. And it's basically, the white box is not in a stage where it's presentable, but that comes now. So on the right, as you see, the food court that Adam is going to be showing you later. Yeah, this is the final product, VFX, lighting, and everybody had their pass on this. And level design or other designers still maintains the space and makes sure that the systems that get created are being retroactively implemented. All right, so one key aspect of game development in general is the balance of narrative, visuals, and gameplay. So all these interplay, they interconnect, and it's the foundation that runs through all game environments. So it's important to communicate context. And here in this draw over, you see that narratively, we see sort of a dangerous environment. The spiky shapes here are sort of threatening. We see defensive structures. We can expect some enemy NPCs here, but it's also an old village. Maybe there's some exploration, some loot to be found. And then what's also important is communicating goals. So goals can be the pathways that you take, the gateways that bring you from one step to another, and so on. Okay, whoops. Yep, there we go. Okay, since we're a sandbox game, accommodating playstyles is pretty important. So playstyles meaning going guns in blazing, shooting at everything and everybody, going more of a stealthy, infiltration-y pathway if you wanted to, but also all the social aspects that you know from Stanton. And to do this, we establish, so one of the core design philosophies is granting the player the freedom of choice to do what they want to do at any point throughout their experience. And we do this by establishing or defining multiple pathways or archetypes that we call primary, secondary, and tertiary pathing. So the first one is pretty straightforward. In a social setting, you have the goal right in front of you, and it's a single goal, such as here in the Habs. In a combat setting, this is very exposed, so it's dangerous to traverse this route. Where it gets more complex is when you have, such as with this outpost here, when you have multiple goals that can be equally important to the player at any given point. This is where we need to have a bit more design put into it with, for example, the landmarks that serve as orientation points. So to help you orientate yourself wherever you are in this location. And leading you to these locations by utilizing shape language and composition. The second path is, these are secondary pathways, so these are alternative routes. And these are options that are offered to you as you traverse the area on the primary path, for example. And so you may know this as a tourist when you go to a new city and you look around the corner and you see an alleyway that sort of looks nice and it evokes your curiosity and you want to investigate. In a combat setting, these are covered approaches or opportunities for you to flank the enemy to get to your goal, which could be this building on that sketch. Yeah, versus more open spaces. When you have, in a combat setting, in open spaces, you tend to be a bit more stationary because you want to feel more secure, unless you're in a vehicle. The third path is tertiary pathing. So these are more hidden infiltration routes, especially discoverable throughout the rundown stations that Adam will be presenting later on. And these are mostly discoverable to the attentive eye. You can explore these, find loot, or different routes to traverse through the station. Environment interactivity. You might have seen this in a previous presentation. It's very important to ground the player to their environment, offering them ways of interaction, being able to change the state of rooms to toy with the AI, or just simply being able to unblock your pathway. Where it gets a bit more complex is when you talk about resource network systems, such as in day one when Torsten mentioned that we're planning to implement this as well in locations. And this will allow the player to engage with their environment in different ways. They will be able to power up or down entities such as turrets, gates, and doors, and also alter life support systems. And also, this ties into security systems. So being able to power up or down certain sections of a security system. And security systems, in turn, will be dependent on security tokens that you will be able to grab from other NPCs in your environment to then gain access to other terminals, to security terminals or other areas. Reputation is a big topic for us, especially with Pyro. So reputation, what does it mean? It means that it's basically your standing, your relationship with factions, and factions are the UEE in Stanton, or outlaw gangs, especially now in Pyro. And this will define your play style within this environment. So it will define how you experience the location that you're in a more social context or in a more combative context. So we talk about reputation gates as well, especially in the later presentations. So in the case of the food court, in the rundown station, we have multiple floors. So the first floor is the gang floor, and that might require you to have a better relationship with the owner of this location, which then will give you unique mission givers that you can go to and accept a mission that are offering you missions themed after the faction or the owner of this location.
Yeah, I know, right?
But also give you access to unique gear, collectibles, ship weapons, and items.
There's a guy in chat.
You might have seen
He's gonna
these
pass
locations
out.
in the demo if you've played it. So to close this all off and move on to the other presentations, the glue behind all of our locations is the content. It is the reason why you go to these locations in the first place, and our main goal right now is to not have that divide between social and gameplay as much as we do in Stanton, but mix it up a little and make that dependent on the reputation that you have with the factions or the owners of these locations.
Reinforcement needed. Yeah, let's go there.
And
let's boost.
yeah, we're looking into more content. As you've seen listed there, there's a bunch of new stuff coming as well. With the later presentations, for example, with the logistics hubs in the second portion, we're also looking into raids. But yeah, that's it for me. I will pass it over to Eddie now. Hope you've enjoyed this. Take care. Bye.
Leave me out fucking nervous.
Hi, everybody. So, I'm Eddie. I'm an assistant art director on Star Citizen for locations. Before we start, I'd like to mention that all of the footage we're about to see comes from our current stable builds. So all of that beautiful tech, all of those features that we've seen in the last 2 days is coming from our tech development builds. Now, all those features are going to make their way to you, of course, eventually. But that is the reason you're not going to see some of them in the builds today. I just wanted to get ahead of the comments a little bit there. So with that said, what am I going to be talking about? Well, I'm really excited to show you that the hard work that the Sandbox One team have been doing to expand our new outpost locations. I'm going to start by going over how we've expanded the library and what that means we can now achieve with the new locations, and then how we achieve that variety from the library by categorizing our locations into both archetypes and themes, and what that means for you as a player. So, I don't know if you remember this, but at Citizencon in 2021, we showed this new style of outpost for the first time. Now, at this point, we had our art style locked in. We'd worked on our library of content to the point where we could make smaller locations like this one, but with a limited amount of variety between each one. And this is what that library of modules looked like at that point. We'd established our main building modules, as well as some of our larger buildings and a number of smaller secondary and dressing and standalone modules. But each outpost couldn't be too large without there being some obvious repetition between the modules used. So let's have a look at that library today. So,
that is
in order to achieve that greater visual and design delta between each outpost and have them not feel like exact clones of one another, we've massively expanded our module library in terms of breadth and depth. And what I mean that, we go broad by making more modules with different purposes, and we go deep by creating multiple thematic overlays for each of those modules as well. And I'll go into what that means a little bit in a minute. But the challenge of a sandbox location like this, as you can see, it's not about building a single unique location. That can be quite straightforward, to be fair. It's about giving our artists and designers the building blocks, the affordance to build multiple locations that all feel somewhat different, even if they do share that same basic DNA. So it's about creating both the ingredients at the same time as the recipes, and making sure all of those flavors work in harmony with one another for both visuals and gameplay. So every individual part has to take into consideration all of those design philosophies. So every single module has to take into consideration those design philosophies that Khan mentioned. But we also have to make sure that they work with those same principles when an artist or a designer combines them into any one of a number of different layouts. So the more ingredients we have to work with, the more recipes we can create. But with that complexity comes the challenge of keeping everything harmonious. So we like to think we've done a pretty good job with that. But that's me. Using this expanded library, we've been able to increase the individual location size because there's less of that obvious repetition between buildings within any single location. And we can't really call some of these large locations outposts anymore. They become something more like settlements and imply a larger and more established community. Now, as a player, it will mean a lot more to explore and do at any single individual location, with a localized and personal feeling mission types that might see you moving around a single settlement to complete objectives, or doing short hop missions between clusters of settlements on a single planet. So you might head up to a ridge to repair some wind turbines. You could counter an outlaw attack from a neighboring outpost, or on the opposite side, you might be stealing or destroying vehicles for the criminal gang that you're working for. But in the art department, we always say, show, don't tell. So let's stop looking at slides and let's have a look at some of the locations in game.
Yes. Yep. That's what I want. Look at that little mule run off.
Is that a... Yeah, that's a mule, yeah. And then there's a Drake Vulture in the background, I think.
Yeah, probably. Ooh, I like that. I think that's thing 3, Pyro 3.
I really hate the Herald.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it. It's an okay ship. It's just not my go-to. Yeah. Even that desert gives really good feels. I like that hanging rock in the back.
Yeah. Look at the mountain, bro.
Yeah. Pretty.
I was gonna say something there, but it was too dumb.
Thank you. So, what flavors of Outpost did we just see there? Well, we categorize them in 2 different ways, as I said, and then we mix and match those categories together to provide that variation. Now, the first and primary category is the archetype, and they provide that core gameplay hook and define the main function of a settlement. So scrapyards have a landing pit module for repairs and refueling. Mining operations can have a refinery module and oil extractors for resource and commodity trading. And trading posts themselves allow a broader range of item purchases through the dedicated trade building module. And I mentioned earlier some more like general mission types that you might find that would be agnostic of archetype.
Yeah, that and salvage. Flora fauna is pretty nice too.
Primary gameplay function of a settlement, but there's also a middle layer. Of course, we don't want these locations to just be a glorified shop or repair station. So there's to be more secondary activities to do locally to an outpost that are also defined by its archetype. So you may find scrapyards can offer salvage-related gameplay and missions. Trading posts can also offer delivery missions or hauling and cargo gameplay, and farms can offer crops and fauna as resources for gathering or trading. So with archetypes as our primary category, in addition, we mix in a secondary category, and these are the thematic overlays. Now, at the moment, we have 2 main themes. Internally, we call these independent and outlaw. So themes offer additional variation on top of the archetypes to inform the look and feel of a location, not just visually, but which people you'll interact with there, how they'll respond to you based on your rep, what types of missions you'll have available to take on. So themes don't change the fundamental architecture of a space or the archetype of a location, but they do drastically alter the mood and feel, as well as altering the gameplay experience significantly. And again, let's take a look at the first of our themes, our independent theme.
That particular mountain one I'm a big fan of.
The one with the,
What about it?
The green stuff, right?
The green, yeah.
Huh? Who y'all talking about?
Citizencon.
Oh.
I know that. I'm talking about the mountain.
Oh, he just likes it.
Cool.
Oh.
Thank you.
You haven't seen the rest of the panels.
So,
Missed nearly a
as a
whole 2
neutral
days
player,
worth.
the independent theme presents a much more social, visual, and gameplay experience. The primary visual read across both themes, so across both Outlaw and Independent, comes from those common architectural forms, and they're generally all more rounded and soft in shape, and the building manufacture techniques are more robust and primitive, with single-story dwellings built from stucco and bare metal. But for this theme specifically, we use soft textiles, warm lighting and color palettes, foliage, decoration that layer on top of those utilitarian structures to give that sense of home. And I use the word home for our independent theme quite a lot because we really want to get that feeling that this is home for the people that live there despite those harsh realities of frontier life. And in contrast to that, we have a theme that lies in a direct opposition to the independence, which we call the Outlaw theme. So let's take a look at that now as well.
Hey, you know what we didn't pay attention to, Zesty?
Yeah, which one?
I just saw a post for it, but one of them actually showed roads, like a dirt road.
Oh, yeah. Was it the mule one, right?
Yeah, the mule drove on it, correct.
Yeah, I noticed it, but I just didn't think much of it.
No, I didn't pay attention to it. But yeah, roads. So that they're working on that as well.
So they're gonna connect outpost to another outpost kind of thing?
Yeah, that's what it appears.
I mean, no, but the outpost will be like less than 95 kilometers away or something like that.
Yeah.
So that makes sense.
I dare say they want to populate it a bit, yeah.
Yeah, make it like into a little village kind of thing.
Yeah.
Oh my god, they got grandpas playing the game.
Yeah, I know, right? Fucking land the shot already.
If they had me, bro, you'd be looking at like next Fortnite kind of jumps and shit like that. Ooh.
Damn. That thing packs a punch.
Okay.
Wait a minute, did I just hear Cutlass steals a nice ship?
Yeah. It's a dropship, bro.
So the
It's-
Outlaw theme
it's
tells that story of these
an
once
okay
functional
ship, but not for its
settlements being
price.
completely overrun by the various criminal elements that
Who said
inhabit the
pay
system.
for it?
And
I don't
visually,
know.
we have themes of a regressed
Yeah.
and subverted civilization. So we layer on top of the architecture these spiked and aggressive forms, and we have evidence of a squalid living arrangements, and lighting comes from fires or poorly maintained fixtures. Some spaces are going to be recognizable as deformed versions of the independent theme, but some have been completely changed to more nefarious purposes. And while both themes employ all of the various alternative pathing and traversal considerations that Khan detailed just earlier, the outlaw spaces are weighted more towards combat. But just because these spaces are more dangerous and the experience can be more combative, that doesn't mean that the archetype of the outpost is lost. So if you as a player choose to be a criminal working up your rep with a headhunter gang, you'd be welcome at the trading posts and you'd be able to buy and sell items or take on missions. But you probably won't then be very welcome at the independent themed locations, and that's where you'd get your combat experiences. So while the outlaw theme looks very different, the functionality of those archetypes still remain. So I've talked about the kinds of outposts we've been hard at work on, and I hope you've enjoyed checking them out over the last 2 days in the Pyro demo. It's really made me very pleased to see people playing our content at last, so thank you for that. But
I like that thing where it says Pyro release.
I hope it should be obvious that we're going to get
Coming.
these out for the first Pyro release. We still have
There's
some final optimization.
actual gameplay of it at the moment.
across the whole
You can play it on the floor, and there's a possibility to play it after that.
Pyro and beyond.
In the
And
next
our
2
tools
weeks,
allow
right?
us to do that very quickly.
Yeah,
And we've got the
31st,
library
I
as well
think.
to do it.
What do you have to do?
The new
well,
outposts are
I'm
not
screwed.
limited to the Pyro system. They're completely system agnostic. So
I'll be
you can
gone.
expect to see these outposts in other systems as
Where you
well.
off to?
And of course, we're going to look to add more ingredients.
First 3
and more
days I'll be in
modules
St.
to the library
Louis,
as well,
Missouri.
to
Then after
further
that,
expand the
I'm
various
head. As soon as I'm done with that, I head to. I'm on my app already.
More on-foot gameplay within a smaller ecosystem of a planet.
As soon as I get done with that, I head back to. I head
Our goal with
to.
these locations, as with many of the others we're going to hear about today, is
Indianapolis
to continue to work on the gameplay so
for a
that
week.
every location
Then when I get back from that,
offers
I'm
a
literally
rich
heading to
playground to explore.
Morgantown, West
And I
Virginia.
guess I'd like to finish just by thanking everyone for listening today. It's really great to see you all. And I'm going to pass you over to Nick. who's gonna talk about
Did you
some
see the
locations
rumors of a
that are coming in
possible
the near
Squadron
future.
42 announcement,
Thank you.
Zesty?
Yeah, you posted it with the.
Yeah.
I think it might come out March next year, March probably.
We are French Canadian on the.
I reckon that's a bit tight, but yeah.
March, April.
Oh, that'd be
just before.
That'd be great.
All right, guys. My name is Nicolas Pinchot. I'm from Montreal. I'm assistant art
Shit, this
director,
French accent,
and I'm
I
here
understand.
today to show you the next new derelict settlement we did. But just before that, I just want to say thank you to everyone who worked on that mandate. You guys made an awesome work. I'm super happy and proud to be here today to show you that, all of you guys and to the world. So let's go to the chase and let me present you the new derelict settlement.
Everyone's like too French.
That's about right.
I'm just gonna put Je suis le baguette in the chat. I really like this settlement. It's like really run down, you know?
Yeah, it's got a nice vibe. But these are going to be really good, like, social hubs too.
Oh, the snow biome looks so nice. Because I just see everyone wearing white clothing in their missions here. Like,
Yeah.
Like 10 org missions. We have to take
Yeah.
a place or something like that. AI is a bit janky.
Hold up. Yeah, but the AI is walking on planet. Pretty fucking crucial. That's new.
Not really.
It's decently new. They've been working on it for quite a while.
They had a money mission where you go to
Oh. Yeah. I guess it's been around for a little bit. Ooh. That's interesting. Shit, that's huge.
So they got these wind turbines. That means that's how we're going to be generating powers for our bases in the future.
Yeah. That place is massive.
Just like my kid. Nothing? Really? Oh, I was being a smartass. Nothing new.
Beth, I'm gonna say it again. Petrol's music.
On point.
Yeah.
Especially during that Star Engine demo yesterday.
Yeah.
That fucking smacked.
It did. Even when they were showing us the hairs, yeah. And I said, yeah, they could show us a horse in a shoebox, and I would still be like, yeah.
Pretty cool, guys, eh?
That oil rig actually looks a little bit like
By the
Hurston,
way,
some
we
people
made more
say.
than 4, it's not just 4, we made
Oh,
more than that.
wait, I don't see the
So
resemblance
we
as much,
split
but
those
yeah.
settlements
But I see why
into
people
categories, social and hostile.
Yeah.
In the social one, we will have drop-off mission, shops, food,
Yeah, you said something about
loot,
social hub.
and drinks.
Mm.
And hostile one, obviously, will be more focused combat. Let me show you what it's look like.
Yeah, I see more people coming and going. I'm all for social hubs.
Oh, did you just realize this is a very old clip?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, they don't have the new mechanics in this.
No, that's what they mentioned. A lot of this stuff's fairly ancient because it's on stable builds, not the technical builds. Was that players on the back of that fucking ship, or was it NPCs?
Let me go back to my YouTube.
It's fire. So there's people sitting in the back of that Cutlass. It could have been other players. I do love these settlements though, they've done a really good job. Even the terminals.
Was it AI by the way?
Yeah. Yeah, I thought it may have been. That's neat. I like this like grab off the shelf, interact with the environment type feel.
Oh, this is a EU game.
Yeah.
So which means
It's
down the road.
probably not far. I'd say a point X patch. I don't think it's going to be in this build, or end of year.
No, I think it's going to be Q4 because if they're doing a playtest in the next 2 weeks, right?
It could be. It could certainly be the Q4 3.22.
And I hate the fact that Savvy might be right. He called their apparently yesterday. Because they're having people they run play it, so which means they're doing some sort of play testing there. That may go.
I genuinely think we're going to have some form of pirate by the end of the year. At the rate everything's going and the rate they're wanting to get people to check it out.
The A1 just
Wreck.
blew the shit out of them.
I like the end. The end's awesome. All right, in summary, guys, we're going to have a lot of new location on planets, links with nice mission and good gameplay.
Fuck's sakes, I don't even understand what you're
all
saying.
those locations will be in Q4 this year, available in the game.
Q4. 322. Fuck yeah.
So thank you very much. I will let now Adam to show you more good stuff.
But see, that leads me to wonder whether it's pyro, because some of that looked pyro, and then some of it looked Stanton.
No.
Hi, everyone.
Everything was pyro, bro.
All right.
That's what I mean.
So, welcome to
I'm
Rust
heavily
Stations.
leaning towards
I'm Adam
it.
Sanders, lead environment artist for EUL1. We're excited today to show you our efforts for the Pyro rest stop stations. So, what are Pyro rest stop stations? Well, these are stations reinvented.
I
These
doubt
are new
it.
themes,
Last year
archetypes,
was
and gameplay
I fell asleep through
to
it.
support new and interesting experiences. Aside from
Yeah,
the social
but
aspects, there is gameplay
these are
and
gonna look
exploration
done.
on the location. I've hoped you had a chance to play the demo over the past couple of days. I know I've spoken to a few of you. It's pretty good, right?
No, we haven't. We haven't
Yeah.
played.
Here's a sneak peek of our current progress.
Now.
Let's kick off with an overview of the Pyro system.
Give me Bath and wait, hang on for your name.
For the Pyro system release, we plan on 6
gonna call you
planets
Arthur
and
now.
26 stations, including jump point stations that connect for Stanton and future systems such as Magnus. Rest stop stations are either in rundown or abandoned states. Citizens of Pyro, the Rough and Ready Outlaws, and Xeno Threat may control these. Our focus today will on the Rough and Ready owned Pyrotech Amalgamated Fuel and Resource Station, Planet 2, Lagrange Point 4, otherwise known as Checkmate Station.
Look at all the fucking shit. It's a checkmate. Still a fairly large station.
This is just a glorified remix, basically.
Yeah, that's kind of the vibe I'm getting. It's gonna have some changes. It needs a lot of the newer features to feel different from what we've got now.
Exactly.
Thank you. So to create a richer experience from rundown stations, we have 3 key points. So increased reputation gives you access to new areas, unique gear, and mission givers. It also relates to basic functions such as the hub clinics, which need at least a neutral standing with their owners. Combat can take place anywhere, including social areas. Numerous options for environment traversal and enhanced environmental interactions. We aim to include new substation areas such as the workers area, lower deck, and maintenance areas. These areas will offer unique content, more environment interactivity, and interconnection between areas. Our journey begins when the player arrives in the entry deck view room. The entry deck serves as the first barrier between the outside world and the interior of the station. Some inhabitants are prevented from going inside and are stuck here with no means of getting out. Slums are formed beneath the bridge, smuggling routes established. Some shopkeepers will sell you water and food on your way into and out of the station. Let's have a look.
I like they're pushing heavy on this different traversal. Because that was big in the last one they showed.
So they're trying to avoid like AI contact that might kill them or something.
Well, it's a bit of that. It's a bit of ways to access areas that you shouldn't be, and
Oh, the jump thing, you know, what's it called again?
all of that. The mantling?
Mantling, yeah.
They really improved that, yeah. Feels a little bit like escaping the prison.
going to, what's it called again? Might need to grab Squadron 42 before it goes on higher price.
Good luck. I heard a rumor that they pulled it all together, so I don't know. I was thinking myself the same.
Can't
I'm
touch
like,
on
I should
reputation
probably do
area.
that.
Let's see how that is applied
But
to
you
the
get
stage.
Squadron 42 for free, right? If
So
you
how
have
does the reputation
concierge.
gate in the entry deck affect gameplay?
Yeah, but there was a certain cutoff for it.
What does that mean?
So if you had good reputation, you could go.
They were going to do it quite a while ago, where I think you already have to have it by the cutoff, and if so, then it was going to be attributed to your account with the game package or ability to play without having your game package.
What if you had
And
it and
then-
then you got rid of it before that cutoff happened?
I don't.
I'm pretty sure it's
yeah.
still. I don't. Yeah, you can't get it.
I don't think, yeah.
I know some of you exist.
Because I think they
What?
pulled it.
In short, you can have a tough time, but you have options. So stealth via other pathways might be one of those options. You build your reputation up from scratch, or you could probably fight. Let's focus on those alternate pathways. The modules in the station are broken up into several traversal areas. As with the other location archetypes, we define these spaces as secondary or tertiary routes, as opposed to the more official primary paths. Most modules are interconnected with vents and maintenance shafts. These reward the players with infiltration and exploration paths, as well as potential loot. So what alternative routes exist to enter this access the station? We'll offer the opportunity to access the station through multiple EVA points on the exterior. It gives you the choice of how to tackle missions and reputation issues. These alternative entries allow the player to circumvent the ATC loop completely. Useful for when your reputation with the owners would normally prevent you from going through more official ways.
That's
These
actually
server
interesting.
spaces that provide content aligned or against the owners of the station. The maintenance hatch access points are a new common sub-location to the stations. The stations are planned to house maintenance areas that increase the interconnection between all the different sub-areas of the station. They act as alternative pathways the player can take to traverse from the entrance area to the Galleria, for example. Now let's have a look at our main social space. The market. A central location for the controlling faction, it houses all their nefarious activities. You can participate in their endeavors if you have the right rep. Let's have a look at some of those key features.
So technically free passage, basically.
Yeah, just having the right rep and then equipment and whatever as well.
But like the bad shit you do in Pyro, does that affect Stanton or anything like that?
Well, yeah, supposedly.
But you shouldn't though, because they're two different systems, right? So governed by.
They're two different systems, but they're linked. Everything's going to talk to one another. Everything's going to be linked.
Oh, is that a snake?
Hey, that's new.
Wait, well, that's a beetle.
No, it's like a beetle slug thing. That's new. Because the only other thing... C-nut, there you go. The only other thing we've seen similar to that is the big beetles in caves, so that's new.
Wait, there's beetles in the game already?
Yeah.
So the market is a social hub,
the
and
other
a good
caves.
example of mixing social and gameplay space, as mentioned by Khan earlier. Another reputation gate can be found in the market. The ground floor is open to the common public. The upper floor is reserved to rough and ready outlaws and their associates. If you have increased reputation, you can access this area, which gives you access to premium items, top-tier mission givers, and access to new areas. We plan to house mission givers in both tiers that will give you unique jobs to further your reputation and fame across Pyro. Now let's have a look at another theme. Abandoned is a new, non-social location theme. Let's have a quick look at the current abandoned area on Checkmate. So we have entire abandoned stations as separate locations. On top of that, there are abandoned areas within the rundown stations, much like the ones you probably see in the demo. There will be around 15 of these around the Pyro system. These are accessible through airlocks and breaches or other means. We aim to enhance all the space locations with a lot more gameplay content. Loot runs, exploration, creatures, missions of various types with PvE and PvP content, just to name a few. We're also laying a focus on environment interactivity with potential retrofitting of occupied stations. With the future addition of security systems and the resource network system, we will have the means to further improve the experience within these spaces and offer new challenges. With power, life support, and gravity playing a key role to give the player a unique experience, especially in abandoned stations. So, what do Pyro rest stop stations bring to the game? So lots more variety in space stations, with more gameplay opportunities within a station location. Opportunities for exploration, hidden areas, multiple options for access or traversal. These are faction-owned, and reputation will affect the location and gameplay. These feature lots of new mission opportunities within social space and multiplayer opportunities for combat on location. So I hope you have enjoyed this sample of what stations will offer and had a chance to have a go on the demo the past couple of days. That concludes the Living on Edge presentation. Thank you for your time.
They're running ahead. He's about 20 minutes ahead.
Is he?
Yep.
Hey, everybody.
We're not supposed to get the destination adventure for another 20 minutes.
To the end of Citizencon 2953. Can you believe it? 2 days? Pyro? Star cloth? Star hair? Star citizen? All right, we still got one more presentation to go, but I have a couple announcements I have to make. This was just handed to me by the facilities team, so bear with me. Astropub, you're going to need to redo your lore video on the history of the Zeus. Geo, you need to get some money. Authy, I need to be invited to the next ladies' night. Burks, this just says get good.
Oh, how could you rinse my boy Burks like
even
that?
Here? Fastcart, slow down. Gabby, just thanks for my bracelet. And Salty Mike, don't forget to pick up your check on the way out.
He's a paid actor anyways, bro. What the fuck?
You know, that joke is so old, we would never, ever pay him. So the only real announcement I have is that Hall B is closing at 4 o'clock. So that's approximately 15 minutes. So if you wanted to get merch or anything else, you wanted to peek at one last community booth, you've only got about 15 minutes left to do that before we close
the big
Hall B.
announcement.
In Hall B, the last 2 days,
Because of the
we've
what?
had our good friends at Atmo
The big
Esports.
announcement.
We're running their fight.
Do you know what it is?
competition. So I would like to invite
Possible score,
two
you
of the
put it
members
too.
of Atmo Esports, their founders, their creators, the big.
Wait, are we finishing a bit early today?
No, should be on time.
Sarah, come on up, man.
Like I said, there's still another this destination adventure that's supposed to run from for 45 minutes, and then closing ceremony.
You got 90 seconds.
Well, what's
to
the
tell
closing
people
ceremony?
Who you are, what you're about, and
Chris Roberts comes back, talks
I'm
some
Corsair,
smack.
and this is Crucian, and we're from Atmo Esports. And we've just run Fight or Flight, the first live tournament experience here at Citizencon 2953. We'd love to thank the staff and competitors.
Disco Lando.
Yeah. Is that what that big group is?
Yeah, these guys.
competitors.
Yeah, just get them up.
He's gonna break the stage.
Yeah, come on up, guys. Come
on up. Well, I just want to give a big thank you to the competitors who made this tournament happen. We have Lizzie B, Avenger 1, Verity, Cobra, Herbadiza. We got Sin, Astropub, G.I. Jew. We have Comet 15,
G.I. Jew.
Bob Nagus, Ms. Gabs, Schwang, Zero State, New Cabbage, Detox, and the Floor Mat. These guys have gone through adversity throughout this tournament, and they've done a fantastic job. So I just want to say thank you to the community who keeps supporting what we're doing. We'll love to be back in the future. And this community is the best community in the world. Thank you.
Take a bow, players. And of course, if you were here watching this, you can check out the stream, the Hulk event, up on their Twitch channel, I presume. Yep. I should have checked beforehand. Thank you very much, everybody. Watch your step on the way down. All right, I got one more housekeeping thing. There's a person not many of you know. He's an associate producer in our LA studio. And when the workload for this event became as heavy and as detailed as it was, we turned to him to help with our broadcast this weekend. And he rose up and he excelled like a champion. So I would like to formally introduce you to Dan Howbrick, who's been co-hosting the event. Dan, get on up here, man.
Beth, you telling me I can't buy back Squadron 42?
Oh, you can probably buy back, maybe.
Keep
Buy
walking.
back. Yes. I had like a bunch of ships with that token.
Now, we've got one more presentation. That's Destination Adventure. You're gonna see more about things underground, things up in space, and things I'm gonna let Todd Pappy tell you about. And then, of course, we'll let Chris
Todd
Roberts
Pappy.
come to stage,
Daddy
return to
Pappy.
stage, and close out the show proper. So this is a sign off for me. Thank you
the
so much
Quanta
for
guy
being
who
here at
always talks
Citizencon.
about
And on
Quanta?
behalf
No,
of Tyler and
that's,
Leah, if I may,
Tony Z.
thank you for making this event possible.
This is Daddy Pappy.
And you're going to love what you're about to see, everybody.
If that ain't a hint, I don't know what is.
Wait, what is he doing again?
Oh, shush it.
Hello.
He's
Hello,
it's one of the top
welcome to
guys.
Destination Adventure.
This isn't Top
My
Pappy.
name is John
So I know.
Griffiths. I'm the lead environment artist for EU Sandbox 2, and I'm the product owner for the distribution centers. Before we delve into, I'll put my slide on for a start. Before we delve into it, everything that you're going to see is currently in grey box, so just keep that in mind. So, these distribution centers, what are they? Well, first off, they're the biggest location we have.
Ooh, that looks nice.
Outside of landing zones.
Ooh.
The reason why they're so big
Look
is
at the roads.
intentional. We wanted them to accommodate as much world and mission-based gameplay as possible.
Vehicle parking and stuff.
The crosswalks.
Each location
Yeah.
supports multiple landing pads and hangars,
Fucking huge.
making them
Yeah, they are.
accessible to as many players as possible at any one time. There's
Multiple
even
cargo
a
elevators.
road network to support transit from the planet's surface, into the main building and to any berth ships.
Wait a minute. Oh,
So every distribution center will be owned
did you
by a
notice
faction.
on the where we was looking down
Depending
on the
the
map?
faction and
You saw
where
that
the
one street that actually had
distribution center is
barricades up.
located on the planet will determine its specialism. Now, each specialism will lend itself to different missions and gameplay opportunities. So let's talk about some factions for a moment. So, an example of a major faction would be the UEE. Now, at their distribution centers, they're likely to be more specialized towards military supply, research and development, or communications, depending on which branch of the UEE it is. They will have a much stronger military presence in the area. And missions here may be more hostile with
I'm putting $10 on them announcing this to come with end of year.
team-based raid opportunities. Other examples of hostile gameplay that we're thinking of is hacking and stealing, searching for and destroying a specific item, tracking and eliminating any VIPs, and everyone's favorite, eliminate all. Grey Cat Industrial would be an example of a minor faction.
So their distribution centers will be more specialized towards gathering resources, manufacturing, assembly, shipping. There would be a security presence here, but it won't be that as strong as a major faction. Our missions here would be more suited to friendly gameplay loops, though we won't be ruling out hostile missions like corporate espionage. Some other friendly gameplay types. Cargo hauling, like I said, resource gathering and mining, maintenance of the location. But you know, that's enough of me talking about it. How about we show you where we're up to with these distribution centers?
Sounds good to me. Grey box is fairly far along. I'm highly betting end of year.
What are these?
Different things depending.
Missions,
Cargo hauling, corporate jobs. Yeah, all sorts of stuff. Just depending on the faction.
refinery.
Depending on the faction, like Grey Cat's a lot of cargo hauling in major factions like UEE, for example, security, a lot of your combat jobs and stuff like that.
This pretty much looks finished.
It's grey box, so it's close. It's got some bugs and some tweaks and.
This is white box, grey
You
box,
know.
and then what's the other one?
I only really
Grey
know
box.
it's white box.
I think it's
I'm
just
pretty
white and
sure.
gray.
And then it flows into like final art and stuff like that. So it's awfully close.
That's AI.
They've marked all the shapes of the art. They've done all the areas out. They've started to put a lot of the bits and pieces together. So yeah, basically means they're getting close. I would suspect they're going to tell us this is coming end of year as well.
See those little boxes there?
Yeah.
Oh. To me, or is that a spy?
No, that's me, bro.
These are going to be huge. They're going to be big hubs too. Lots of ships coming and
So
going.
where can I buy my
Oh, I bought the policy.
Thank you. So to talk you through the corporate
see.
spaces at these locations,
Yeah,
please
because they had
welcome
it
Rainer up to the stage.
limited time for 450.
Yeah.
Hello, hello. So my name is Rainer Rick. I'm a lead environment artist at the Montreal studio, and we've been working with John's team on the distribution centers. So John just showed how massive these locations are. He also presented the industrial sections on the ground level, and I'm here to present the administrative area of these facilities that the Montreal team has been working on. So,
Of course,
we're located
Montreal
above
has been
ground,
working
just
on it.
below the tower highlighted in the picture. Inside, you'll be able to explore the corporate office space and interact with the administrative personnel. Accessible via the lifts in the hangars and also the industrial sections we saw earlier. In addition, we've added also landing pads in front of the lobby, specifically designed for smaller ships and ideal for short stays like pickup or delivery missions. And we can't ignore the fantastic views we have from these platforms. A reminder of the vastness of these facilities. Now, let's step inside the lobby. You'll find the atrium, which is a central point of the administrative area, providing access to various locations of the corporate space. Within this space, you'll find the reception desk, and as a newcomer, you'll be expected to report here first. So here you can hand over your deliveries or pick up packages and earn reputation points with that faction. So also expect to see corporate ownership reflected through branding, color schemes, and product placement throughout the corporate hub. And with the use of overlays, we'll be able to swap these out depending on the ownership. And here's an example with Grey Cat showcasing their vehicles and some shiny armor. And back on the topic of reputation, as it grows, you can expect to gain access to the executive office spaces. From here, you'll meet with unique quest givers And depending on your reputation level, you'll receive various mission types, either friendly or hostile. And finally, the distribution centers were designed as an evolving location. We've built this with future expansion in mind. And in the back of the lobby, for example, doorways could eventually lead to additional office space. So, enough talk. Just before I show our progress so far, I want to give a big thank you to the Montreal team for their work on the administration area. Thank you. And as John mentioned, we're still in gray box phase, so just keep that in mind. But let's take a look.
I like that little ship.
The Pisces, yeah. So
Yeah.
The C8R is, yeah, the C8R is pretty handy.
Where do I land my Polaris?
That is fucking NPCs.
Yeah, that's definitely NPC.
Look the way
But
that guy walked off. That's NPC.
Yeah, but I bet you that's like a mission to like a VIP, like get them to point A to point B.
Oh, it could full well be, but that's showing that NPC taxi missions are working.
Imagine you can build your own settlement like this.
Yeah, this is fucking huge.
No, you know how awesome that would be if you could.
I mean, they got the Pioneer for that shit, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I doubt it'll do anything like this though.
I wouldn't rule it out.
Beg to differ. I mean, you might need to spend a lot of money for these settlements to be built, though. Plus, you need a claim for it, a claimant or whatever it's called as well.
Yeah.
But they cost like thousands, bro. The claim things. That's the admiral, right?
I'd say since everybody was saluting him.
Not the guy who got off the Pisces. He's not bad,
Fuck the views of that though. Can you imagine how much of a mess these places are going to become if they include the destruction stuff? Like if they include Maelstrom on this, it's going to be a mess.
No, I think he's gonna be like heavily guarded though. So.
Yeah, but you can imagine if they included Maelstrom, you'd knock half this shit over and destroy pipelines.
Thank you very much. And now let me welcome back John on stage. He's going to continue the presentation.
There's only one way
Thanks
to
a lot,
prevent
guys.
it, right? They're gonna ask you to like turn your shields off and your weapons off
Team
before
did a
you
great
enter.
job with that video.
If not,
Yeah.
you're gonna get like the Polaris missiles coming at
Something
you.
we've been working on that's unique to this location is raids. Click on.
Raids?
So raids are team-based missions with a focus on high-risk, high-reward operations. As Carl mentioned previously, you'll be able to choose how you gain entry to these locations. Coming prepared and geared up will make the difference between success and failure. Ultimately, you'll need to work together in order to succeed.
And that's
So
what you
these
need to
raids
steal for.
will have you breaching the interior of the main structure, highlighted here. Now, each interior will comprise of rooms that reflect the location's specialism. For example, a shipping-focused distribution center will have rooms dedicated to the storage of cargo. Looking to the future, we're planning on having distribution centers with subterranean levels that will be accessed from this interior space. These will expand upon and increase the difficulty of these raids. Now let's take a look at one of these raid missions in action, but please note that this is early gameplay prototype of a raid.
Fucking look at that flak fire.
I don't understand why they're not using the Cutlass steel, bro.
Just depends on how many Just depends on how many they're trying to ship in, I guess.
Oh, the doors are closing, right?
movable barricades. See them moving them? Or what? Maybe it was a thin container. Either way, they picked it up and moved it.
Yeah, but Maelstrom won't allow that shit.
Hang on, what? Gib. I want that. I want to ride the buggy. Look at it. Look. They're pushing it. It's actually being pushed. It's not being driven, but I want one. Where is it? Gib.
Bro, this is like a full-on heist, bro.
Yeah.
What the fuck are
What the fuck did I miss? What the fuck did I miss? I was going to the bathroom.
It's already.
I want one. They're fucking out of there.
I was in the bathroom.
You need to watch this later. You just have to go back and watch it in time, bro. It's very hard to explain. We just witnessed the heist.
Heist of the fucking century. That was well done.
So, as you saw in the video, the team took a more
I want one of those little carts, though.
to getting inside
LTI
and taking what they wanted.
Yeah.
But this isn't the only
Fuck you.
carts with
multiple
Squadron
points
42.
of
I'll take
egress
that,
allow
please.
you to be stealthier, and it may make it easier for you to avoid obstacles in your path. Now, reputation will also tie into these raids. Missions will have varying objectives depending on the player's reputation level, and dynamic events may also be triggered during the raid, so players will need to adapt to an evolving situation. This could range from dealing with additional security personnel to other players arriving to defend the location against you. Something else we've been prototyping is how we can utilize the multi-tool to create gameplay puzzles. Physically interacting with the environment around you changes the puzzles for everybody. With multiple add-ons for the tool available, you may have to get creative when finding a solution to the problem in front of you. In this next video, we show you how using the tractor beam attachment can open up new paths to your objective, but it's up to you to decide what path you can create with what is available. Let's watch the video.
Oh, check that out. That's neat.
Oh. It's like puzzles.
I'm
man.
impressed. Yeah, I'm impressed.
Puzzles with parkour. Oh, I think
Yeah.
that's the mantle on that. Yep. I thought that would happen.
Parkour puzzles.
Oh, it's stuck.
So, how much are you going to cough up for the LTI forklift?
Probably about
Yes, thank you. Now, obviously, it was, this location would be possible with several people at CIG, so thanks go to Manuel, John, Jack, Martin, Farouk, Luke, Chris, Mustafa, Sam, Tom, and Rob. You've been excellent. Thank you to Rainer and his team in Montreal. You know, none of this would be possible without their efforts. And yeah, thanks to everybody here and online watching. Really appreciate your support. On to the next one.
Are we currently in the Destination Adventure segment, or which one are we still on?
Yeah, the Destination Adventure.
Hello. This is a good segue from the distribution centers, as I'll be talking to you about different aspects of cargo and freight on behalf of Art and Design.
Ooh. Agreed.
My name is Nick Etheridge, and I'm an Assistant Environment Art Director. So obviously cargo isn't just about boxes. It's a big part of the game. Almost every aspect of the game has some kind of involvement with cargo.
Yep.
And I'm going to briefly go through some of them now.
Carts? Gib?
So let's start with missions. How will hauling contracts work in-game? We'll be introducing the Interstellar Transport Guild.
I agree.
As well as
I need a guild.
As well as formalizing
they got the cover.
some of the main hauling and cargo companies that you'll be working with. As you do more hauling contracts, you will build up your reputation and relationship with the guild. This will lead you to gaining more lucrative contracts for specialized cargo and destinations, such as
Stop
different
doing them
forms
for
of
Ling.
hazardous cargo, perishable cargo, riskier routes, and more. So what do I mean by hazardous and perishable? Well, as you know, there's lots of commodities in the game, and different commodities have different properties. As you know, with events like Xenothreat,
you know
we
these
have some
shit
special cargo
explodes and that
types
shit, you know that,
with
right?
different attributes, such as time-sensitive
And we're going to get
cargo
radioactive
or
soon.
quantum-sensitive cargo.
And toxic.
But those were a small
Quantum.
selection for the event.
Legal
and they were
status.
the two-handed carryable types anyway. We'll be expanding those types, plus lots more types
Liquids,
to the wider
chemicals.
game and
Perishables,
content.
atmospheres.
So how does this affect gameplay?
Where is women?
It will affect the choices you make when you are handling, storing, and traveling with the cargo. For example, with size and weight, is it carryable?
like that.
Do you need a tractor beam?
Those crates.
What type of tractor beam do you need?
Yeah.
Is
I don't
it
need
a handheld one or a
forklift.
ship tractor beam. Some
Uh,
containers
screw
can only be moved
forklift.
with ship tractor beams, for example.
No, don't need
With
tractor
health,
beams. Forklift.
Has the container got good integrity? Is it holding fragile goods?
That's for the.
Do you need to handle it with
mule,
care?
right?
You can't just throw all containers
Yeah, the
about.
meal will do the 1 SCUs.
For temperature
Ooh.
control, do you need to ensure the container is
kinda cool.
powered so it can keep the contents cool? Or do you need to
I
get
like
to your
that.
destination quickly?
Yeah.
Otherwise, the contents may perish. For security, can the container be locked or hacked?
Oh.
Can the contents be scanned, or is the container tracked?
Yeah.
Will there be
I
pirates
like how they're,
or law after you when you're holding
They're
this
marking
container?
it a bit more obvious.
Has a containment? Is it radioactive? You might need the right protection against it, as you may have seen in Jens's presentation earlier. Can it explode? You might not want to put these containers on a more exposed section of your ship. And many of these attributes are going to be visually distinctive. So
Yeah.
conversely, if you want to steal, for example, some cargo on a hull C, which does have very exposed cargo containers, you might want to avoid shooting blindly and accidentally blowing up your potential profits. So look out for those
Good call.
types of containers. Back to mission progression. We'll be introducing perks and rewards as part of fulfilling contracts and raising reputation with these companies.
Down for that.
Rewards, we'll have branded ship
Space
and
trucker, here I
toolskins,
come.
branded clothing. There will be collectibles to decorate your hab, hangar, or ship, or you can put them anywhere you want. And there'll be more exclusive rewards that we'll be revealing later.
Yes, Gib.
Thank you.
Space trucker, here I come.
For perks, you'll get access to more items in shops and discounts on specific items. And all of these rewards and perks you need to earn in the game. You cannot just buy them.
I like that idea.
So you get discounts where, like, if you do Covalence, you get their discounts, right?
Yeah.
Next, let's have a look at freight elevators and hangars.
Oh, yes, I'm down for that.
I knew you'd be excited for this.
Chit-chat.
Gameplay.
I'd like to show you a short video to demonstrate how freight elevators will change how you view your hangars and how you use your hangars.
Because these are big.
C2, bro.
The big girl herself. Ah. Do these just hold everything you own, or are you just calling it down?
I think you're calling it down.
I want those outfits. I'm gonna like put so much time into earning those, let me tell you.
I think you can just buy it. Probably like 1,000.
Oh, puffer jacket.
Wait. The other ones, are they AIs?
No, I don't think so.
I hope they are.
It's a tough call. It is a tough call. But I think it's players working together. Because that's a lot of cargo to move.
I can't do this by myself.
Oh, yes. Gib. Yes, Gib. Yes. Yes. Give forklift.
Give me!
Gib forklift. Fuck yes.
Oh, he's running!
He's running.
He's too fast!
I want cargo forklift. Gib.
No.
Oh boy.
Oh, Tonks?
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Yep. Yep.
Oh, this is sexy, bro. I'm horny.
Okay, get the tissues. Get the tissues. Get the tissues.
I already got them.
Oh yeah, now I want it.
I like these ammo crates too. That's neat. I want one of those. I want one of those. That's nice.
They're just gonna overwhelm us now.
With good shit, yeah.
Yeah, with the good shit that we've been looking for like 2 years now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Assistant personal.
So, as you can see, hangars, they will become persistent and personal, meaning you can
My
stay
Tonk
there
is
as long
becoming an
as you want.
SRV.
Whatever you
It's
leave there
booked into
will persist
heaven.
and will be yours to use.
I'm waiting.
Your hangar won't just be a place that you leave from in your ship. It will become a key base of operations to handle your inventory and storage needs, and you'll be able to request your ships from an ASOP terminal from within the hangar itself.
What?
Fuck
Yes,
yeah.
baby. So no one's gonna be following me into my elevator and stealing my ship.
Location inventories won't be
Not that it
magic and
happens to
instant
me, but-
anymore. This means that the freight elevators will be one of the main ways you interact with your local inventory. Items
Yep.
stored at the location can be requested via the elevator kiosks and will be brought up in a physicalized state to do with as you want.
Oh, we need security, bro. We need security.
This would be done through a dedicated interface screen to manage large volumes of items. It won't be using the personal inventory system.
Security and trespassing.
The change is obviously a really big quality of life improvement to retrieving ground vehicles. No longer do you have to travel thousands or millions of kilometers to specific places in the verse to get your vehicle. You will get them straight from your hangar.
Wait, where did the tonks and everything go to though?
Oh, they just go back into your inventory.
Okay, but can I go?
You'll
into
also
the
be able to bring up
inventory?
ship components, so your hangar is now
No.
more of a maintenance
I think you just
bay
call it up.
and
You interact with a
outfitters
pa-
where you
a
can
pad,
do repairs
call it up.
and swap around items and things like that. So in short, persistent player hangars in combination with freight elevators will dramatically change what you can do in your hangar. It will be a home to do as you want, which has always been the dream. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
I wish they did one on Habs, but
And I will
I'm
pass
impressed.
you over to Todd Pappy.
There you go. Your puppy's
Daddy
here.
Pappy. Daddy Pappy.
He's looking thick, boy.
Come on, I know.
can't hear you.
He's put a bit of chub on, I reckon.
All right, there we go.
You got the bad one.
Live
So-
director, yeah. Todd Pappy's the shit.
We'll be talking today about something special. It's an update on something that we talked about a little while ago, but we feel it's the future of Star Citizen, and it's the actual culmination of multiple different game
He's the one who
systems
gives
coming
the
together.
authority- the thingy, right?
So why don't you play the video?
We are gonna find something.
Okay,
up
you're
here.
gonna need tissues, Beth. Hold it back. Hold it back. Wait, is this a new ship? Looks like a.
No, it's a Hull series. Probably a Hull A, I want to say. What do you got for me, Pappy?
Land claim site.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Build your own base.
Base building.
Build your own base.
Base building. That's we're talking land claim site. We're talking base building.
Oh!
Fuck. Tissues. Tissues.
Oh, too late.
Holy shit. Oh, this is Todd Pappy, you've done it. I told you, Daddy Pappy, he gives. He just gives. Extractors.
I know what it is, but it's sexy as well.
Yeah, that's mining.
How did you guys
Daddy
know
Pappy.
it was the outpost before it even happened?
Because the land claim along the
Yep.
bottom it said Stanton 5 or whatever, and then it said land claim.
Yep. Exactly.
You don't get land claims for just nothing. There's a land claim for a reason.
How, do you have to pay for this shit, or is it already in game that you're
Well, there is land claims with the Pioneer, but there's you could probably get other land claims separately. But this is base building through and through. I don't know how they're going to work it or what the go is here, but this is base building.
So
Because technically, the base building was supposed to come from the Pioneer, not just magically show up and shit magically builds itself. It was always supposed to be the Pioneer.
So that means they're gonna show us the Pioneer then, right?
Maybe I doubt it because the Pioneer's an announced ship. They're not just going to drop the Pioneer. It's not going to work that way. We're going to see progression on it being worked on. I don't think they're going to surprise us with the Pioneer.
You never know. If they're bringing this out, they might already have it done.
They may surprise us with another ship, but this is base building through and through.
Whoa, that looks awesome as fuck right there.
Yeah.
That's a hospital.
Yeah.
Okay, now where is the landing base, bro? Remember my partner?
Oh, anywhere. Anywhere.
No, I need a pad. How am I gonna fill this ship?
Hang on. This is going to be good. Okay, come on, Daddy Pappy, tell me more.
All right. So base building.
I'm
All right, it breaks down
Daemon.
into two really large gameplay sections:
I'm claiming
planning
Daemon.
ahead and prepping, and then you've got the on-site where you're actually going to build. So with that, you need to figure out what your goal is. Is it to have a home with a nice view and relax? Is it to have a trading post where you want to create and sell items? Is it to gather resources available and move on to the next area? Or is it to be off-grid and be completely self-sufficient? So with that,
Beth, we're building
with
a
your
base
prep and
together.
everything like that, we've got blueprints. So the recipes, everything in the game is fabricated from a blueprint. Players acquire blueprints via reputation rewards, missions, or rare NPCs. With any blueprint, you can actually do research on it and then create different variations. With materials, ranging from the common to ultra rare, you might find them at the local shop or have to travel around the universe to collect them. Unrefined, refined, simple materials, or even complex components will all go into the fabrication. With this, then you got location, location, location. First area is high security, so you must purchase the land. The base is actually invulnerable because of the planetary shield tech. A security will show up to protect it as well. You pay for the privilege, you're taxed. So at this point, you won't have the best resources available. You won't have access to the best resources available on the planet. If you don't pay your taxes, the shields will go away after a period of time, and the base will become derelict and will collapse. But this is low risk, low reward. Then you've got low security. So again, you must purchase the land. It's owned by an independent corp, gang, or faction. Again, you don't have access to all the best resources on the planet. The base is vulnerable. AI NPCs will show up and protect the base if it's attacked. The protection will escalate over time. Player can also build defenses to help mitigate this as well. And then it's medium reward, medium risk. Then you've got lawless. So this is no protection other than what you build. There's shields, anti-air. Players can disable the shields by getting close to them and destroying them. High risk, high reward. Since there's no taxes, no protection fees, you get a high return on the resources that you collect. Now, there's some cross-shard and server meshing considerations that will kind of adjust this design in the future, but we'll get into that later once we're really building it. So from here, you've got the tools. So this is what we would consider a surveyor. With this, we want to actually cater to
Surveyor
everybody's
tool.
playstyle.
It's a hover
You're
trolley.
Solo or in an org. With this, you got different buildings that you can produce, from small, medium to large to XL or XL. So with the surveyor tool, you can only build the small buildings. With a vehicle, you can build small and medium-sized buildings.
Oh, I like that vehicle.
With the Galaxy, you can build small to large structures. And then obviously with the Pioneer, Pioneer can do it all. And it still works as a mobile base. And we'll talk about some of the more expanded features that we're adding to it in later on. So, and then it's also, we're exploring what can be done in space, not just on the planet.
So you need a galaxy for a medium, right?
So from here, you set off on your journey.
No, Galaxy's large.
So with the land claim, you put your tool down where you want, you launch the drone that is built into the machine, and then from there, this allows the player to access the base building and also land claim mode. With the land claim modes, the player can actually change the size and position of what area they want to claim, and it also shows you the cost and taxes associated with it. If it's in a taxable zone and you don't own the land, this interface will default to it. So if you own land or it's in a lawless area, it'll automatically go to base building mode. So with the overhead view of the land, you can actually place down buildings exactly where you want. You can see the resources beneath the surface, and then you can also place multiple buildings before you actually build. So you can see how it will all come together. You'll see the resources that are needed for it.
10 points to this push comes from Starfield.
Switch back and forth between different modes, which are showing off the resource network and how you link basically power generators to consumers. And then the player can move or deconstruct existing buildings right now with no charge. Fabrication. So when you basically build these buildings, they don't come with any furnishings. And if you didn't bring any with you, then you want to build a fabricator. So depending on what you want to build, there's different sizes of them that support buildings from decorations, armor, weapons, components, and even ships.
Daddy Pappy, I tell you.
So like base building mode, you need blueprints, resources to craft what you want.
Wait, so that means
everything fabricated is produced from it produces a physicalized entity. Stats and quality will depend on the quality of the materials actually used. Once you've done that and you've built your decorations, now you can actually fill the room the way that you want to fill it. So furnishings can be purchased at different locations, or they can actually be fabricated. You can do that via first person or in a dedicated mode in the Surveyor's tool. With that, you've got different types of buildings. So you've got utility style, which would be garages, freight elevators, landing pads, storefronts. And then you've got extractors. So with extractors, we want to make sure that nothing in regards to resource gathering is fully automated. A level of player engagement is always needed. So as Nick talked about before, there are different types of commodities, radioactive, perishable, etc. What you'll be doing is pulling out full containers. Then from there, it'll be repairing, or there's wear and tear associated with it, or even misfires like you saw in Thorsten's talk and Guillermo's talk yesterday. There's also upgrade paths for making them more efficient or resilient. Power generators. So with different types of power generators, there'll be some that are more cost-effective as well as effective in different areas. Solar panels will not always work in darkness. Fuel generators will need to be filled up every now and then batteries to store excess power. Then you've got producers. So things that will require the players to combine different resources to produce new items. And then you've got defense. So anti-air,
oh, look at those guns!
Shield generators. And then the big one. We start development Q1.
That's pretty good.
That's me. Thank you all. Thank you for coming. It's wonderful to see you.
Wait, so they haven't made anything?
No.
What was the video?
They can make a video easy.
This is going to be Squadron 42.
Hello? Hey, everybody.
But they start, Q1, so probably end of next year, maybe.
Maybe they release it from
We need gameplay and that to go with it, so we need ships to do the job.
I hope you've enjoyed everything you've seen in these last 2 days. We were really excited to show you a lot of it.
He has a Squadron 42 sheet.
And I've sort of seen some online comments about, okay, well, that's very cool, but when are we going to get it in the game? But one of the real reasons why we wanted to show you this Citizencon is because we've hit an inflection point on a lot of the features, as in they're either finished or they're in polishing stage, which is why we're showing them. So everything that we've been showing you here at Citizencon is our intention, not making 100% promise, just so everyone remembers that, to get them into Star Citizen through next year. So it's not going to be gated on having to be after Squadron 42. So we are... So we're planning over the Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4 of next year. Hopefully everything that we've shown you, you will have in your hands playing inside Star Citizen. So,
give us a UI first, that's all I need for.
And it's very gratifying for the team and myself to finally be able to show you a lot of this. One of the advantages of being able to go and iterate on these features in Squadron was that we were able to do it without having to release every 3 months and make sure the old system worked while the new system was working, so we could actually really polish the features, which I hope you could see when we showed you the updated UI stuff, the updated FPS stuff, the updated flight stuff, the character stuff, which is something we're very proud of, because this is, after all, an MMO. You want to have as much freedom to create the character you want to create. So, as you may have guessed, and Brian Chambers may have let slip a bit earlier, we are feature complete on Squadron 42.
That's good news.
I am not. You will not get a release date from me today because, first of all, you always get very angry at me when I give dates. so
give us anyway, bro.
It will be when I know that we're fully about ready to print the Gold Masters, but it won't be just yet. But we prepared, the Squadron 42 team prepared a small video for you. I may be lying, it's a bit bigger than small. To give you a glimpse of everything we've been working on and
this is gonna be good.
What the gameplay looks and feels like. So let's roll that.
Wait, so Squadron 42 is completely finished now, yeah?
It's feature complete, yes. So it's still got to go through polishing and that. But yeah.
All right. Time to pop this out and put it on the big screen.
Guys, be prepared for a jump scare from the vandals.
Archangel 6, come in.
Go for 6.
I'm getting a faint contact on bearing 287. You picking that up?
Yeah, got it. Scanning now. We're clear. Commercial vessel under Vega 3. Provided that civilian traffic is restricted under lockdown.
Copy that.
Archangel, this is Krugeri.
Come back, Krugeri.
Redirect to sector 7 Bravo Echo for immediate tasking.
Copy that. On our way.
Orgasm just happened, sorry. Look at the fucking bingle.
Angle in the jabby?
Yep.
I think I see a Polaris as well.
What's going on with the jabby?
Dude, is that a Polaris?
Oh.
Possible.
I'd be happy if it is, because I own one.
I have one as well.
I know I just wrote you, but a couple of hours ago, proximity sensors on the
other side of the jump got twigged. Word is it might be that clan we've been battling with. I guess that last fight didn't scare them
off quite like we all hoped it would. Honestly, we've been out here so long, I don't know what to
pull for anymore. I just wanted to let you know.
I'll write as soon as I can. Stay safe. Your loving son.
Never gets old, does it?
Sir.
Eddies.
Wrong, ma'am.
I used to do the same thing when I was first coming up. Post up to the flight deck whenever I could to watch the launches. Have you seen the F-8s up close?
No, sir.
The thing's a beast. Nimble, too.
12 maneuvering thrusters and 3 mains. It sure sounds like it. Sir.
Captain McLaren, to the bridge. Captain McLaren, to the bridge.
I saw you apply to the Flight Academy again.
Yes, sir.
Keep your head up. Took me a couple times before I got in.
Thank you, sir.
I actually thought that was the bridge for a minute.
Welcome to Cloud Imperium Games Manchester Studio. I'm Chris Roberts, and I'm pleased to announce we have just passed a major milestone. Squadron 42 is now feature complete and has entered its polish phase. To celebrate this milestone, we've gathered some of our core leadership together to share what this means.
As Chris says, we've moved into the polish phase of Squadron 42, which means extra emphasis on ensuring things feel fun. This means focusing on the small and large elements of the game, such as dialing in combat encounters, but also looking at the feel of how you control your character or vehicle and making sure it's immersive as possible. We've paid extra attention to how your character reacts when in their ship, so that you feel like an actual pilot, whether that's firing your weapons, taking hits, or punching the afterburners to get to cover. Ship AI has also seen huge improvements, with closer engagement distances and more varied behaviors, and with our new precision targeting mode, the action has never been as close. With the aim now on polish, we've organised the project into self-sufficient strike teams, so we can focus on individual areas to deliver the best experience.
Oh, yeah. Yep. That's gonna do it.
Get out of sight. The Cutlass is gonna spot you.
This allows us to bring all disciplines together with a unified vision of enhancing the gameplay by seamlessly blending it with polished visuals, final cinematic performances, and our ever-improving technology.
The way that water moves, hey, is something.
Well, for a minute I thought he was going to crash into it.
You didn't see the boat, kid. You're good to keep going.
This is pretty.
Yeah, it is.
We're also dialing in gameplay features, such as the ship flight model, for both atmosphere and space, which covers master modes, control surfaces, and our gold standard HUD and MFDs. Our interaction system for both the world and your character have also seen additional improvements, allowing us to hone and craft environmental puzzles unique to each location, while allowing us to tell the story of the world around you.
Oh, what do we have here? Hydrogen, really?
Yeah.
The military multi-tool is an essential piece of equipment for every pilot that integrates all attachments into a single handheld device and allows us to create really interesting challenges, including physics-based puzzles using our updated rope tech.
Oh, that is nice.
They've done a good job.
Unidentified vessels.
Yeah.
This is the UEE Navy. Power down your ships and stand by for processing. There you go.
This is gonna be bad.
McCoy ass.
Our scanning, targeting and marker system has also seen an overhaul, allowing us to highlight only the essential information that you need, such as key objectives, mission targets, and high-level scan information, while keeping your overall view as clean as possible.
We're marking Star System 42.
Squadron 42.
Squadron 42, yeah.
Did they announce it's coming out yet?
He wouldn't do that, but it's in polishing state now.
Which has seen a suite of improvements.
So it's actually
from
done, they're just
improved looting,
polishing it
weapon feel and balance,
before they release it.
realistic scopes, and smoother locomotion.
Yeah,
Alongside our new and improved FPS radar and scanner that provides you an overview of the battlefield, but at the cost of ramping up
There's
your own
another thing they
emissions.
announced too.
We've also seen the introduction of our Maelstrom-powered destructible
For
environment,
multiplayer.
which adds a layer of dynamism to the experience, alongside our
Squadron
improved
42
AI that
multiplayer?
can now have
No,
hundreds
they
of
added something else
combinations of
for
traits
multiplayer.
that allow us to create unique and challenging combat encounters that really push
wanna
your
tell 'em?
tactical awareness and skill.
We're getting base building. They're starting work on it. Q1 next year.
Yeah, I saw something about that in the news. I've been kind of skimming it randomly.
It looks sick for what they showed us.
Well, I'll be home in I don't know how long. A little bit. Ugh.
We play and review the builds regularly and call out action
Look at
points
that,
in
that's
each level
awesome.
from start to finish and where we need to improve the gameplay.
Okay. You can't say that was not sick.
This is an incredibly rewarding stage
is really
of development for me and the team, as the ultimate vision of the game is realized, allowing us to craft an experience that we can be really proud of.
Right here, trying to
One
watch it
specific
and
area
drive
that I'm
it at
excited
the
to
same
dive
time.
in is the feeling of the player interacting with the world around them.
Patching you in.
As it's a core component of Squadron and really grounds the world that you inhabit. We've made sure that any interaction in the environment is physically represented by a character animation to keep you in the moment and fully immerse you in the experience that we've created. Ultimately, this is the final phase of gameplay iteration before we fully transition into optimization and stability on the road to release.
Here's your trail. This is Colton. Come back. Always trips me out to see terraforming setups like this. Webb tried explaining how atmosphere processors work. It really shows how far we've come. What the hell is she?
With the transition of Squadron to Polish phase, we've had the opportunity to find additional moments within the existing narrative to add subtle interactions where appropriate. It's been tremendously exciting to play through these areas and find places to augment the mood, support gameplay, and further embellish our story and characters.
So yeah, man, I can't believe it. They said I've got to wait another 2 years before I can reapply. So that's why I figured I'd get a job trying in security, because that's You know, I can get some hours flying in the cockpit and whatnot. Can't hurt, right? Exactly.
We've also been capturing pickups for our lead female player character, as well as wildlines for our various enemies that you all will encounter throughout the game on both foot and in the cockpit. These consist of a range of responses and reactions that you as the player can trigger, which has been the culmination of efforts by the gameplay and AI teams. This means that you're going to have to tangle with some very smart and reactive bad guys to complete your mission.
At the heart of this immersive adventure, you'll find cutting-edge cinematic storytelling, thoughtfully crafted to fully immerse you into your story.
We fight today! So in 40 years from now, when you're surrounded by everything and everyone you hold dear, and they ask, what did you do in the Battle of Vega? You can look them in the eye and say, I held the line. Men and women of the Second Fleet, I am proud to stand with you today. Good luck. Push your button.
Nice speech.
Any word from the recon team?
Not yet.
Well, let's get into position.
That guy there, isn't he the guy from the Golden Circle, the one that sings West Virginia and dies?
West Virginia, Mountain Mama.
Throughout the polish phase, our team is taking every opportunity to push things
I'm
to
trying
the
to
next
think of
level.
the name
Tell
of the
me you're
show.
expecting company.
Gary Oldman.
This is not good.
Yes.
The Cine team is focused on finalizing edit lock on all of our big action as well as all smaller character sequences.
I could have pulled this off of the Galactopedia.
Yeah, probably, but I think their solar mass calculations are wrong, though.
Oh, wow.
Well, this is ridiculous.
How so?
We are now able to adjust
That
our
looks
shot
so much
composition to
better,
final cameras
didn't
thanks to recently crafted space vistas and level art
God
being
damn it, I'm
content
already
complete.
going 10 over
Be
the
nice to know how much of a
limit. Don't make me go
shitstorm we're
faster.
flying into.
More like a hellstorm, Blue. One you ain't gonna fly out
almost
of.
worth it.
Shut up.
The oval
Hell, I
one
hadn't
heads
seen
and hair
another
and
ship
that.
that wasn't trying to kill me in days.
It's really yielding
The
for
face and all that. I like
Let
just
alone
the
Jean.
texture.
So you can imagine my surprise.
Detailed lighting
That has
passes
to
can
be
be
him,
done
the
on
bald
hero
guy there.
sequences so we can show our cast and convey their emotions in the best light possible. And we're making sure our cinematics are triggering as fluid as we can craft
tell
them
them about
so they
the,
form a coherent
forklift, man.
concerto with the rest of the player's narrative experience.
Oh, we're getting like a hover forklift for
Mr.
cargo.
Wexler, this is Lieutenant
Yeah,
Commander
I
Colton.
kind of, I saw that, but I didn't know what it was.
Julian
I kind of
Wexler. I'm the
assumed-
field manager of this little operation. Welcome aboard the Archon. What brings the Navy to this little corner of the universe?
We got you flying with Lieutenant Commander Colton. He's one of our best.
As others will share, this is the most rewarding chapter of development, which allows us to truly experience the visceral and oftentimes
Look at the hair
emotional
move.
moments that
Yeah,
our narrative
there's blood,
provides.
sweat, and tears and stuff now too.
How did you handle it after Vega?
So
Look at that. Jesus.
we're getting that in
Not sure
game
I
end of the
handled
year.
anything. It helps to remember that stuff like this is supposed to hurt.
The bathroom. I'll be back in a couple minutes.
I've never been good at dealing with problems I can't fix.
Yes.
Well, this is one that you don't have to do alone.
That's good to know.
For the animation teams, polish phase means refining the social aspects of Squadron 42 that occur between the various missions and getting the behaviors implemented across all of its chapters. Here we're dialing in the hangar to make it as immersive and believable an experience as possible.
That'll do it. Done.
Okay, all right. Let's do this.
I have to switch out some of the interchange front hang back. We're getting a weird airflow.
I feel that.
example,
getting better,
we're launching
Savvy.
off a space carrier, but we still ground the feel in real-world
getting a
actions.
wall? You're getting a
Refueling,
what?
repairing, and inspecting.
We're
and
getting
making
better.
sure that your next flight mission is a success.
Yeah,
This
right
means we're
now,
looking
touch
out
the
for
water,
pops,
you fucking
hiccups,
water,
or
if I don't know
awkward
this the hard way.
transitions, and ensuring that everything flows and looks
dark
like
side
all
of
the
a
great
fucking
mocap
planet.
performances we've captured.
Let's ready some extra ice packs out of storage. Whenever gunners are on full rotation, you can always count on at least one of them getting hurt.
We also have you covered in everyday life. The medical staff work diligently for their patients, whether they're players or crew. We really want you to feel part of an authentic crew, an important part of the UEE Navy in an enormous universe of people going about their everyday lives.
Let's go ahead and clear for takeoff. Ground crew, prep bay for takeoff.
Copy that.
Hangar, ready for launch. Takeoff approved, Baron 2. You have the ball.
Ready and hold on as you're launched off the deck of the carrier.
Baron 2, you are cleared for launch. Have a safe flight, Baron 2.
Jeez, that looked good, didn't it? Look at that.
We want you to not only decide how you play the game, but to feel as if the people you interact with
graphics.
are in that world with you.
I would have never thought
a
a shotgun could be so pretty. About three-quarters of the shit you're seeing here, they covered in presentations, and we're getting at some point
Like a
in
lot
the
of
next
other
12 months.
weapons in Gemini's arsenal, it has a higher rate of fire than most guns of its type.
Like the interaction, the hair, the cloth simulation, the blood, sweat, and tears, the water simulation. You really like that. Maelstrom.
We're working to support a feel of authenticity through
Maelstrom.
world traversals, running, jumping, and climbing,
Update on the or like progress update
interactions
for the,
with objects and the environment.
Yeah, I gotta go back and watch a lot of that. I missed about 2 hours yesterday.
Come on, guy. Fucking people.
Solid weapon gameplay
Yeah, I'm
and
just gonna
enemy
stop in the middle of
reactions,
a fucking roundabout.
as well as combat realities, such as weapon malfunctions.
I wonder why we got school shootings here.
Or in close encounters of the more lethal kind.
Here we go. Oh. Yeah, this
That's
was
gonna
shown
hurt
off.
in the morning. As we continue to focus on the quality experience, we've been working closely with our art teams, and it's been exciting to see their environments come to life alongside us.
While animation and design have been populating the locations, polish phase for my teams means making huge advancements in the quality of our characters and environments. We've established our standard with recognisable characters like Mark Hamill, Gillian Anderson, and Gary Oldman, and we're now applying this to the rest of the cast and identifying any remaining tech requirements that need to be closed out. The story of Squadron 42 takes you through a variety of diverse locations of varying scales and styles. We shared glimpses of several environments before, and there's still plenty out there for you to discover. One of the main challenges the art team has had to face during the development of Squadron 42 is ensuring the visuals are complementary to the narrative.
And the good thing is, with Squadron 42
mood
being
and
feature
feeling of
complete,
space
there's still a little
is
work
just
to
as
go on,
important to us
but a
as it is
lot of the
making sure
staff
we hit
will
the
now
visual
shuffle
quality
over to Star
that
Citizen.
CIG has become known for.
A lot of those resources, there's supposed to be other Squadron games releasing. This is just like the first episode.
I would have to add you to our system.
Yeah, I suppose we need 1 through 41, right?
Yeah, or there's a few others. I know that much for sure anyways.
Okay, we'll figure something out.
Wait, it's 41 episodes.
No, I'm
Everything you
not
see
super
during
sure.
the campaign
But there is
has been
more.
heavily inspired by the classics of 70s and 80s sci-fi.
Oh, look
but with
at
a
that.
modern
That was
twist.
beautiful.
We want everything you see to feel like it has a soul, its own personality, and tells of a history long before you arrived.
What's that?
This is crazy, bro.
Yeah.
Crafting interesting
This
flight
very
spaces
much is
and their
similar to
connecting
what they
tissue
showed off years
has
ago.
been one of the more unique challenges
But
we've needed to overcome as a
beautified.
squadron. Developing our VDB tech to blend seamlessly between types
What are we
of
talking
traversal
about here?
spaces and into wider
Gameplay
space
or
vistas and
something.
planets has proved incredibly difficult but
About
rewarding.
them going through the
ensuring the
wormhole?
squadron flows
Through
seamlessly
the core.
from one chapter to the next without interruption. Creating a diverse array of locations is essential to us.
Well, the planets are
Our
much
environments
better
need to work from a variety
Oh
of
shit, yeah.
scales.
That's thanks to
We need
clouds
to pay
and
close attention
lights
to detail,
and all the rest of
whether
it.
we're working in a dirty engineering vent or navigating the debris of a dying star, wondering what may be around that next corner, or even who may live there, how would they have survived, and what state of mind may they be in.
It is the Idris, right?
Possibly. Possibly. Could even
We
be.
work closely with our social teams in delivering a
Javi.
cohesive social experience.
It's a decent flight deck.
when you're taking some downtime from our
I would
refined
say
flight
Idris.
and FPS missions,
Yeah, it has a front.
or even missions of the more eerie kind.
Yeah.
I might just sell my Odyssey and Perseus and grab myself an Idris at this point.
Well, it is releasing the Squadron. They've said that.
Am I able to buy it? Or are they,
No.
it's going to be? They're going to still be limited quantities.
We'll be introducing new
Yeah.
space stations on a massive scale, all brought together
Unless they
and designed to
backtrack
be
on
as
that,
tangible
but
as
God only
possible.
knows.
We
What if
thought
I
about their
ask
function,
Concierge, would they
their
be
age,
like, yeah, sure,
and try to ensure there's a progression in artistic
You can
style
try, but
with
I'd have
each
my
station
doubts.
as you progress.
They've
through
really
the
cut
game.
down on that.
How much is a non-warborn version of it?
Shit. Probably, I think around 1.5. I'd a guess. I'd have to look.
Which one
But
has
I think around 1.5.
Which one has the railgun? Is it the K, the M, the
As you can see today, the teams
M,
are
I think.
working incredibly
It's
hard.
the
Like,
yeah, for the
ramping up
military
detail
version.
and quality
Yeah, the
to
P
match
is
the depth of
an
our vision for Squadron
upgrade.
42.
Fucking hell. I bet you that's the
I know you're all
Retribution.
asking, when can I play it? When can I play it? When we have the
Hold on.
locked release date, you will be the first to know. Now we're in polishing phase on
Damn it.
Squadron 42. You will start to see a lot more things coming to Star Citizen.
Put your credit
as well
card
as
away,
overall
Rogue.
progress on the
You don't
system
need it.
universe. The polish phase can take some time. We have come this far, and we want to make sure Squadron 42 delivers on the promise of being
3 years
this
later.
generation's wing commander. Now, even though there's only a few of us in this video, I'd like to extend a big thank you to all our staff around the globe who've been putting their heart and
Kinda
soul
sad
into
we
bringing
might not
Squadron
play
42 to
Werewolf
life.
Blue, Werewolf
And I would
Blue
like to thank
Card.
everyone in the community for your patience and your support. To paraphrase Admiral Bishop,
the
when
current
people
way
ask,
the world
what
is
did
going
you do
on
in the development
right
Squadron 42? You can look them in the eye and say, I held the line. I'm proud to stand with you. Thank you for making this game with us.
Oh,
The Vandals,
the Vandal.
they're much more armored now.
Oh, yeah. And they're fucking huge.
Give. I'm going to shoot a quick message to CIG just to ask them 3 questions if I can swap my Taurus to the Zeus and see if I got the pledge already for the game.
You should be able to check to see if you got the pledge for the game and just your account bullshit. I mean, do you have a concierge?
Yeah.
I suppose that just gives you a fucking Star Citizen.
Yeah, just give
Or does it give you both?
Yeah, so I need to
There's a cutoff for it.
What's the fucking lights on inside of my house?
Maybe if I ask them nicely, they might give it to me. If not, just use the buyback.
He's gonna cry. He's gonna cry.
You're making me very emotional now.
Who's gonna crash?
Thank you so much.
Alright, I got Wi-Fi now.
It's been definitely a long time coming. We're, as you can see on that video,
But stream failed to start.
gameplay, so we are really dialing it in and polishing it, and we're really proud of what it is. I mean, anyway, I think it's going to be something I'm very, very proud of.
Come on, Pooch.
So I can't wait for you guys to play it.
Up to date.
I'm not going to say when,
down.
but anyway. And anyway, we kind of spent the time to craft something that's beautiful with as much attention to detail and love without your guys' support. Just like we couldn't be building the universe of Star Citizen without your guys' support. So I am, on my side, incredibly grateful, as is everybody at CIG, for your continued support, because we're building, I mean, a universe of dreams and stories of dreams, and it's a really wonderful thing to be able to do as a creative. So thank you, everyone here, and everyone watching, and everyone that supports Star Citizen and Squadron 42. So thank you guys very, very much.
Was it over now?
And then I'd like to call out everyone that's put the show together here. It's been an amazing job. Tyler Whitkin headed up, but there's a lot of other people. I mean, obviously Jared's been doing his great job emceeing. Leah has been organizing the show, and there's 1,000 other people that are part of our community and marketing side that have been doing it. There's been volunteers that have been helping to do this. The companies that we've had, like Envision, have put the video and stuff all together. So everyone's done an amazing job of the show. So thank you to everyone. And sorry if I didn't call everyone out by name, because there'd be a lot of names, so I had to call them out. But putting all that together, and thank you to all the devs that worked really hard to put the presentations together for you guys, because I think you could feel that they really love what they do, and they're very passionate about what they do. And they're really excited to get it into your guys' hands. So anyway, with that, I think I would say thank you, everyone. I'm really excited about what we've got upcoming in the future, because a lot of the foundational tech, the persistent entity streaming, and you saw server meshing earlier on yesterday, enables a lot of the stuff that's going to come to the PU, like the base building and the persistent hangars. So I am incredibly excited by 24 and beyond. And anyway, thank you guys for supporting. I will see you in the verse. And thank you so much for coming out to share this with us. Bye.
Is it over now?
Yep. Looks like it.
Pretty much.
Oh fuck, I just got home.
So I said you gotta go back and watch yesterday's and what you missed today.
Yeah, you got 12 hours to catch up, bro.
Yeah, like
Sorry,
at least a probably good
10 hours. Good 10 hours if you don't include the
10-ish.
breaks.
Yeah, if you don't include the breaks. They're about about an hour and a half paddle.
Yeah. About 9 hours. 9 hours and a half. If you don't watch the cosplay show. So what's this thing about 6:30 then?